And we are going to go live. So very excited to have all of you. This is our third Breaking the Silence Summit. Today, you're going to be hearing from all of our authors. So Breaking the Silence, Voices of Survivors was our book collaboration that we launched about, I want to say 6 months ago now. So super, super excited that we get to hear from our amazing authors. And we also have a keynote speaker, so George Chanos, who is the former Attorney General of the state of Nevada. So that is very exciting, and he speaks later this afternoon. Let me break this up. So Stacy joined us last. I'm throwing you under the bus, so you can go ahead and unmute yourself. But I'm super excited to have Stacy here as well. So Stacy, do you want to talk about the process of being able to write your chapter?
Oh my goodness. Well, thanks for having me. I appreciate it. And I was so happy to hear that there was an opening. Yeah, it's an interesting journey when we talk about writing a chapter of our life, especially something that maybe we haven't spoken about, or maybe it's a struggle that we've been working on for quite a while. And for me personally, when I'm writing or when I'm creating something, I have to tap into a part of me that is feeling inspired, and maybe even feeling a little bit of angst over the circumstances at the time, and a lot of prayers as well. So that definitely helped me to be able to articulate and put together my story.
Thank you, Stacy. And for everybody, we are now live streaming on Facebook, so you can go on Michelle Jewsbury's, Michelle Jewsbury, but you can go on my personal Facebook page and you can share it from there. And let me go ahead and edit to make this public. Why is this not working? Perfect. And I am super excited to bring on our first speaker. So I saw her just a couple seconds ago. Where did she go? I see Morgan. Okay, well, I saw her a couple minutes ago, so I'm just going to go ahead and start introducing. So everybody who is just tuning in, this is Breaking the Silence, Voices of Survivors Fall Summit. So today you will be hearing from our authors from the book collaboration, and also you'll be hearing from George Chanos, who is the former Attorney General of the state of Nevada. So he's going to be talking a lot about empathy. He will be talking about overcoming challenges and really what it takes in order to live in the 21st century. He wrote a book called Millennial Samurai, and it talks about how we need to work in collaboration instead of competition in order for us to progress as humanity and as communities. So it's really important to be able to share your stories, to be able to overcome the challenges and the traumas that we've faced, so that we can work together in a way that is not harmful, and in a way that benefits not only ourselves, but everybody else around us. So today you'll be hearing from amazing speakers. You'll be hearing from first-time speakers. You'll be hearing from speakers who have been speaking on stages for many, many years. The one common thread is that we've all faced some type of trauma. We've all faced some type of incident, some type of circumstance in our life and experience that may have inhibited us for a brief period of time. But these amazing souls, these amazing speakers are talking about their transformation process, their hero's journey to overcome the challenges in their life. You will be also hearing, if you are live in the Zoom, from my assistant. Her name is Ira. She'll be on here in a couple of minutes, but she'll be posting about our next book collaboration, which is volume 2. And we are looking for authors now. We actually we have 5 spots already sold. So if you are interested in being part of the next book collaboration, which is in 2024, please let me know. We are planning to turn this book, this amazing anthology, into something very similar to Chicken Soup for the Soul. So it's going to be a variety of different authors coming together for a common cause. And we are pitching to publishers now. So a lot of the authors, they know some things, but they don't know all things. And we're getting some real good feedback. So we are pitching simultaneously with my second full-length book, Your Ultimate Breakthrough. So if you are interested, please let me know. And then Legacy Camp is starting tomorrow. So Legacy Camp teaches you how to really hone in on your passion, branding and breakthroughs, course creation, tools for success, utilization of videos and social media, business plans, marketing plans, public speaking, book publishing, so much. So we do have a couple of spots left for Legacy Camp tomorrow. We are limited to only 5 or 6 individuals in there, so I can give one-on-one time. It is an 8-week course. So like I said, if you are interested, please go ahead and contact me. So without further ado, I want to introduce our next amazing speaker, actually our first amazing speaker of the day. This young lady is the daughter of a really good friend of mine. And you know what? She is so resilient. And I know that this is not in her bio right now, and I'm going off cuff, but I want you to know that you are resilient, Morgan, and all of us here. So Morgan Gwynn is an 18-year-old who has graduated early and is working hard in the restaurant industry in hopes of owning her own restaurant in the future. She's an artist, a photographer, and writer. Her hopes are to share her story with all of you in order to bring awareness to sexual assault for men, women, and teens who have gone through a non-violent assaults, violent assaults, and through guilt and love. So I am super excited to ask you to come on screen, and the stage is yours.
Thank you. Apologies again about earlier. I was having a little bit of a technical difficulty. It kicked me out and then I couldn't figure out how to get back in. So thank you for having me. First thing I do want to say is apologies again for not being here for some of the other calls. Unfortunately, I had lost my dad last month to suicide. It's been rough. I don't really know how to handle it. I'm still kind of figuring things out, but he is the main reason that I started this book chapter in the first place and why I'm here in the first place. So I am here to share with everyone the things that I've been wanting to share, telling the truth about things that I didn't really believe myself. And I want to be able to share that with not only parents, but also teenagers and people who are around my age. I think people who are around my age are the ones that end up kind of getting into those experiences, and they may not be positive experiences. And I think that it's around the time of 16 when women start to realize that sex isn't always a good thing. It's not always a pleasant thing. It's not always a comfortable thing. And I think people start to really realize that when they turn about 16, 17. And I definitely did. I didn't really know in the beginning what love was, what healthy relationships were. And I think that it ended up getting me into some situations that I definitely should not have been in. And when I got through those situations and started to realize that this isn't what love is, this isn't what a healthy relationship is, this is not something that I should be putting myself through over and over again to find a guy that loves me. If the person is treating you like that and the person is touching you in a way that you don't want to be touched and you have to get aggressive with them, then they're not a good person. If you have to yell or raise your voice or get aggressive with somebody to stop, it's not it's not a healthy relationship. It's not a good relationship. And I think after all of the situations that I was going through, I think I realized that just because they say they love me or I say I love them, just because I am interested in them does not mean they're healthy. Just because I love them or they say they love me does not mean that it's going to stay healthy. And I think when I started to realize that, and I started to realize what sexual assault really was, I started to take myself out of those situations. I started to clearly watch for signs of what's healthy, what's not healthy, what is going to protect me and what's not going to protect me. And it, even when I thought that I was going to be protective, just based on the knowledge that my parents gave me over the years of me growing up, it still didn't save me. And unfortunately, sometimes that happens. But at the same time, it's something that has taught me a lesson of what love is and what love isn't. It's taught me situations that even the kindest people can also turn around and be the cruelest people. And I think I started to kind of take that into consideration of when I'm talking to people, when I'm sharing my life with people. And I think when I begin to fall into a pattern of understanding that and understanding that I don't need to get in those situations again, that it kind of allows me to start to heal. And I think a huge part of my healing process has definitely been a help from my parents and my boyfriend. I've gone to therapy. I'm taking trauma therapy. I'm taking Reiki therapy, which is like energy healing. I'm not sure if anyone knows what that is. And honestly, if I'm being 100% honest, a lot of this stuff is still fresh. A lot of the situations that I've been in, especially the most recent one, was almost 2 years ago, I think, but it's still very fresh and very new for me. And if I'm being honest, I haven't completely figured things out yet. And I think I started to realize that's okay to not figure everything out right away, that I still have healing to do and I still have time to heal, and that it just happened. I mean, it didn't just happen, but it just happened. It's very fresh and it's very new, and I need to give myself more time to heal, and I need to give myself the allowance to heal instead of pushing myself away from healing, because it's very hard for me to also believe and accept what happened was not my fault. And I think that's one of the main things that's very difficult for everyone who's been in those situations, is believing that that situation is not your fault. It doesn't matter how violent it is. It doesn't matter if it was somebody who was super close to you, a family, friend. It's not your fault. And it's very difficult sometimes to believe that it's not your fault. And I think that is the main thing that I've been working on since everything happens when it comes to healing, is making sure that I myself know that this is the truth. This is what you've gone through, and that there's no excuse and no amount of kindness that's going to change what happened. And I need to realize myself that it's not my fault, and it will continue to not be my fault. And I need to start to kind of put that into my mind. I think that therapy has definitely been a huge help. Um, my therapist tells me every day that I need to get my shit together with guys and need to figure things out. She's obviously not been a huge fan of any of them, but I think she's been a huge help. I think someone in your life that you can reach out to is always something that helps the most. It's having that support from friends, having that support from family, having that support from people that you don't even know, that is what truly continues to push me to get better with things and continues to push me to realize that it's not my fault. And I think that is such a huge impact for me, is having those people around me. Because if I didn't, honestly, I don't know where I would be. If I didn't have my best friend to even tell me that, hey, Morgan, this is what happened. You need to wake up and realize. If I didn't have her do that to me, if I'm being honest, I would still have my rapist on my phone and I would still be hanging out with my rapist, because I truly, genuinely couldn't believe that I let myself get in those situations, that I allowed myself to let it happen. And I think another thing that a lot of people struggle with is, how could I let things happen? How could I let this happen to me? I've heard stories after stories and warnings about to not let these people do what they do, and to not allow somebody to treat you that way and allow somebody to take your body for theirs. And it was that situation of, how could I let this happen? And I think when I start to heal more, I realized that it couldn't have stopped things. I think when I realized that I definitely could have said more, I do now. I learned how to say no. And a lot of that was my current boyfriend's help, is learning to say no, learning what my boundaries are, learning what is healthy and not healthy, and being able to grow in such a healthier environment to where I can learn to do all of these things and not have somebody push against those boundaries. I can learn to say no without having somebody push me to say yes. And I think once you surround yourself with those kind of people, once you surround yourself with the thinking of, this is not your fault and it was going to happen either way, it allows you to start taking those blocks that have been blocking you from healing, and allows you to break it down to where you can start healing. It allows you to open your mind up to self-love and self-caring. It allows you to open up your self to what's right and what's not right. And I think that is something that has definitely helped me over the last 2 years since everything has happened, is the support and the mindset that I need to be in. And no, I have not figured everything out. No, I am not completely cured or anything like that, but I've definitely come a long way when it comes to things. And I definitely have a long way still to go. I have a lot of things that I need to learn, a lot of things that I need to fix inside myself to allow myself to be happy and allow myself to be cared for and loved, and allow myself to feel like I'm comfortable in my own body, and that my body is safe and my body isn't this terrible thing or this scary thing, because it doesn't have to be. And it's been a very difficult thing, especially when it comes to learning that sex isn't always scary and that your body doesn't always hurt. But it's definitely one thing that I've struggled with the most, that I'm still working on. And there's a lot of things that I think all of us are still working on. Even when you are cured, it's still not cured. You can be fixed and still not be completely fixed. It's not something that will always go away, and it's not something that will always stay with you. But I think for each person, it's a different thing. And each step that you take is one step closer to healing and feeling happier and feeling like this burden isn't on you anymore. And I think the more that you put yourself in good situations, you put yourself around the right people, you will start to learn that.
Morgan, thank you so much. I think it's so important for people to realize that it is a journey, and that's what you're talking about is you you have to go through this journey in order to overcome the challenges. And I know you briefly discussed, you have experienced some sexual trauma with men that you thought you could trust, and unfortunately that didn't turn out to where you could trust them. You are going through a lot of pain right now with the loss of your dad, and you have experienced some tremendous obstacles in your life at a young age. Aren't you 19 now, or are you still 18?
I just turned 18 in March.
I just turned 18. Okay, so 18 years old, ladies and gentlemen, and this young lady is speaking her story, telling other people to really overcome. And I know one of your dreams is to work with other teenagers, right? You want to kind of elaborate on that for a minute?
So I want to work with teenagers in finding signs and finding their voice of being able to say no, especially when they start to get involved with guys, because I didn't get involved with any guys until about my sophomore year. And that's when I started to lose my weight and everything. And at that time, I had no clue what I was doing. I had no clue what positive was, what negative was, what love was. So I think I would love to be able to sit down with teenagers and spread that awareness that, one, you're not alone. And two, if you haven't been in this situation, it allows you to learn what that situation is so that you don't find yourself in that. And I also want to work with healing when it comes to that. And I would also love to work with parents, because not only do I want to spread awareness about sexual assault and everything like that, but I also, my best friend and I are still trying to figure things out, but we do want to start a podcast. But not just about sexual assault and domestic violence, but also mental health, depression, family issues, just different things that teenagers really start to struggle with. And especially around middle school and high school age is when you really start to sink into that. And I think being able to help them, but not only them, also the parents learn how to help their child through it.
I love
Because
that.
when I was going through everything and when my parents really started to realize that I did have depression, they had no clue what to do. They were freaking out. They thought that the best solution, throw her into a mental hospital and call it a day, which is not how things work. So I think being able to not only teach teenagers about using their voice, but also teaching adults and parents on how they can help their kids when they're struggling and how they can help deal with their child or take care of them in a way that the teenager doesn't feel so secluded and alone.
Morgan, you totally should start this podcast, and I am on your team, definitely. So if you need help at all, contact me. Your mom is good at some of this as well. Michelle Gwynn,
Yes.
I think she's on here watching somewhere, but your mom is very good at all of this and helping you be able to put this together. But I want to congratulate you for speaking up and for continuing to speak up
Thank you.
despite circumstances. You are going through a lot right now. You are going through more than a lot of adult people are going through at the moment. And you are here. You showed up, you are speaking, you were telling your truth. And that's what we need more of. So Morgan, thank you so much for sharing.
Thank you.
And we will be talking with you soon.
Thank you.
So I am super excited. I get to actually introduce our next speaker. So this lady I got to meet in person, which was absolutely amazing. And she is such a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful soul. So Tina is an author and CEO of Quant Soar. is a loving wife and mother of 2 adult children. As a survivor of foster care, her business is now serving foster youth aging out of the system. She knows what they face, the trauma, the heartache, the pain and pressures they endure while in care, and this experience is her why. Tina's first book, entitled Live to Fly, Learn to Soar, an inspiring human who lives to enrich the lives of foster children. Tina's story truly resonates with all who experience hurting and feeling abandoned, neglected, or abused. Her book uplifts and gives hope that anyone is capable of soaring. As a guardian ad litem, she is their voice. She intricately knows the foster experience as it's her personal mission to impact and improve their quality of life. Her passion, service, legacy is to guide them towards a whole, healthy, and deserving future and abundant life. Tina, super excited to have you, and the stage is yours.
Hi, thank you so much. Let me first send my heartfelt condolences to Morgan and her mom and family. It is not easy losing any loved one, but definitely for her to be on this platform today to share her story, to be able to be strong, brave, and resilient, that means a lot. And it's absolutely encouraging as well as empowering. And I know she's going to make a great impact in her sphere of influence. So all the best to you, Morgan, and my prayers are with you and your family. Good day, everyone. First of all, thanks, Michelle Jewsbury, for this amazing platform and allowing me to share my passion and purpose with all who have joined us here today. And for those who will eventually come on later on the replay, I value you, your heart, and your time. So without further ado, I'm going to ask that we engage in the conversation. I have a question, and let's make this interactive, shall we? All right. Who here loves to go to the movies or even do their own Netflix and chill times? Well, oftentimes we see the words parental guidance is suggested when a movie is not appropriate for a child, right? Well, in life, don't you believe parental guidance is mandatory, especially in a child's life? I most certainly do. And Morgan, she hinted on that a little bit earlier. But what happens when your own parents have lived their own trauma and abuse, and it leaves you and your siblings to spend over a decade and a half in the care of a welfare system like mine? My aim in our time together today is to highlight the importance of individuals and ultimately parents, and especially and eventually on a much larger scale, the systems. Just to begin an in-depth look at the way we parent and who we are and how our lives are represented even before we bring another human into this world. In this world, we have over 8 billion people, and where the home is, that is our first glimpse into our own personal world. It takes us to begin to examine ourselves and face our own trauma in order to help heal the perpetual cycles before the actual damage is unleashed that allows for childhood trauma to exist in the first place, and get the best of that individual and then ultimately tear up an entire family. I speak to you guys today as an individual who's been in therapy as a teen, and now currently therapy is my go-to for my childhood trauma and counseling to be able to cope with the effects of it all, as well as a parent myself of a 25-year-old son and a 19-year-old daughter. I've been an advocate for over 33 years and a guardian going over two to 3 years now. And you see, my advocate actually started when I was 15. So I really support what Morgan's doing. I began to advocate for myself when I was a foster child at 15. And my childhood doesn't define me, nor does it give way to an accurate representation of who I am now, and still as the woman that I am becoming, or any foster child for that matter. We are not our parents. We're not what happened to us. We're not our guardians and anyone that have abused us, violated us, neglected us, or abandoned us. We're not our case that social workers have to attend to. We are human beings. And it may be why we came to be a foster child in a system, but it's not who we are. And we are yet to be determined and defined. It's astonishing to me that you will see studies of biological forms, like they'll, take the time and do laboratory research on mice or organisms like a plant within their own habitation, their own environments, just to research and see ways that they can improve their abilities to adapt and grow healthy, while having detailed research and intentional actions to essentially benefit that organism in their world. Yet when it comes to a child being removed from their nucleus home, their habitation, we don't match them up with the proper psychological and emotional supports that ultimately gives them the tools to handle the trauma that they are experiencing, and many are going to experience for their entire lives. You see, foster children are often fragile humans, and we are amongst this civilization and a part of this global world. I believe more must be done to prevent our trauma. We must teach tools and techniques like self-love and self-compassion and healthy mental habits. Self-advocacy is important and vital. And more that my organization focuses on is the holistic approach to improve the quality of life of that foster child. If you're joining in, I want you guys to feel free to put your name and where you're from, share that information, ask questions. You might want to suggest, encourage, or even interact with what we're discussing today, because trauma is truth and it is real. Most of you may have read my book that Michelle alluded to earlier. It is on various platforms, Live to Fly, Learn to Soar. It is a riveting account of my journey inside of the foster system to alert the masses of this devastating effects of being in the wrong placements without the vital mental health services that gives a child the advantage to navigate their lives towards a well-balanced lifestyle and ensures that they won't perpetuate unhealthy habits. The gravity of a traumatic experience begs our social services to remedy the situation. And I personally appeal to it for my own cases as a guardian ad litem, whenever I'm asked to be the voice of a child. It's imperative and apparently clear that resources are key, and they place this inside of the case plan whenever they go out to remove a child. We often see when there's a mass shooting that they deploy grief counseling to the scene to have ongoing mental health services, right? This should be done for those who are wards of the state when they're removed from their families. Trauma is real, and it impacts individuals permanently. In fact, limiting beliefs began to form in the minds and hearts of many children in foster care once they've been abused, abandoned, and neglected, to the degree that they feel unwanted and, sadly, as if they shouldn't exist at all, which is a terrible tragedy, and it's very dangerous. I know all too well that foster life is hard, and we deal with major blows from individuals that weren't intended to protect us and correct us in our lives. And sometimes we're even violated, as in our case, in my foster care experience, by the very people that are being paid to care for us. And unfortunately, we start off our very own lives with trauma, with pain, with suffering that we never asked to receive. My motto is to step up, speak up, and stand up. And it bears the conviction and it brings consciousness to the lives of my demographic of foster children. We endure so much, more than the average child, more than the average teenager, and even adults, that it's now time to appropriately address our most vulnerable population in the most impactful way so we can change their lives. I see that much damage is done when a child is taken from their parents. That triage is critical at that moment, and proper and healthy emotional, relational, and psychological techniques and tools should be on hand to address them timely. We need emotional healing and supports that facilitates the personal trauma in order to transform and embrace our lives with a healthy, new, and appropriate way so that we foster children can flourish in our lives. Growth and healing is vital in healthy environments with professional care to destroy the stigmas and change the dynamics of our ability to overcome our terrors and traumatic experience so that we gain victory. I recognize the benefits of trusting my pain to a professional, and being a part of this anthology amongst many other writings that I know I'll be doing is a way to express myself alongside these brave authors as one voice, united to break the silence and ensure that others will follow suit and embrace the truth of our words. This platform that Michelle has offered us and our portion individually of the book, mine specifically, will present a viewpoint which compels us to respond differently within our family dynamics. And as a wider community to seek to face our elephants in our homes and confront ourselves as individuals for the greatest good of our society as a whole. And it's going to demand different approaches and outcomes that may be unpleasant, but it's necessary to enrich lives. My hope is to build the fabric of families and have these hard conversations that leads to consequences, that changes family culture and makes it easier to bring happy children into our world who are able to remain in their homes. When I'm not presenting here like via Zoom, I enjoy enriching the lives of foster children who are aging out of the system with life skills. I am raising my voice as an individual, as a parent, as an advocate, as a guardian, as an author, one who serves our community. And my community-based organization is called QuantSoar, all to enrich the lives of foster children, which is my very own demographic. My prayer when I was 5 was to be who I needed when I was in foster care. And being taken away from my family is now my platform. And I'm able to serve and be a part of the solution and be a life changer. And it's totally freeing to me. And many of you today I know can relate. It's very empowering. So today I ask that you guys consider being involved in any capacity, from volunteering your time, your talent, your treasure. I will put my info in the chat, and I thank you all for being a valuable part of this discussion. And my hope is that you order our book, and I know Michelle is going to get you more information on how to pre-order Breaking the Silence, Voices of Survivors, and just continue to support our efforts together so that we can build a better world. Thank you.
Amazing, Tina. You are such a rock star, and I'm super excited to have you a part of it. Yes, we will be posting the link in order to pre-order Breaking the Silence Voices of Survivors. So that will be in the Zoom link, and we will also post on the Facebook. So if you are on Facebook and watching, make sure to look at those comments. So Tina, the one thing that I really loved, too, actually, we aren't a case. That was awesome, right? Because we are, no matter what it is that we go through, we aren't a case. We aren't a number. We are a person with a name, and we have feelings and emotions. We are people. We are not a case. And then the trauma is real, right? Trauma is real. And I think that people really need to understand that that is accurate. So Tina, such a great job. You are flourishing even more every single time I see you. So super excited you're here.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you. All right. See you soon, sweetheart. So I get to introduce another amazing lady coming up on this stage. And ladies and gentlemen, this is not just women, by the way. This is men and women. We do have a handful of male authors, male speakers. So we are not just promoting women's empowerment. It is human empowerment. Everybody has experienced trauma, and it's up to us to work together to overcome that trauma together. But Stacy Piesel is a women's relationship coach, speaker, and author with 12 years of dedication to empowering women in their relationships. Her personal triumphs over narcissism, domestic violence, and relationship struggles, strengthened by her faith and professional certifications in transformational life coaching and sex, love, and relationship coaching, have shaped her heartfelt approach. Stacy's mission guides women from relationships filled with constant arguing or silent suffering to those flourishing with open, loving intimacy, creating communication. Don't we all want even more intimacy, right? All in weeks, not years, without their partner's participation. She offers the first faith-based marriage membership for women who want to improve their communication, create a deep connection, and build lasting passion in their relationship. So I'm excited to learn more about this. I just got back from a retreat talking a bit about this. So Stacy, the stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Michelle. And thank you everyone for joining us today. I am deeply honored to be here to witness some of these stories and also to share mine with everyone as well. So for 34 years, I kept my story locked away, and it was only known to a handful of people. And thanks to Michelle, thanks to her invitation, thanks to this collaborative book, I'm breaking that silence. Now, you may wonder, why did it take you so long to speak up? Well, that's exactly what we're going to be covering today. That's what I'm going to be answering is, why don't people speak up? So I want to walk you on a journey that reflects my silent suffering of countless women. So at 18, I was fresh out of high school. So I want you just to imagine, take yourself back there. I took a leap of faith. I moved to LA. And the city lights mesmerized me. I was a country girl from Washington State. And so I had never been into a city, and I just really wanted to be able to start my life, spend the time really pursuing. I had meticulously planned saving money for, hunting for furniture and getting the perfect downtown apartment right across from MacArthur Park. In fact, the landlord said that once upon a time, John F. Kennedy had stayed there before it was a hotel, and it was turned into an apartment. So I was so excited, and it was in high school. I juggled my grades, and I kept working towards a senior project that became my golden ticket. It was a scholarship to the prestigious school, the Fashion Institute of Design and Merchandising. And I'll never forget opening up this envelope, and it read, "Dear Stacy, we're so excited to award you a 1-year scholarship. You're on your way to becoming a fashion buyer." That was my dream. I was so excited. And I had a whole year scholarship. I'd worked so hard. Life was unfolding as I had envisioned. But then one afternoon, waitressing, a seemingly innocent encounter shattered everything. I returned a lost wallet to to a man that I had waited tables on. And later he offered to show me around the city. He said, let me just show you around and thank you. Of course, I said, no, I don't know you. That's okay. And he said, oh, come on. I'm a lawyer. I'm interning at a law firm locally. It's safe. You can trust me. I just want to return the favor. So I said, okay, but only for a few hours. And I didn't want to stay out late. So he agreed to come by and pick me up from my apartment. Now, my apartment had a really nice gated community. So I met him out front and I thought, I'm priding myself in being independent and also in being cautious and responsible. And the evening started out casually enough. He drove me around, showed me the fun things to see in the city. And then he said, I'm getting kind of hungry. Why don't we go get some dinner? I thought, okay, sure. So then he said, oh, goodness, I forgot my wallet. Well, we kind of both just kind of laughed at his forgetfulness of his wallet. And initially he said, I got to go up to my apartment. And I said, okay, well, I'll wait right here. And he said, oh, no, this is LA. You can't wait alone in a parking garage. It's just not safe. Now, this was the first moment that I ignored the screaming voice in my head and the knot that was developing in the pit of my stomach. But I was alone in the city and he was being so nice to me, and he was a lawyer. So I figured it's just my nerves. I need to just kind of get over that. So I proceeded to cautiously follow him up to his apartment. And I stood by the doorway waiting for him to grab his wallet. And instead, he grabbed me. And he threw me on his bed with his hands around my neck. And he said if I didn't cooperate, that he would choke me to death. And I can still remember that feeling and still can feel that sensation of his grip around my neck as it got tighter and tighter. And I was trying to breathe. I was trying to say words and nothing would come out. I even tried to scream and absolutely nothing came out. I was trying to fight for my life. And I know that just everything in that moment felt like a blur. And when he finally was finished, he casually asked me to get dressed. And I felt like I was moving through this thick fog. The details, like I said, were a blur. And I don't really remember getting dressed. I don't even remember getting into his car. But what I do remember is as we were driving home, he was carrying on a conversation as if we had just went out on a casual date. And the storm that was raging inside my head, I just couldn't even compute what was going on. And it was just such a stark contrast. And I remained silent. I had a lump in my throat. And when he dropped me off in front of my apartment, he leaned in and he reminded me, he said, don't forget, I'm an attorney. So you don't want to embarrass yourself, sweetheart. So you should just keep your mouth shut. And that's exactly what I did. I did what I was told because I knew that if I said something, it was my word against his. I was an 18-year-old girl with big dreams. At that time, people would say, oh, it was probably look at the way you were dressed, or you probably just wanted it, but you just didn't really say anything. So I kept that night a guarded secret. I was wrapped in silence and bound by fear, much like a bird too afraid to soar out of fear of failing. I had just leaped out of my own home from leaving high school, and I felt like I was just met with complete despair. The ripple effect of my self-confidence and my future relationships was devastating. And what I didn't realize at the time is that hiding the sexual assault would forever alter my perception of love, of trust, of intimacy. And I found myself jumping at shadows, questioning each gesture of affection. And I felt alone. And I spent many years suffering with my own guilt and shame and trying not to feel anything. And I harbored my guilt so deeply that at times I often felt like that was worse than the assault itself. And this tragic moment, it just became a watershed over my life. I left LA. I left my dream of becoming a fashion buyer behind. And from that point forward, I no longer was pursuing my dreams. I was just trying to survive. And I entered into many different relationships and marriages, and the fear and the guilt and the shame and the unprocessed trauma, the not healing it really affected that. And it just continued to follow me. Now, looking back, it's easy to point at all the warning signs and think, why didn't I see that coming? Or why didn't I listen to myself initially? And maybe even those of you might be listening could even think the same, but let's be real for a moment. How many times have we looked past our own inner wisdom for attention or for love or just the promise of something else? In those moments, our need for emotional connection can cloud our own judgment. And sometimes it has significant consequences. Now, I'm not saying that we should walk through life being skeptical or to question every kindness, but I am saying that it's okay to give ourselves grace and compassion when we don't get it right. We're all learning, and it's never too late to make a different choice. And that's exactly what I did. In fact, I can remember one night during a women's Bible study, we touched on a concept that I hadn't thought of before. It was about building your vertical connection with God. And those words were like a lifeline, and they helped me to realize that my worth and my peace should come from something or someone greater. And God revealed to me that night that I could live loved even when I felt less than, even when I felt alone, even when I felt shame, even when I felt diminished or discarded. This love was God's love. And so I finally decided to stop running from my pain and confront it head on. And I stood in front of the mirror. I remember this moment so clearly, with tears in my eyes, my hands shaking, and I looked myself in the eyes and I said, I am deserving of love, and I deserve to have a healthy relationship, and I'm going to no longer settle for anything less. And saying this felt like a weight was just lifted off of my shoulders. And that affirmation became more than just words. It became my mantra. It was a shield against negative thoughts that clouded my judgment for so long. And it helped me to believe in myself and in my own worth. And from that pivotal moment, a new promise I vowed to myself that I was no longer going to silent suffer, and I was going to reclaim my voice and my strength. And here I am, sharing my story with you, fulfilling that promise, and hoping to inspire you to do the same. So let's circle back to that original question I posed at the beginning. Why don't women speak up? Well, there's lots of different reasons, and the reasons can depend on the person, but they're usually rooted in fear. Fear of being vulnerable, fear of being made fun of, fear of the shame. We often equate that with weakness, when in fact, vulnerability is a strength. Now you might be thinking, well, Stacy, I don't have a situation like yours, or I don't have a relationship that's abusive, so this doesn't really apply to me. But hear me out. Silence creeps into the corners of even the healthiest relationships. When you want to bring up like how you're feeling, or you want to share something, but instead you say, pass the salt. That's what I'm talking about. That's that fear of rejection or fear of reaction, fear of confrontation. So here's what truly hit home for me, that gnawing sense of duty to keep the peace, to make sacrifices for the family. Research suggests that this self-imposed sense of responsibility, it often leads to our own needs being put on the back burner. Now, it's been 34 years since my sexual assault, and I'm no longer hiding. I'm no longer stuffing my feelings or silently suffering. I've embraced that brave 18-year-old girl who lived her dreams to want to live loved and fully be loved. And instead of shaming myself, and instead of investing in helping everyone else, I decided to invest in myself. Emotionally, spiritually, I went back to school. I learned how to set boundaries that were met with respect. I learned how to use my voice. And today I'm living that dream, happily married to an incredible man who treats me like a queen. And I'm sharing this because I want you to know that my accomplishments, they're not just for me. It's possible for you as well, each and every one of you. I once thought that my role was to just be quiet and just kind of sit over in the corner and don't disrupt the status quo. But guess what I learned? I learned that we're all authors of our story, and it's never too late to write a chapter, write that new chapter, right? So my life's vision now is to help women to break the silence of suffering and to live and love freely. So if you're sitting there thinking, she's speaking my language, I want you to know that you're not alone. You don't have to stay stuck living a life that doesn't feel like yours. And in my own life, in my own journey, I came across a powerful scripture. It's Proverbs 14:1, and it's the wise woman builds her home, but the foolish one tears it down with her own hands. And I've used this wise woman concept to build my own community of women because this resonated so deeply with me. And it serves as a reminder that we all have the power to reclaim our lives, to build our legacy, to create emotional sanctuaries where we call home. Now, it's an opportunity for all of us and an invitation. So if my story resonates even a corner of your heart, I invite you to not just leave it there. I invite you to connect with me. I've prepared a special gift for each and every one of you that's here live or even listening to the recording. And it's a beautiful boundaries workshop and workbook and journal. In fact, I just delivered this to my Wise Woman community. So this is where we get to reclaim our emotional space. And that's the gift that I have that I hope for you today. So let's break that silence together, shall we?
I love it. And Stacy, make sure to put that gift in the chat. This is the
I
first
will.
time I'm hearing you speak, and I am floored. Like, I was writing stuff and I had to listen to what you were saying. And I know that it resonated with so many of us on this call right now. And you are speaking your story, and sometimes it does take years. However, you're doing it now, and now you're writing your story, you're getting it out, because us as humans, we hold on to pain in our bodies. We hold on to that trauma, even if we pop our collars and think that we're okay. And it's time for us to speak up, because it's time for us to heal. And Stacy, you are an amazing coach. So please make sure to put your information in the chat, and all of the speakers, make sure to put your information in the chat for people to connect with you and contact you. But really, really good job, sweetheart.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, guys, we are just beginning. So we have amazing speakers coming up, and I am honored to bring up our next guest. Stephanie Miller, a resilient survivor of trauma, is not only a devoted mother, but also an inspiring public speaker and entertainer. Armed with a master's degree in accounting, she possesses a strong educational background. Within her lineage, Stephanie assumes the role of a transformative figure, bridging the past with the present. Stephanie's natural habitat can often be found in her lush garden or embarking on thrilling adventures in the woods. I hope you get to talk about that. Alongside these passions, she has devoted a significant portion of her free time to reading and embarking on a personal journey of healing. The most significant achievement in Stephanie's life is cultivating a deep, loving relationship with both herself and her adult children. Sharing her own story is an integral part of her healing journey, as she aspires to instill a glimmer of hope in those who need it most, while eagerly awaiting a respite from life's relentless lessons. Stephanie is determined to complete her memoirs. Her intention is to encapsulate her experiences and wisdom, sharing them with others when the timing feels right. Stephanie, super excited to have you. Super excited that you are part of the anthology and now speaking on stage. The stage is yours.
Thank you so much for having me. We went to the courtyard and were talking to a few people there. About 15 minutes later, a woman approached and asked us to follow her up the street and down the alley. She introduced us to some guys that were standing outside of a hallway that led to rooms that you could rent by the hour. There was a young girl there named Stephanie who had just turned 15. It wasn't immediately apparent if she was being trafficked or if she was working the streets out of poverty. That was an excerpt from a summation of a child rescue mission in Latin America a few years ago. I previously volunteered with an organization that rescued children from child sex trafficking. So obviously, I'm not the Stephanie that was rescued in that scenario, but in another way I was. I couldn't read any more of the summation past that point because I broke down in a spectacularly epic fashion and finally admitted to having been trafficked when I was a teen. I felt so much shame and disgust, and as a mother myself, I was just absolutely horrified about what had happened to me. And when all that inner turmoil just calmed a little slightly, I realized that I had to transition from being a survivor, overcome my past, and to shed the guilt and shame that I did not own. In order to do that, I had to take an inventory list of trauma. I have to face it all, starting from the very beginning. And it's an exhaustive list. And you'll need to get the book for that, but I'll go over some of the bigger areas today. As an infant and a child, I was sexually abused, physically abused, verbally abused, and emotionally manipulated. I'll never forget when I was about 8 years old, there was an argument between family members. It was supposed to be a really super happy occasion. My mother just announced she was having another baby, but instead, the abuse I was suffering was the subject of the argument. Concern over the next child being potentially subjected to the same treatment that I had been suffering. That's when I knew what was happening to me was not normal, that it was wrong, that people knew, and no one cared enough to help me. The worst thing about betrayal is that it's so devastating because it only comes from the people that you love and trust the most. I was trafficked as a young teen, and I was told to be nice and forced to spend a significant amount of time with a man over the age of 50 who just happened to be paying our rent, preventing us from being homeless. Again, and that's a burden that no child should have to face. Transitioning from an abused child to an abused wife was just exchanging one type of chaos and abuse for another, but it's different. But it was easy to think that I was doing better, but subconsciously the emotional roller coaster, the trauma, the abuse, it was so hauntingly and comfortingly familiar because it's all I had ever known. And I didn't know that there was a better or healthier way of life. My ex-husband was a serial philanderer, incredibly emotionally abusive and manipulative, financially abusive. I had 3 miscarriages during that marriage and 2 wonderful children that survived. I suffered several chronic illnesses due to the stress. When I finally had enough, exhausted every option to prevent my children from having a broken home. And after finding out about yet another affair where my earnings were used to buy her gifts while I was skipping meals to make sure the bills could be paid, I decided I just had to be done and done for good because it was the only thing left that I hadn't tried. The abuse escalated quickly and incredibly dangerously at that point. He would break in the house, steal things like my birth certificate, and just to terrorize me. I now have a protective order on him due to his attempts to rape and kill me. I mean, spoiler alert, I'm here, so I didn't die, but I did realize, standing in my closet with my hands up, staring down the barrel of a firearm, that I certainly had not been living. I was once again a victim, just barely surviving. But I had a lot to live for, my children, their future. And somewhere along the way, I had forgotten that I was important too. After that ordeal, I took a long, hard look at my life, what people expected of me, what I was told my life was going to be like, what it should be like. And then I just decided out of spite that I wasn't going to be bound by any of that. Why should I trust the voices of the people who hurt and betrayed me the most? And how could I? Because they destroyed their own credibility and importance in my life. At that point, I had no support system. What friends were left after years of isolation were forced to pick sides, and family didn't want to be involved for fear of retribution. So I only had me. I literally had nothing left to lose. So I just decided to start my entire life over, both professionally and personally. Clean slate, everything. I had me, and I had survived this long, and that would be enough. There's a big mental shift when I decided, and it was a conscious decision that my life was mine to direct. And after the things that I'd been through, I finally decided that I deserve more. I deserve better. And then I thought about what I wanted my life to look like and just went to work on that. I spent a couple years in therapy, focused on trauma responses from years of abuse and terror of my ex-husband. I thought I'd done enough work to be able to enjoy a partnership. And then this is kind of where life gets tricky again. I thought I'd met someone who shared my same values and beliefs, someone who could be a life partner. And I opened up to this person and told him all the ways that my ex-husband hurt and abused me. And then he did them perfectly. I see now that I hadn't done thorough enough work and ended up in yet another abusive partnership. So the trick for me with this one is to give myself a little bit of credit for leaving sooner than I did with my ex-husband and offering myself compassion and forgiveness. You've heard a lot of the other speakers today talk about extending grace. And we do that so freely for other people, yet we so seldom do that for ourselves. Forgiving yourself after a betrayal of your own boundaries and learning to trust yourself after that is something that I'm still working on today. And there are also things that I've learned from this most recent experience. Healing isn't a destination. It's a lifelong journey. Throughout this process, I'm able to see more patterns in my life that need to be addressed. I'm not a psychologist, but I can see the traits that all the men, both personally and professionally, have in my life appear to align with some sociopathic, narcissistic, or bipolar personality traits or behavior responses. I'm not qualified to diagnose anyone, so I just prefer to utilize the term extreme takers. I'm fully committed to restarting my life again. This work includes going as far back as possible to the initial onset of trauma, spending as much time as I need to because I deserve better than the life that I've accepted this far. There's no timeline on healing. It really is a lifelong journey, and I accept that now because I know I'm up for the challenge. I'm choosing to dig deeper than I ever have before, consistently going to counseling, and part of that includes reparenting myself. And I initially thought that meant that I might have to carry around a doll named Stephanie and talk to it. And I'll admit, like, I'm so committed to this that I would do it because I'm not holding back on me anymore. The familiarity of trauma and domestic abuse needs to be evicted from my life permanently once and for all. Extreme boundaries are required to protect against extreme takers. Along with that, learning to love life again, trying new activities, making new friends, even contributing to this book. And the reason for that is really twofold. One is to get it out, to shed some light on the dark spot marring my soul, because nothing that stays hidden can be healed. And two, I sincerely hope that by sharing my story, I can inspire someone to choose better for themselves, to give them some hope. What they've endured doesn't have to be it for them. Because if I can do it, I'm certain that anyone can. There's literally nothing remarkable about me. I come from an impoverished, broken family. We were homeless most often, moving in the middle of the night, occasionally living with family or in government housing. I started off with zero advantages in life. I was the result of a teenage pregnancy, and I didn't even meet my biological father until I was a teen. By the time I was a legal adult, I had already endured more trauma than most people do in an entire lifetime. The cards were all stacked against me. I come from a long line and a multitude of generational traumas. A transitional character is one who in a single generation changes the entire course of a lineage. Your own personal experience growing up, what you're dealing with at present, does not have to define your future. Generational trauma, for instance, sexual abuse or domestic violence going on for decades, does not have to continue to rinse and repeat. You never really know who's watching you for guidance. So commitment to my healing journey is as much for me as it is to set an example for my children. And maybe somebody watching this. There's several cycles that I've broken. Both of my children have the same father. I graduated high school and continued to college. I now have a master's degree. I'm an entrepreneur with several successful businesses. I have a good relationship with my children, and I'm working on being a better version of myself every day. So again, if I can choose better for myself and make my own way, I'm without a doubt anyone is capable of doing the same. All you have to do is just believe you deserve more, that you deserve better. Choose to do the work and show up for yourself every single day. You can redirect, refocus, restart as many times as you need to learn everything you can along the way. I feel like I'm on my third restart to life, but it just gets better every time. And I'm so excited for this one that I'm in the middle of creating, because this time I'm doing it with the knowledge from my last restart, but a support system in place, a community, people that are there to support me, to motivate me. My past doesn't define me. Has it shaped me? Absolutely. My past has shown me that I'm strong, that I'm resilient, that I'm caring, that I can do better, that I can be better and have healthier and a more fulfilling life. That if I'm committed to it every day, it will come. I'm fully accepting of the karma coming to me for escaping abuse. Rebuilding and healing is exciting. The renewed sense of self, the calmness, feeling of wholeness, the deep self-love and self-worth. I just wish that beautiful karma for everyone. I've come to see that extreme takers naturally gravitate to extreme givers. And while I love that I'm a giver, I need to learn to give to me first, so there's less for an extreme taker to take. I am so incredibly grateful that I've chosen not to allow the trauma and the hardships harden me. I've had some tough lessons, but I'm still kind, caring, and authentic with both my successes and my struggles. So my future with the work I'm doing now is just going to be even more fulfilling than ever. I hope to help give people hope that they can change their circumstances. And this just feels really soul fulfilling to me. My relationships with my children, even more enriched than now, the more I fall in love with myself and the life I'm creating inherently will just carry on professionally, as well as open the door for new opportunities. So this year's entire goal for me is to fall so madly in love and in complete acceptance of my whole self, especially the parts of me that I mistakenly believed or thought of as broken, damaged, or unlovable. Giving myself the unconditional love and acceptance that I've so freely given others. Because as an extreme giver, I'm choosing now to give to someone who appreciates it. To me. I no longer feel like it's selfish, but necessary and well-deserved, because wholeness is how I intend to thrive. I realized during this process how many times I've had an inkling that this isn't right, or I want a better life, or I want more out of life, and wished that instead that little voice, I would have listened to it a lot sooner. But the only reason it wasn't louder is because I didn't think I deserved it. I see how many times I've given the benefit of the doubt to others and denied that to myself. By treating myself like someone I love, exactly as I am right now at this point on my healing journey, is the very best thing that I can do, not only for myself, but as the example I need to set for my children. You know, maybe somebody here feels captive to similar circumstances. Maybe somebody you know is suffering something heart-wrenching, some kind of abuse, maybe something like I found myself in. So I'll leave you with this. You are not defined by the horrible things that have happened to you. You are valuable and your potential is limitless. You can decide, just like I have, that instead of being a victim, that you can and will be a victor. You can't control other people, but we can control what we decide to do. Life is a journey, and being at the will of our own lives is sure of a hell of a lot better than letting somebody drive us into a ditch to suffer. The journey of healing always begins by taking the first step. Choose you. You are worth it. There are more people rooting for you than you realize. If you'd like to follow along on my journey, my website is iamstephaniemiller.com. Thank you.
Yay, Stephanie. Make sure you put your website in the chat so the people via Zoom can go to your website. And, you know, I met you a couple years back and you spoke at Unsilenced Voices event. And I just remember you inspiring the entire crowd with your story, with your survival story, but really with your resiliency. And I love it that you said healing isn't a destination, right? It is a journey. And I love that when you said that. Absolutely amazing. And I'm so proud of you and so excited that you are part of Breaking the Silence. So great job, Stephanie.
It's an honor to be here. Thank you so much.
Thank you. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving along today. Can't believe it's already noon Eastern time. It feels earlier, right? And these amazing speakers are transformational. They are authentic and transparent. And I think that that is what it's going to take in order to move the needle in the direction that we need to go for humanity. And transparency and authenticity is super important in order to create relationships and build relationships and to be able to serve and help. So this next lady that I get to introduce on stage, she has a story that I remember when I interviewed her, I was like, wow, right? She's been interviewed on multiple different platforms. She's been able to tell her story, and we are just super excited that Jan is here. So Jan Canty is a native Detroiter. She is a psychologist, writer, photographer, educator, consultant, podcast host, and cancer survivor. She holds a terminal degree in psychology as well as a postdoctoral fellowship from the Wayne State University School of Medicine, Department of Family Medicine in Detroit. It was in the last month of her fellowship training that her life pivoted. The stormy evening of July 13th, 1985, her spouse of 11 years failed to return. His body parts were eventually unearthed from a shallow grave in northern Michigan near Petoskey. And she was called back to identify them at the Wayne County morgue. John Carl Fry and Dawn Marie Spence were eventually convicted. So began her 30-year redacted life. Jan, I'm super excited that you are here and that we get to hear your story. So the stage is yours.
Thank you for inviting me. And thank you everyone for listening in, and the other speakers too. One of the things that I hear as a theme throughout all of our presentations is that we've all had trauma, we all share stigma, we all share fear, and it is not unique. It's common to all of our stories. And the same goes for people that are labeled homicide survivors. I know that's a strange term for many people because you cannot survive a homicide. And the very fact that a lot of people have not heard that term is an indication of just how far in the dark we are by choice. We hide in the corner. People that have to cope with the aftermath of murder don't want attention. We're thrust into the spotlight and we don't like it. So we hide. in addition, people pull away from us that know us very well. In the end, we end up pretty isolated. And as Michelle said in my interview, in my introduction, I did not speak of this for 30 years. I led a redacted life and nobody around me. I moved several times, changed my name because the media had been so invasive to the point where I wanted nothing to do with people if I could have avoided it. They were so invasive and insensitive. And as our previous speaker said, I didn't want to be a case. I was a living person with a story that I kept inside of me for many, many years. There were several events that happened in 1 week to change all that. And when I finally decided to step out and deal with what had happened, I had pent up so much determination that I have been on a roll ever since. I have developed a podcast for other so-called homicide survivors. I have written 2 books. This is the most recent one. If you can see it, it's called What Now? Navigating the Aftermath of Homicide and Suicide. Because there is no blueprint for what to do. And it hits you with a ton of bricks when you get that death notification. The media quickly descends. You have investigators to deal with. And there is it's a very, very steep learning curve. And it's very splintered. The people that you rely on for help or that you are forced to interface with don't talk to each other. So you're in the center, you're the cog in this wheel, and there is so much learning, so much to do all at once without much of a blueprint. So that was my intention for writing that reference book. And I also want to, in so doing, bust some of the myths surrounding the aftermath of homicide. I want to give you just a couple here. One, that if you were to watch TV like Law and Order, you would believe that we have a day in court, and that is really not true. 97% of homicides today are adjudicated with a plea bargain. And one of the difficulties with a plea bargain is that it's a lesser sentence. And secondly, there's no Q&A. We don't learn anything. We go into court, they agree to the plea bargain, and they're marched away, leaving us with a great deal of unknowns that we would have otherwise known had there been a court case. The other big myth is that there is such thing as closure. Attorneys like to, in particular, toss that term around, that our day in court gives us closure. Well, as I said a moment ago, we don't have a day in court. Only 3% of the time is there a trial. And so closure evades us. And sometimes people believe that if they haven't achieved closure, something is wrong with them. But it is a life-changing event, and it follows you, it changes you for the rest of your life. And that is one of the realities of most traumas that you'll hear the other speakers talk about too. It is a journey, it is lifelong. And the other myths that surround us is that we get a lot of help from people in the community. And while there are some that do, it also brings us into a great deal of exploitation. I have been focused recently on the exploits of funeral directors and the activities which they will engage in to exploit us financially. The media exploits us. We become a case, and they are so invasive. It is hard to imagine being in the whirlwind. They interrupted my husband's funeral to the point where I left early. They published a map to my house on the front of the Detroit News, linking my home with the place of the murder. They were there at the preliminary exam, which I was subpoenaed to go to. And I understood from watching what was going on that they were going to be at the trial as well. I was one of the few that did have a trial. So I elected not to go because I did not want to be a part of it. Crime scene cleanup companies also come in and exploit us financially. There's just a lot of people that are on the sidelines that look at us as a case or look at us as a source of revenue. there is a great deal that is not known about homicide survivors. And my podcast is trying to expose that and get people talking, coming out of the corners and connecting, because connection is the key. That's why I think this book is important. We each have a unique journey, but we all have common denominators. The aftermath of any trauma, murder, or rape, or any other adverse event can be the source point to pivot. It can, in time and with support, launch you into another dimension. And when we pay it forward, when we help others who are struggling in the same way that we struggled, it's unstoppable. It has its own reinforcement. And that's why speaking out against the aftermath of homicide is so important to me. You know, if you listen to so-called true crime podcasts, or if you watch documentaries on television about true crime, we are in the background, sometimes by choice, but we are not a case. We are living, breathing people that have to live with the aftermath of that homicide for the rest of our life. And true crime does not present that. Instead, it glorifies the deed itself as well as the perpetrator. And that's something I would like to stop, because we are more than a case. We are more than a story. And together we can do that. I want to reinforce this by one of my favorite quotes. It's by Helen Keller. And she has said that although the world is full of suffering, it is also filled with the overcoming of it. And I believe that. I didn't know how hard it was going to be, but I did it. And living in silence, as I did for 30 years, is not the optimal choice. It's a necessary. I think I needed to have time away and to move and to reinvent my life, but it is not the end point. Connection was. And I have learned a great deal from my podcast interviewees. And if I can give back to those that are still suffering in silence, that is my goal. And so if you would like, I will post my website here. It talks about my other book as well, called A Life Divided, which is my true crime memoir. But together with our voices raised, we become a chorus, and that's why we're here. And I want to thank everybody who's participating. And I want to thank everybody who will participate, those of you that are listening, because together we're unstoppable. And thank you for being here as a part of this.
Yay. So I have a couple of follow-up questions for you, Jan. And
Sure.
I love it that you said that everyone is unstoppable. That's how you ended this, because we are unstoppable. And especially when we come together and hold each other up, then we can accomplish whatever we put our minds to. You said that living in silence is not an optimal choice, right? And unfortunately, many of us, if you're watching on Facebook, if you are here in the live Zoom, if you are a speaker, there have been times in our lives where we have lived in silence. So Jan, is there a way for you to expound on that and how it's made you feel to finally break that silence?
And I guess in a word, I would say liberating. It became second nature after doing it for so many years. And I did not understand how the price I was paying for being quiet. I was so used to it. I would check my words. It was little things, like you go to see a new doctor and you fill out the form about your medical history and they would say, check one of the boxes. Are you married, widowed, divorced, separated, whatever? And I would always say that I was married because I had become remarried, never checked the box on widowhood. And I would check my words also when people would bring up true crime stories in the news. In fact, that was one of the things that changed my life, is that we had a coworker that was missing and it was all talked about. And people were coming up to me and saying, can you imagine having a family member missing? And I'd say, oh no, I can't imagine that. And inside of me, I was like, of course I can imagine that. I lived it. And I began to feel not authentic. I began to feel like a phony. I began to question like, why am I doing this? I don't have to live in silence anymore. And that same day, we had a speaker at work, a physician, who was talking about a topic that wasn't super relevant, but one of the side comments he made, which I'll never forget, he said, people who live in silence over time pay a price physically. And that just took the wind out of me because I had just been diagnosed with cancer. Now there's a connection, I'll never know, but it certainly gave me pause to think about what he said. So I went back to my office, and the third part of that was I looked over at my shelves of books, and I had a favorite shelf, and they were all books about people who had survived some form of trauma and came out and talked about it. And I thought, if they can do it, I can do it. It's time. And I had to, it was like trying, I don't know if you've ever driven a stick shift that doesn't want to work, but that's what it felt like. I couldn't quite get it in reverse. It was clunky. I had to jam it in reverse, learn to back up, learn to start being in drive again. It was very awkward, very unnerving to do at first. But I got my wings, I got wind of it, and I was able to do it, and now can comfortably speak on the topic of not just my own husband's murder, but the multiple stories I've heard from my guests. My podcast is now heard in 24 countries. That gives you an idea of the breadth of this problem. I'm already recording for my 5th season, which starts in January 24. There are so many people whose voices need to be heard. And I am in awe of them. I am grateful to them. And they have all learned that living in silence isn't the way to go either. It takes a lot of guts to step up to the microphone, but they do it, and they do it with grace. And I'm very appreciative, as I am, for this opportunity today.
That's awesome, Jan. And putting that stick, I mean, when you spoke about that, I just remember grinding gears, right? Because that's what we do in the beginning. We grind those gears in order to get it out. And Jan, what you talked about, where your body still holds on to that ailment, when we silence ourselves, it actually does come out in physical and emotional ailments, autoimmune disorders, chronic fatigue, and diseases. It's so important to release that trauma, release those experiences by, either verbal communication, movement therapy. There's all forms of different modalities that you can use and utilize. However, it is so important to do so. So Jan, I am so excited that you are a part of this amazing event, but amazing book, and excited that you are able to get your voice out there so that you can encourage other people to do the same.
Thank you for the platform to do so.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, we are still going. We are only about halfway done with the day, and we've got some amazing speakers coming up, including former Attorney General of the state of Nevada, George Chanos. He will be speaking in roughly an hour and a half. So make sure you guys stay on and stay engaged. I'm very excited to introduce this next speaker. I remember interviewing her as well. And the first time she spoke, our co-host, which unfortunately, she couldn't make it today, but I am going to give her a shout out, Pearl Chirenza. I remember when Pearl heard her story, Pearl was like, oh my gosh, but she is really a voice for what you can do in spite of or because of your experiences and not allowing them to define you. So Lena Sabula was born and raised in post-USSR Ukrainian iron mining town. She has struggled in poverty trying to survive. She is a drug addiction and human trafficking survivor. Today, Lena is a wife and mother of 3 beautiful children. She is an author of a spiritual autobiography called Miraculous. It's raw and transparent account of her life chronicles. A portion of the proceeds goes directly to Fight for Freedom to support survivors of trafficking, and Zonta International to create a better world for women and girls. Lena is a social justice advocate, professional public speaker, and host of Love and Be Loved podcast, currently working on Christian leadership coaching certification with Western Ontario District, PA of California. Through her brand, Lena is sharing the good news of God's love and creating awareness about the reality of human trafficking. Lena, super excited to have you, and the stage is yours, baby girl. Ooh.
Thank you so much for having me. Honestly, listening these amazing stories, and I'm so blessed and privileged to be with these amazing people who create awareness and talking about trauma and overcoming, because we're all suffering, we all struggle through our life, and talking about the silence too, because I would never have imagined that after 20 years, almost like 2 decades of silence, I would be standing on stage in front of hundreds of people and my story gonna be broadcasted all over social media. Because before, like in the past, I believed that it was the story of shame, of guilt, of condemnation and trauma. But today I know that it's God's story of salvation, of overcoming adversity, of thriving. So I was born and raised in Ukraine, and my parents really struggled in their marriage. So they became alcoholics and lost well-paid jobs. Our home was infested with cockroaches, mice, black mold, and the government turned off the electricity and hot water for outstanding bills. So we really struggle in poverty, and I was really hungry all the time. I was literally starving. So I was raised in a home full of strangers who brought booze and drugs, but was for me opportunity to eat. So I was always around. So my parents didn't do anything to protect me. So from the early age, I became the target, and I was drugged and raped in the basement of my apartment numerous times. So when things couldn't get, I literally thought it couldn't get any worse. 1 month before my 15th birthday, I woke up with severe abdominal pain. Scared and confused, I realized I was in labor. I didn't know I was pregnant, and I didn't know who her father was. She died 3 months later from health complication, my little baby, and I was carrying her casket to the cemetery in my arms. And for the next 20 years, this image has plagued my mind, my soul. So I look for heavy drugs to medicate my pain, because I suffer with depression, anxiety, and panic attacks. And it's like with alcohol and drugs, it was easier to be high than to feel worthless, abandoned, and broken and hopeless. I turned to heroin because honestly, it was just helped me to numb these thoughts that was full of guilt, shame, and condemnation. So then years went by. I don't remember much, but I remember this almost awakening when I saw people dying around me and who went to jail. And I was so desperate and in despair. I needed change. But there's no change for people like me. I was heroin street junkie. There's no hopes, no dreams, no help coming from anywhere. And then one day, through one of our mutual friends, I met this lady, and she brought me to her house, and she offered me fancy coffee and sweets, and she was compassionate and kind, and she was very wealthy. And I was so impressed. But on top of it, I felt safe, because a long time people did not pay attention to me this way. So she offered me a job, not specific, just a job. So I was eager to escape. So I agreed. Her team went to work, and still on heavy drugs. I vaguely remember a report or how I got through customs. I'll never know. And just one morning I woke up hearing Muslim prayer, Allahu Akbar, ran out. I was so confused and terrified, and I actually realized that rich, nice looking lady sold me into human trafficking into foreign country. I find out I was in Cairo, Egypt, and I was forced to crawl under the barbed wire to enter into Israel. So I was bought by the family business, and like I've been sold into brothel and been bought by family business. And it was very important what place you end up in, because the girls who came with me, they got missing, some of them died, lots of people we never heard about them. But although it was a horrible situation, but compared to my home, it was kind of upgrade for me, because by default, I quit heroin. And actually people don't quit heroin because they don't want to, because actually your body shuts down all the organs and mostly you die. Now I know that by the grace of God, I survived. And what happened is, so now I was clean, I was fed, I was dressed, nobody could beat me or rape me. So that was an upgrade. And another amazing part that I had bodyguards. So one of my bodyguards in the brothel shared the good news of God's love with me. And it's interesting because he took me to Jerusalem to pray at the Wailing Wall. And I knew at that moment that people like me don't deserve mercy, but God heard my prayers, and it's planted that seed of faith that actually I saw the wrongdoing and I want to leave. And trust me, guys, in most cases, you would never leave this kind of situation alive unless you have been rescued. There's another miracle, because by the grace of God, almost 2 years later, they let me go to go back home to Ukraine. So I thought I would build a new life, because I saved up some money. I was already imagining buying little apartment and have a normal life and a job. But one of my bodyguards, another guy who was like a brother to me, cheated me out of all my possessions. And my trustworthy aunt stole and spent all my money. So I was devastated, because I trusted them. And it was so hard for me to actually trust people, as you can imagine. And they broke my heart again and again. So I was just so broken. I turned to what was familiar and become a junkie again. But this time I was actually right hand of #1 drug dealer in my city, because I needed to have drugs. But by default, I had unlimited amount of drugs, money, and influence. But then I realized it's so not safe, because I'm gonna end up in a cemetery, because I'm gonna die of overdose, or I'm gonna end up in jail, or I'm gonna be murdered, you know? And there was so many cases in my city like that. So I wasn't like just imagining that this might happen. So I don't know. I think it's a miracle again, but I actually quit heroin second time, cold turkey, and I survived. I didn't know what to do. So I sold myself in human trafficking, this time willingly again. Why wouldn't I? That's all I knew. The body was the commodity, and it's helped me. And that's how my mind was working. It was no sacred, no special, no precious to me. But this time they actually trafficked me to Canada. I end up on heroin and coke and alcohol and crack and all this stuff again. But here in Canada, I was over 20 years old. Somebody told me that I have human rights. Do you understand how bizarre is this, that I didn't know that I have human rights? So I saw the opportunity. I knew that I have a paper trail here, and I knew that if something happened, police can back me up. And I took it. I escaped. I lived in fear probably next 10 years of my life here, looking over my shoulder, practicing phrases like "get away from me," "help me," "call 911," and all this kind of stuff. But I was free. And I live in shelter, and I learn English from level 0. Then I apply to government credit cosmetology course, and I finished 1 year and became a hairstylist. And I was hairstylist for over 14 years, and I owned the hair salon for 2 more years. But I heard God saying, this is not the job you should be doing. And what's interesting, while I was working as a hairstylist, I was writing my manuscript, and that was my therapy. And sometimes survivors or people who have a trauma have no voice. That's why writing, it's an amazing tool. Sometimes we can not say this out loud for a first time, but if you guys need help, write somebody a letter. You don't have to be writing books or memoirs, you write letter and give it person that you trust, and you can share with them, and they can start on some strategy to help you. That's one thing that I want you to know. You are never alone. There is you don't need the army of people, one trusted person. Just think carefully, and he is there. Just make that first move to share. So I closed my business and I published my spiritual autobiography called Miraculous, My Journey from Hell to Heaven. And it changed my life. It changed my life to look back from a new perspective, from today, while I'm safe and redeemed and loved and forgiven and have my own beautiful, healthy family. And again, it took a while. It's been over 20 years. So if you still in the process of healing, don't think it's gonna happen like that. You don't have to have a due date on healing. Just follow your own process and your own path. So that's what happened. I reconciled with myself. I reconciled with my family by writing that manuscript. And in 2011 at Alpha Course, I give my life to Christ. And again, like Michelle said, today I'm a wife and a mother of 3 beautiful children. And it took therapy and counseling and coaches and self-awareness. It has a process that it's still changing me, but I definitely not who I was before. And I have my podcast as well, Love and Beloved. I have an amazing guest. That's what I want. I want people to share their story to encourage and inspire others. And yes, I would like to finish with this. And based on what I've shared with you today, I want to leave you with my favorite quote by Marianne Williamson. Our deepest fear is not that we are inadequate. Our deepest fear is that we are powerful beyond measure. We ask ourselves, who am I to be brilliant, gorgeous, talented, fabulous? Actually, who are you not to be? We were born to make manifest of the glory of God that is within us. And as we let our own light shine, we give other people permission to do the same. So my light shine bright these days. Now it's time for you to shine yours upon the world too.
It is. It's so important to be able to shine our light. I remember I remember speaking at an event in Las Vegas, and I remember I wanted to say this from stage without reading it, but memorizing this. So I spent about an hour just going over this and over this and over this. But it's so accurate and so true, because we should not dim our lights so that we can encourage other people. We need to shine our lights bright so that we can lift other people up. And Lena, your story is very, very impactful and very powerful. Very excited to get into your chapter. We're in the process of editing chapters right now, ladies and gentlemen. So it's there's a lot going on, but very, very excited, because when you speak about it, people are floored. Oh my gosh, how did this happen? How, you were 14 years old when you had your baby. And that is just insane. The thing is this happens in societies around the globe, and we need more people like Lena to speak up, more people to tell their stories. So I think it's so empowering that you do so. And it's great that you're a hairstylist. I wish you lived closer to me.
Yes, you know what? I think what really you said, like, oh, it's insane that it happens, insane that I actually speak about this right now and thinking that it happens in the movie, not with me, because I'm so healed with my mind, body, and my soul. And I think I'm an amazing mom. I think I'm an amazing wife and a housekeeper. I learned all these things, and I always look about improving myself and making better and dealing with the trauma. And I want people to see this today, but without our past, you cannot see how much person can overcome. And that's what I want to offer, hope that there's the chance to have and love and peace and joy and wholeness again after everything you've seen and done, after any trauma that you encounter. I'm so grateful that God allowed me to survive everything, because whatever you name it, it happened to me. So you cannot say it's impossible for me, because like the guest previously said about, if she can do it, I can do it. Because when I heard somebody speaking about abuse from the stage, it's floored me and it's inspired me. And I thought, if she can stay and say that, and she look like this and feel like that and have a passion, I can do it as well. So I hope and pray that people are gonna be inspired and take the next step. And if you guys want to learn more about myself, I have a website, lenacibula.ca. There's amazing resources about human trafficking and about church and different podcast episodes. So wherever you need help, you can reach out, and definitely get the book, because honestly, it's going to be so many amazing, inspiring stories. And if you have someone who goes through the struggle, just share this book with them, because sometimes like awareness, it's number one. But people like who going through like domestic violence, abuse, and something like that, sometimes it feels like so alone. So when you share the stories of survivor, that helps someone to feel that they part of something bigger, that it's not about them, this is happening to them, but they're still worthy of love, grace, and peace.
Awesome. So make sure you put your information in the chat. Somebody is already asking for it now. So that's wonderful. And Lena, thank you so much. So much.
Thank you so
And
much.
like she said, you can pre-order the book. So make sure, I have my assistant, Ira, who's absolutely amazing. I do want to shout out for her. She doesn't like to come on camera, but I am doing a shout out for her. She's putting all the information for pre-ordering the book, for Legacy Camp, for speaking at our November Winter Summit, and for the 2024 book collaboration. So if you have any questions, you can reach out to her, you can reach out to me, but there is the link for the pre-sale, and there is also Lena's information. Thank you so much.
I don't know what happened. Ay. Can you hear me?
Oh no, I think Tina is frozen.
I'm coming back.
Okay, that's all right. We can still talk for a couple of minutes because that's what this is, right? So we are a few minutes behind schedule. And the reason we are a few minutes behind schedule is I know a handful of you had a hard time with the Zoom link this morning. So I apologize about that. I don't know what happened. Eventbrite and Zoom were supposed to communicate together, but you know what? Technical difficulties do not mean that the show does not go on, right? We have to continue moving forward despite all of the obstacles that we have to face. So super excited about being here. I think Tina is probably not going to be able to get back on. So I'm gonna unmute. Okay, perfect. So now I am very, very excited. I get to share with you my story. So a lot of you know who I am, and a lot of you may not know who I am. I know our handful of authors who are still here. They've heard bits and pieces of my story, and I know that some of the audience members, so especially those on Facebook, I know some of you have listened and heard, but I just feel really honored to be surrounded by these amazing people, men and women, being able to speak up. Because I remember when there was a time that I couldn't speak up, when I felt that my voice was silenced, and that I thought that I was living the life that I was meant to live, and there was nothing better because I allowed somebody else to control my thoughts. I allowed somebody's words to affect how I felt and how I felt about myself. Before we go into all of that, I'd love to give you a little backstory of where I came from. I was born in a small town in North Idaho to two amazing parents. I didn't experience abuse growing up. My mom and dad rarely ever yelled at each other, let alone lift their hands to one another. You know, I heard stories of my mom throwing tantrums, but never any form of abuse. My mom and dad are no longer with us today, and my mommy and my daddy were my biggest cheerleaders in life. And just like Lena was saying earlier, God is with you. And I believe that those people that you love that are no longer on this planet are still with you. And I hear them say, go girl, go, all the time. So I am still honored to be Wendy and William's daughter. And I remember my mom always used to push me to go after whatever it is I wanted. So growing up, I wanted to be an Olympic athlete, and then I wanted to be a varsity cheerleader and work my way up. And then there was this time in my life that I wanted something even more. I was attracted to the glitz and glamour of Hollywood. I was attracted to the stage. I wanted to be able to portray characters on a stage and in front of a camera that have gone through turmoil and then been able to overcome on the way out. So what's interesting is I didn't realize my life was going to go that direction, but I used to watch the movie The Hours. I don't know if any of you have ever seen that. And I wanted to be Nicole Kidman because I love Nicole Kidman and I love everything that she does. So when I was 18, 19 years old, I decided I'm going to pack my bags. I went to 1 year of college and I'm going to move my happy little butt from North Idaho all the way down to Hollywood, California. Now, growing up, my daddy was military, so I am used to change. I'm used to moving around a lot. So I didn't understand that moving was not normal for people. I typically don't stay in a place or even an apartment for longer than 3 years. I like change, and that is because of me moving around so much. However, I didn't understand that moving so much as a child affected not only my personality, but the perspective I have of myself. So growing up, I would make friends easily and then unmake friends and have to remake friends because we moved to a new school, a new town, a new city, a new state. Oftentimes from Vermont to Idaho or from Hawaii to Portland, Oregon. And we learned, when I say we, my brother and I both learned, in order to make friends and keep those friends, we started to say yes to things that we didn't need to say yes to. Growing up, I like to party. I still like to party. If you know me, I love fun. I really believe faith, family, fun is the way that life is supposed to go. However, growing up, when I was offered marijuana, when I was offered ecstasy, when I was offered anything, I would say yes to it. And that is how I started to numb myself. And I numbed the neglect. I numbed the little girls and little boys' voices saying, "Who are you? Why are you here? You can't play with us." And when I moved and packed my bags to Hollywood, California, I was still susceptible to that. So when I first got to California, this is something that I don't often share on stage or even live. When I first got to Cali, I was offered this white substance that I said yes to. And thus began my cocaine addiction for 2.5 years. And I remember lying high on cocaine, looking up at a ceiling fan, talking to that ceiling fan, just saying, I want a way out. If there's somebody up there, if you are up there, if you exist, God, help me. And I heard an answer. And then I was able to recover, and I was able to develop a relationship with Christ that I never had before. And what's interesting is when Christians become Christians, they think that their life is going to be all hunky-dory, but that is not what happens. You are attacked even more. So I was able to be sober. However, I was still pursuing acting. I ended up meeting somebody who I thought was my Prince Charming, this blonde-haired, blue-eyed boy who swept me off my feet. And he sent me gifts and flowers and took me to sporting events and took me to concerts, and I fell in love with him. I fell in love with the idea of love. I don't know if any of you can relate to that, but I love love. I still love love. And the first time my head went through the wall, I didn't understand it was domestic violence. The first time he had pushed me so hard that my head didn't bounce, but I literally put a huge indentation in the drywall. I thought to myself, oh no, what's wrong with him? Why did he do that? Did I do something wrong? Was it me? Did I trigger him? Oh, he must be stressed because of work. I didn't think to myself, Michelle, run, Michelle, leave. I don't know if you've ever been in a situation where you hear yourself, Stacy talked about this earlier. You're screaming, your subconscious is screaming at you to do something different than what you are actually getting yourself involved with. And I ended up staying with that abuser for 4 years. And during those 4 years, I endured not only psychological manipulation, emotional abuse, physical violence, sexual abuse, financial abuse. I used to get yelled at and beat for going to the grocery store and spending $200. I multiple times was beat for over 4 hours, where I should have died. This one time in particular, I remember rolling off of the bed, and his favorite thing to do was to strangle me with one of his hands and put his fingers of his other hand in my mouth under my tongue and press so hard that I bled. And I remember breaking free from him and rolling to the ground. And I said, God, please forgive him. He doesn't know what he's doing. And his answer was, God isn't going to protect you now. And at that moment, and at that time in my life, I really believed that that was the best I could get, because the words that he had told me were, I wasn't going to find anyone else. See, on the outside, he was this charmer, right? There's a Jekyll and Hyde in domestic violence. And he used to volunteer with kids and volunteer at schools. And he made great money and worked with a bunch of people who just put him on a pedestal. He was one of the youngest people that had his own business, that had many partners. And behind closed doors, he was a monster. And unfortunately, that monster is what I saw so often. But you reach a breaking point. And for me, I reached that breaking point where I had found out that he was having affairs on me. And subconsciously, I said, okay, I'm going to stay with this man because, this is my life now. Unfortunately, I couldn't deal with it anymore, or I should say, fortunately, So when I found out about these affairs, when I found out about all of what he was doing, I just lost it. I ended up leaving and going back to Hollywood, and he had isolated me prior. But I remember sitting in front of my computer, like what we're doing now. And I just remember writing and documenting my story, wanting to get out of me what I had experienced. And I didn't know where this was going or what I was going to do with it. But with my theater background, I ended up writing and performing a 65-minute solo play about my experience called But I Love Him. When I performed that play, people started coming up to me. See, I debuted this in 2016, and my life significantly changed after that. When people started coming up to me and telling me their stories of abuse and trauma and obstacles that they've faced, not just domestic violence, not just human trafficking or sexual abuse, but depression, neglect, being confused in life, and suicide attempts. People were opening up to me on a level that I had no idea that this was where God was leading me. And I felt called to do something even more with my story. Now, there's many people on this platform right now. If you've been called to do something even more with your story, put a 1 in that chat. And that should be every single one of us, because you are called to do even more with the story that you have gone through. Now, your story doesn't define who you are. You get to choose, right? So that calling from God was me to use my voice to then start a nonprofit organization called Unsilenced Voices, which you can see behind me. And we began in West Africa. I remember beginning in Ghana and expanding then to Sierra Leone, expanding to Rwanda. And last year in the USA, we gifted over $33,000 to US survivors, domestic violence and sexual abuse and trafficking. And we are just getting started. There are so many people who need help. One of our biggest programs is called Sponsor a Survivor. And if Ira is on right now, maybe sponsораsurvivor.org. We'll go ahead and put that in the chat, and I'll put that in the chat afterwards. But there was this young girl when I first went to Sierra Leone, and this young girl, her name was Matilda. And my manager and we had met her at a bar. My manager wanted to take me to this bar to show me what was actually happening. And when he took me, he said, look at all the girls. And I looked at all the girls, and they were between 12 and 17 years old, and they were all sex workers. And he said, I want to work with the sex workers. And I said, okay, let's develop a plan. And we actually advocated for this one young lady, her name was Matilda, to go through vocational training. And we encouraged her and said, hey, do you want to get off the streets? Do you want something even more? And she said, yes. Feisty girl. Oh my goodness. She had a big, boisterous voice. And I remember the next day she met us outside the vocational training center. She was there at 6 a.m. I didn't even get there until after 8. She was just there waiting and eager because she wanted to change her life and didn't know how. We enrolled her in that vocational training center, and she had brought a friend with her. Her name was Salia Matu. And when we enrolled them, the teachers would call me and will message me on WhatsApp and complain. What are these girls doing? Why aren't they listening to us? And we encouraged the teachers to just be patient. And they were. And Matilda and Salia Matu started to grow and started to become heroes to other girls in their community. And we started to enroll even more girls and more girls. And then this one Christmas, Matilda went to her village, and she reported to our managers, and my managers reported to me that she was sick. And we found out that she wasn't just sick, she had full-blown AIDS. And we lost her shortly after that. So this program that we have for sponsораsurvivor.org, Ira, thank you so much for putting that in the chat. It's named after her. It's called Matilda's program. And what we do is we not only pay for vocational training, we give them materials, we give them a monthly stipend, counseling and medical every single month. So it's only $3.33 a day in order to sponsor a survivor. So if you are interested, please go on, because we have well over 50 girls on a wait list. So after I had started the nonprofit and after I felt that calling to do something even more, I then heard God say, go to networking events. And I was like, why? I don't want to go network with people. But I did. I listened. And isn't it interesting when you finally listen, things start happening? Well, I listened and I ended up meeting my first coach. His name was Bill Walsh. And he then stood up on stage and encouraged me to tell my story so that I could make a difference in other people's lives. See, this isn't about me. This is about us. This is about them, right? It's not about my personal story. It's about how we can encourage you to use your story to then create a legacy, to create a lasting difference, a sustainable change around epidemics around the globe. So I went through coaching with him and I went through that mentorship program and I began coaching and mentoring myself and speaking publicly in 2019. I was on a variety of different stages, and then 2020 happened and I actually was speaking in Egypt. Selena, that was so interesting that that you spoke about Egypt, because when I was there, I just remember sitting in the corner crying a lot after I got done with our event with the Women's Economic Forum, and just crying because of the way that some of the women are treated there. And I knew that I wanted to do something even more. And that is on the bucket list, is to do something even more in the Middle East and certain parts of Africa. But we got caught in Egypt coming back from 2020. And then I made it back to the US. And when I was in the US, everything shut down. So what are we supposed to do in 2020? And at that moment, I then started to do virtual events. Right. So in 2020 alone, I was on over about 100 different podcasts and virtual summits. My mentor shifted everything to virtual platforms, which was really great. But it was about giving people the platform to share their story. So now I get to coach and travel the world. However, the greatest thing of my journey is what I get to give back now. See, our team came to me about must have been 7 months ago now. I don't remember when we started the book collaboration, and said, hey, let's do this book collaboration. And I said, I don't know if I want to do it because it's a lot of work. Now, I knew that the editing process and getting closer to the time of publication was going to be the hard work. And it is. I'm not going to lie, it is. But it's so encouraging to be able to read these men and women's stories of what they've gone through and where they are in spite of or because of their experiences. We now have 20 authors in this first volume. We are launching volume 2. We have 2 of our authors actually coming back, Sue and Trent, to be able to tell a second half of their story in volume 2. We are in the process of pitching to publishers and making their voices heard even more on a broader scale. Because, you know, as a leader, you can go far when you go by yourself. But if you bring people with you, you can reach the stars. And that is what our platform is. We decided not only are we going to launch the book and do the book every single year, we are also going to be able to have these platforms where people can share their stories, encourage other people. We get thousands of people that reach out to us about their troubles, about their obstacles, their pain, their journey. And now it's about us responding to them and saying that you can do it. So if you are on this call and if you know that you have a story that you want to share, that you feel that you're called to do something even more, I want you to say yes to that calling, because when you say yes to yourself, then you are able to not only recover, but help those people around you. There are 8 billion people on this planet. Now I'm actually going a complete different way from what I was going to talk about, but I want to throw out some statistics real fast. Human trafficking is a $300 billion a year industry, 300 billion with a B, and it's growing. You'll hear from George Chanos in a little bit. He'll talk a lot about AI and what technology is doing and how that is actually benefiting traffickers. You'll hear about how in domestic violence situations, it's typically the woman. 1 in 4 women in the US, 1 in 7 men experience domestic violence. And worldwide, we're talking about 1 in 3 women worldwide experiencing this type of abuse. Now, this does not include the child sexual abuse, the child abuse. There's a book out called A Child Called It. If you've read it, it's an amazing book. If you haven't read it, I would recommend reading it. It is about, up to that date, the worst child abuse case in the state of California. And it is the child himself as an adult speaking about what happened to him. These cases are not far in between. They're happening more regularly. Now, when we start diving into the LGBTQIA communities and the transgender communities, suicide rates are up to almost 50% in the transgender communities. Why is this, right? Why are there people in our society that are hurting each other and hurting themselves? It is up to us to use our voices to make a difference, right? Out of that $300 billion in human trafficking, there's over 200,000 kids just in the United States alone being trafficked within our borders. Now, we're going to be hearing from speakers from, like we just heard, Lena, from the Ukraine. We've got Cyprus. We've got all around the world, right? Because this is a collaborative effort, and it's up to us to make a difference. So if you are interested in telling your story, if you are interested in creating a lasting legacy, we do have Legacy Camp, which begins tomorrow. Legacy Camp is an 8-week course. It is virtual, but it is live. So you actually get information on building a business, building and launching a nonprofit organization, business plans, marketing plans, tools for success. Because in order to use your voice in a business fashion, so business and nonprofit, you have to be able to brand yourself correctly. So we teach branding and breakthroughs and course creation and being able to host your own summits. I don't know if any of you out there want to host your own summits, but it's really kind of exhilarating because you get to give people a platform to not only share their stories, but to speak up. I know a former client of mine hopped on. I don't know if she's still here, Nicole. No, she hopped off. But Nicole, she worked with me in a private coaching setting, and now she's hosting her own events and making her own money from that. If you are interested in Legacy Camp, please go ahead and you can either private message me or you can go to the link. If you use the code ANGEL, you will receive the $500 off of that. But Legacy Camp begins tomorrow. So definitely need to make that decision now. Now, before I am able to introduce our next speaker, I just want to say a couple extra things. Oftentimes we go through experiences and we allow those experiences to shift us and shift us not for the better. Now, I ended up going through this course called Landmark. Now, Landmark, I'm not going to talk highly or talk negatively about it. I just learned a lot going through it. That's all I'll say. Now, while I was going through it, I learned that I created situational stories about what happened to me. So I, in my head, said that, all men are going to hurt me. I said in my head that I'm never going to be able to find the love of my life because all people are like this. I said multiple other things, but I made a story about what I had gone through. Now, what I had really gone through is I went through domestic violence. I went through drug addiction. I went through neglect when I was younger, moved around a lot. Those are facts. The stories that we create actually create how we react in the world. And I'm encouraging you to understand that they do not define you. The stories that we create around the situations that we've gone through aren't reality. We get to choose our reality. We get to choose to allow certain things in our life to identify who we are, or we get to choose not. And I encourage you to choose not, because whatever you've gone through, whatever you're going through now, you can use that story, you can use that platform to not only heal yourself, but you can heal the people around you. And it's so incredibly important to be able to speak your truth. And like Jan said earlier, if you stay silent, then it comes out in physical and emotional ailments as an adult. It's actually called adverse childhood experiences. You can go online and take your ACE test today for free. However, when you do that, then all of a sudden, at 40, 50, 60 years old, you're having trouble walking. You may have diabetes. You may develop cancer. things may have happened to you because you didn't use your voice to speak up about the trauma. So I encourage you today to use your voice to speak up, because it is so empowering and it is so healing to be able to do so. And you can do it. All right, guys. Thank you very, very much for coming on the summit. Now, that was my talk. Like I said, if you want more information, please go ahead and put your information in the chat, or you can reach out to me. You can also reach out to Ira. But I get to actually introduce our next speaker now. So our next speaker is a friend of mine, and I remember when I first met him. This is our first male speaker of the day. We actually have 3, so I'm excited. But when I first met him, we were sharing stages and working together with my first mentor, Bill Walsh. And I loved his story. He loved my story, and we would always root for each other. So it's been really encouraging to see all the wonderful things that he is doing. And I am super excited that I get to share this platform with him. So Joseph James is a veteran entrepreneur, father, international speaker, and leadership coach. Joseph has spoken in venues across the nation and has helped thousands of people redefine themselves and their approach to leadership in response to challenges in their life. After losing his father and wife within 22 days of each other, and the journey of pain his family went through, Joseph is now coaching people to be influential, self-reliant alpha leaders with an urgency to be relentless in the pursuit of high performance in every area of life. Joseph has recently remarried and continues to change and impact lives through his alpha leadership coaching and guiding individuals to lead themselves through life's challenging times and becoming even better leaders within themselves, their marriage, their family, and their business. Joseph, the stage is yours.
Hi, Michelle. Thank you so much. I'm honored to call you a friend, and thank you for allowing me to share your stage, and thank you everybody here for showing up. And I'm excited that you guys are investing in yourself to take where you've gone to a different place. And I believe that's always a better place. And Michelle, what I've been so impressed about you, and you've mentioned it, is we've always rooted for each other, you know, and even in the different parts of the world, we've always cheered for each other. We've always celebrated each other. We've always encouraged each other. And I know that you've always been the person that if I ever need anything, I can reach out to. And so thank you for your honorable friendship. And I truly highly value that. So if everybody I want to see some beautiful faces. I see a couple faces out there, but if you ladies can, I want you to come off camera. I want to see you. I want to see who's playing full out today, because I believe I have a powerful message that, like Michelle had shared, is something that when I was going through a tough time in my life, it's what I had to really lean on. And you know, it's something that changed my life. And so if y'all are there and you're ready to play full out and ready to take something away, just type a 1 in the comment real quick. Because I know today is going to be life-changing over these next 18 minutes that I have. Make sure you keep me on time, Michelle. I have the gift of gab. I want to start off telling you, and I see a couple ones in the comment. I want to start off telling you that I grew up in a very abusive home. And a quick story is, I remember coming home as a young kid. I was probably in elementary school, 3rd, 4th grade, maybe. And I remember running outside and sharing this news with my dad. And I've got my paper in my hand. I'm like, Dad, look at my test. And I'm so excited because I had poured a lot into this, even at a young age. And, you know, I was just looking for his response. And he looks at the paper and he glances at it for a couple seconds. And I'll never forget the words that came out of his mouth. And he says, an A-? You could have done better than that. And those words just shocked me, because I was just hoping and believing that my dad would have been super proud of me. I was just looking for the words of, man, I'm proud of you, son. That's such a great job. I know that you did your best. And I know that we can do even better next time. But what I got was him tearing up the piece of paper and yelling and screaming at me to go back in the house and study. And that's the life that I lived for so many years. And so I began to seek approval from my dad. I was doing anything and everything just to get him to say, I love you, son. I'm proud of you. But I never got those words. I never got those words. And I learned and grew up hating my father. Not because he was such a bad guy. I believe that he was doing the best that he could with what he had knowledge of. But as an 8-year-old, as a 9-year-old, who really understands that? We think our parents are perfect. We think they're supposed to know everything. Of course, most of us are all probably the same age, or we're definitely above the age of 25, and we're adults enough to know and understand that, you know, our parents did what they could based off of the way they were influenced, based off of the way that they learned how to parent. And normally that's the model of how they were parented as throughout their childhood. But as I begin to get older, and of course, in 2005, my mom passed away. She was only 59. And I said to myself, I'm like, man, why couldn't it have been my dad? Why did it have to be my mom? I loved my mom. But I just wanted it to be somebody else. And of course, the only person I can think of was my dad. And I began to go throughout life of just really, I continued to resent him. I continued to struggle in areas of my life and having self-belief. But before I finish that story, I want to tell you about something that really changed my life. I was sitting in an audience in an event, and I remember the speaker coming up and saying, the 2 most powerful words on earth are, and he just paused. There was quietness in the room. And then he repeated that again. The 2 most powerful words on earth are, and you heard a couple people chime in. I love you. Of course, that's 3 words, you know. And another one said, my pleasure. We all assumed that was the kid that worked at Chick-fil-A. And he finally came out and said it one more time. He said, the 2 most powerful words on earth are, and I'm sitting there thinking, and I'm like, man, what are those words? And he said this right here. He says, I am. He says, but it's everything that follows those 2 words that can change your life forever. And so going back to the story of my dad, is I was always looking for his approval, for his I'm proud of you, son, but I never got those things. Instead, I got, you're not. And I had to start changing. Once I heard those words about I am, I had to start changing the way I believed in myself, the way I thought about myself. And I began to change my history. Now, it didn't come easy, but I began to say things like, I am more than enough. I am better than what people say I am. But this is the thing that really changed my life, is when 14 years after my mom passed away, my dad died, my best friend. There was a lot of healing that took place, but it's because I would sit there and say, I am more than enough. Instead of valuing the opinion of my father, whom I did love, I started valuing the opinion of myself. But I had to start speaking those things over myself every single day. And though I thought my world was coming down on me, 22 days after my dad passed away, my wife passed away. But I had to keep on saying, I am. And this is eventually something that changed my life. And I just want to encourage you that you can change yours today too. All the hell, all the torment, all the hurt, all the trauma, all the pain that you've gone through, because I believe that pain has a purpose. See, it says in Hebrews chapter 4, verses 15, it says, for I have not a high priest who can't be touched with the feeling of our infirmities, but in all ways was acknowledged and took on pain, was always tempted. And what that's saying is that everything that we go through in life has a purpose. And when you're going through life, when you're going through those painful situations, just know and understand that it's bigger than you. See, I believe for me, my pain of of growing up in that household and growing up in the abusiveness, the verbal and physical abuse, losing my dad, losing my mom, losing my wife 22 days after my dad, that I believed that all that pain had a purpose. I just didn't know what to do with it. And so I started to begin to say these words, I am resilient. And that's the words that I have for you today is I believe that everybody here is resilient, because if you're not, you wouldn't be here. For those that are going to listen to the recording later, I believe that you're resilient people and that you want to change your life. And here's 2 ways to do that. I believe that vulnerability brings healing to you. So how could you be vulnerable? By sharing your story. And I commend everybody that's on here, especially those that have already spoken and are going to be speaking after me. It's the story, it's the vulnerability that brings healing. The more I share my story with people, and it doesn't have to be on a live broadcast. It could be with somebody you run into the store at. It could be somebody maybe being challenged with the same circumstances that you may have faced. Maybe it's something totally different. But I believe that as you share your story, healing comes to you. But here's the big kicker right here is transparency. Because vulnerability brings healing to me, but it's transparency that brings healing to other people. We're living in a world right now that everybody has fake Facebook accounts. They're teaching you how to do this and they're showing you how to do this. And it's just to gain popularity. It's just to gain money. But what we're really looking for is being authentic. Being authentic by Merriam-Webster Dictionary says we have the ability to create who we are. It means I have the ability to create whatever I want to be. Some of us have lived in pain for a very long time. Some of us have had challenges getting out of it. And then people like Michelle are using her story to change lives. And I believe that everyone here has a powerful story. Everybody here has those challenges. And so for me, I knew I had to dig deep. I knew I had to pull that leader out that was already inside of me. I call it the alpha leader, not being dominating, not being ruling over people, but alpha simply being first and leadership being second, the leading of as in serving other people. And so as I begin to pull that out of me, God began to take me on a completely different path. And with that, not only came leadership coaching, but also came a beautiful woman in my life. And together we share our story of how she had a narcissistic relationship and was married and then divorced. A lot of trauma, a lot of triggers, and how we were 2 unhealed individuals coming into a relationship and how it continued to be toxic. But yet we found some things deep inside of us that we had to pull out, the willingness to grow, that resilience, the power of I'm not good enough or you're not good enough to I am more than enough. And so now we travel the world teaching and coaching people on how to create a marriage, a successful marriage, a marriage worth coming home to. And we're super excited about that because even through the pain and the hardships that we've gone through, how we've been able to change countless amount of lives just simply by telling our story, just simply by telling people how we went about changing our inner self. Did the pain go away completely, 100% right off the bat? No, absolutely not. It was a process because we've always heard like life's like an onion, right? Not a box of chocolates, but an onion. We're always peeling back the layers, right? Okay. But with that right there is knowing and understanding that we have the ability to change, because I believe this right here. If you change your mindset, you will change your world. I'm going to say that again. If you change your mindset, you will change your world. And if I can give you this little piece with just a few minutes that I have left is we all talk about setting goals. And when you're in trauma, when you're going through trauma, we're not looking for a 1 year, a 3 year, a 5 year, or 10 year goal. It may just simply be sitting up in bed. It may just simply be putting your feet on the floor. It may be simply just sending a text message to somebody, but that's a start. So I encourage you to set goals, set them small, Because if you set them too big while you're going through pain and frustration and hurt and trauma, you'll never achieve them. And you're going to beat yourself down even more. The next thing I want you to do is find someone to help. Yeah, that's right. You have the ability to help somebody even going through your own stuff, your own hurt. Because when you turn your focus on someone else, you'll begin to realize how much you actually give solid advice to other people. That if you'll write that down, you'll see how much you can coach yourself in the process. And these are things that I did during my own grieving, during my own trauma, during my own pain. And that's how today, not only am I traveling the world sharing our message of joy and hope, but I'm sharing with my wife, my now wife, my new wife, the one that God's given me from when I lost my first one. And I'm so excited because we get to share the world. And here's a little funny story, Michelle. We're having our big wedding ceremony in just a few days. And because we had already did it through our church, but now I'm giving her the big wedding, and we're going to Rome for our honeymoon. And I told her we do a little skit in our talking is about the blue and the pink. See, the blue is my perspective as a man, okay? But the pink is her perspective. And the way that we've been able to help each other through our own trauma, and there are times that I have to see things through her perspective. But I thought, what a great way to have not only just an audience, but to speak in places that some people will never get to speak in. So on our honeymoon, we're actually going to bring our blue and our pink glasses. And when we go to the Colosseum in Rome, we're going to share our story. So I love you guys. I thank you so much for allowing me to be able to just speak. Michelle, thank you so much. And I just want to encourage everybody out there that your pain has a purpose. And when you share your message, you write your book, you tell your story, you do it from a place of pain because it's going to bring victory, not only to you, but to other people.
Pain does have a purpose. And that is hilarious with the glasses, by the way. So are you actually speaking at the Colosseum? Are you holding a lecture there?
I'm going to create it.
Yeah, I love it. Okay. That's what we do. We have to create, right? So when you're there, you have to create it.
Absolutely. We know that we're going to be on a tour, seeing everything. So we know there's going to be people there.
Yeah.
And I have the gift to talk. So why not use my voice?
You do have the gift of gab. That is awesome. No, Joseph, thank you so much. You are an inspiration. You know, despite the pain and the grief that you've gone through, you are now speaking on stages worldwide. You're creating your own platforms. You are coaching so many people. And I know you guys do a lot of relationship type coaching too. So if you want to go ahead and put your information in the chat, that would be great for other people to reach out to you. And if you are listening on Facebook, or if you are listening to this after the fact, go ahead and look up Joseph James and get his information, because him and his lovely wife are awesome. So Joseph, thank you so much for being here, and give me that chapter soon, by the way.
I love you, Michelle. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we are rocking it. I am super excited. This has been a great day so far, and we are not over yet. We still have a couple more hours. We've got some amazing speakers and a wonderful keynote coming, who actually wrote the foreword to my book, which is really cool. But I'm so excited to be able to introduce our next speaker. So we have a couple of speakers and authors who don't live in the United States, and this is one of them. And I think that it's so important for us to hear perspectives of other people around the globe, because we are a global community. Social media and the internet have connected us in ways that we have never been connected before. And it's so important to hear how to overcome challenges and how to stay uplifted despite different circumstances and situations that we are facing. So Helena is a holistic practitioner, doTERRA, which I still need to buy doTERRA from you, doTERRA wellness advocate, transformational speaker, herbalist, My Body is My Body program ambassador, Women's Circle facilitator and co-author. She has dedicated over 30 years to study of health and well-being and thrives on sharing her knowledge on alternative remedies. Residing in Cyprus, she assists the Mind Body Cyprus Child Abuse Prevention Program, as well as writes for several magazines, both locally and worldwide. Her appearance on global webinars and podcasts have touched many lives with her personal success story as a survivor from trauma to triumph. Baby girl, the stage is yours.
Hi, everyone. It's so wonderful to be here again. Thank you for your time. I'm so excited to be here once again after being in the June Summit. Today, I want to focus on the positives of this experience and how our lives transform through the pain. During my, it actually unfolded in midlife, and the most profound secret was revealed that changed my life forever. And that is why I'm here today, sitting here with a smile on my face, able to share and be supported by all you beautiful people. And I'm really grateful for that. Now, all adversity in our life is what leads us and initiates us into greatness. And I'm sure some of you are sitting thinking there, how is that possible? Well, I'm a living example, and many of the stories before me are examples of that too. And why? Because we want to encourage and inspire and support you along your path to change, to hope, to happiness, to greatness, which we all have within ourselves. I grew up with a lot of fear of men. I was in an abusive relationship, my first love, physical, and then it became extremely violent, where after 3 years I left because he strangled me. I was lucky to get out of that and had to put up a court order to keep him out of my life, which helped. And I continued, and eventually what happened was a physical ailment occurred, a serious stiff neck one morning, just suddenly. And I realized, having practiced so many years with holistic therapies and the mind, body, spirit balance, that my body was trying to tell me something. So this time I was ready, and I decided not to ignore it. I went through physiotherapy, the usual path. That didn't help. And I knew there was an underlying cause. So I reached out this time to mentors, to therapy, and walked the path of alternative therapies to help me. And that was mind-blowing. And what happened was, as Joseph James mentioned in the previous talk, is that the layers started falling away. This only occurs when you are ready. Nobody can tell you when to do this. You will feel this kind of strong power within you, calling you, this higher power, the God power within you, calling you to face these traumas, this pain, and eventually be able to love them, to embrace them, and from there, transform them and alchemize them in your life as well as those around you. So that journey took me through a lot of painful experiences. I worked through my relationships, my fear of men, not trusting them. My father was never there for me the way a father should be. My mother was unable to because my younger brother was sick and she was tending to him. So my childhood was not a stable one. And from there, it affected my inner confidence, my self-confidence. I grew up biting my nails until they bled. And until midlife, I never understood why. I had a lot of anxiety and panic attacks. And how many of you out there, put a 1 in the chat, can relate to that. It's an awful feeling having your body take over and not being able to control it. But I will give you a tip. There are many solutions, but one that helped me the most was the deep nostril breathing, the alternative nostril breathing, which you can Google. And then what they call the straw breathing through the tongue, where you use your tongue and breathe in and use that to calm you down. And it was these little techniques that helped me along the way, along with support. And through that, I released, I let go. Eventually, I was able to speak to my mom about it. And the amazing thing was that she shared her story that she had kept since she was 15, that she had never shared. And she was in her 70s. And her story was that she was gang raped when she was 15 by 4 guys at a bus stop. They kidnapped her, kept her overnight, and returned her the next day. And of course, when she got home in those days, she got belted for not being there. So she silenced herself. And that is the main inspiration of why I am here today. It's inspired me to be the voice for the voiceless, for those who silenced themselves and chose not to speak, as well as for those, what I call ghost voices, who have passed. And in my family alone, I have 2. My stepsister, who suffered a severe stroke and passed away at the young age of 60. She suffered with incest as well as sexual violation by her brother and could never have a relationship or even a job. Secondly was my cousin. She grew up to be a model, beautiful girl, but passed at the age of 27. Why? Because of drug abuse, having no support. And when she did tell the family that she was abused by her uncles, they just ignored it. And she landed up in a car accident on an overdose at the age of 27. So I'm here tonight speaking for those voices too. It's never just about me. It's so much more than that, as you all know. So the strength comes through forgiveness. Such a power forgiveness is. But firstly, it's forgiving ourselves from the guilt, the shame, the fear, not speaking up before, and understanding why we could not have the confidence, we could not have the life up until 45 that most others have, a normal life, because of all this baggage that was being carried because of our past. Not having the loving family, having neglect, having abandonment, self-punishment, self-abandonment, all these issues. But I worked through it. It took me a few years, but I was determined. And I got to know myself so much better now. And I can say honestly that I love myself. How many of you there can say that at this moment in time? Put a 2 in the chat for me, because that is where the beauty begins, the treasures lie. That lotus flower emerges from the mud. It's through the love. I could never look in the mirror and say I love myself. But hey, now try to stop me. And this is where I want you to be brave, that brave heart. And this is where I am right now, is being brave, not only for myself, but for you all, those of you who have stories who haven't yet shared them. And those of you who've even shared it, not only with me, but others, but have not gone further with it. And that's okay. If you're not ready, that's great. You will know. There's no rush. Day by day. One day we'll be up there, one day we'll be down here, and even further down. That's great. You're doing your best. One day at a time. It starts with the mindset. It starts with support. It starts most importantly with reaching out. Having someone by your side, someone to make you accountable, someone to support you and say, hey, you're doing great. It's okay. It's okay to not be okay today. You know, the forgiveness part is miraculous. It gives you the emancipation, that freedom you're searching for, that inner peace. And you know, when you've got to that place is when you can face your abuser and look them in the eye, but not with hatred, not with bitterness, not with revenge. Yeah. Guess what? The opposite. With love and compassion. Yes. In my midlife, at the age of 46, it was revealed to me when I was ready that my father had abused me since I was a child. And that broke my heart. I never had a close relationship. I never understood why, but it answered a lot of questions. I got to understand why I couldn't have the male relationship, the normal male relationship, just having conversations with men in my workplace. I was always avoiding them. It made so much sense as to why I was insecure, why my mom was not there to support me. She too was afraid. My brother too was afraid to stand up for me. So I was, as a child, having to deal with all these extra heavy responsibilities. But the forgiveness set me free. When I looked at him in his eyes this year, after 5 years of not seeing him, and I only saw love and compassion, that is when you know the true healing has happened. When there's no bitterness, no anger, no hatred, but just compassion. Because like Joseph James said, and many of you before me, they did the best they could with what they knew at that time. Yeah, it sounds crazy if you haven't worked through it, but believe you me, that is where I am. And I know you can be there too. All you have to do is just reach out. My healing was intergenerational trauma. From me, I shared my secret with my mother, who shared her secret, who shared my stepsister's secret, who passed away with me, and as well as my cousin's secret. And they say that when you yourself heal as a woman, you are healing 7 generations past and 7 generations in front of you. That is how powerful this is, how powerful you are. Yes, you have a brave heart. We all do. We are born with this inner power, this superpower. And I call it resilience. I'm sure many of you can think of a time in your past when you went through something traumatic, and you can look back now and think, well, how did I cope? Put a 3 in the chat. Let me tell you, it's that superpower, resilience, that inner spirit, that inner fire, that God-given gift, that flame that can never be put out by nobody, that continues to blow, continues to burn. And now, when you're in your power, when you're in your true beauty, your true love, your divinity, you just shine, you glow like a lighthouse, and no one can put that out. It's impossible. The toxic relationships, the toxic thoughts, the toxic experiences all dissipate. When you step into that power of love, the power of resilience, into your brave heart. And my journey has inspired me to create this beautiful Brave Heart trilogy, which I call. And that is about being triumphant and moving through the 3 abuses, the mental, emotional, the physical, and the sexual, and working through that on my 3-month program. The word Braveheart came to me. It was divinely given to me. And the B is standing for bravery. The R is resilience. The A is for action. We need to put things into action to have change in our lives. The V is for victory. Yes, yes. The E is for emancipation, the freedom that we yearn. The H for healing. The E for endurance. Just keep going forward. If you go 10 steps back, that's cool. Just don't give up. Keep moving forward. Ask and reach out for help. The A is for acceptance. Accepting who you are, where you are at that moment in time, and what's happening to you and your body. And just loving it and allowing it to come up, the emotions, to express themselves, to love them and heal them. To work with your inner child, to work with your mother wounds, your father wounds. All those painful experiences and traumas that you've been carrying with you. And then the power of recovery and triumph, Braveheart. That's it. That's it. That's who you are. You have that in you. and never doubt it. Never doubt it. It's all possible. There's hope. There is a light at the end of the tunnel. And it's you, just only shining brighter. And that is why this platform, the summit, is just amazing. It's giving us the opportunity to connect not only with other beautiful souls, but also with one another for support, for solutions, to help us turn our wounds into wisdom, because there always is a higher teaching. Just stand in your light. Choose to move forward from your heart space, step by step, day by day. And from there, the divine will guide you, will bring those to you, like a moth to the lamp, to assist you on your path. And from there, you will get the courage, such tenacity to move forward, to share, to speak up, to make a difference, to be a co-author in this amazing new book that is going to be launched this year. I'm so excited about it. Thank you, Michelle, for giving me the opportunity and making one of my dreams come true. It's fantastic. So be the change you wish to see in the world.
I love that.
Like Mahatma Gandhi said.
You are wonderful, right? You are the biggest thing that I've learned from you is forgiveness.
Yeah.
And forgiveness is key. And that is
Yes.
that is something that that you preach, and you preach it well. And I think that in order for us to really move forward as a society, as our world, we have to learn to forgive. Just as those who we may have trespassed against, right? It says it right in the Bible. And
Yeah.
I know it's hard for some, but I remember that first day when I forgave my abuser, and I went into court and I saw his face for that very first time. And I was shocked that I felt sorry for him, right? And I forgave him, because hurt people, and he had hurt me so bad that for a long time, all I could see was that. But then I forgave him for what he did. And, you know, I do pray that he is getting the help that he needs, but I don't know if he is. So, Helena, thank you so much for being a part of the
Thank
book
you.
collaboration, for being a part of the summit.
Thank you. Thank you.
Super
Thank you.
excited to have you. Thank you,
My
beautiful.
pleasure.
Great
Thank you.
job.
Bye-bye. Love to all.
So I get to introduce our next speaker. Now, I'm going to talk for a couple of minutes about him, and then I'm going to bring him on stage. So George Chanos is a dear friend of mine. We don't talk very often. We talk when we are at events together. I met him, I want to say 2019 at in I think it was in Playa del Carmen in Mexico. And I remember being on the rooftop of this beautiful resort that we were at, and it was for a mastermind. And I had the choice of sitting with George and learning and listening, or going to the pool and getting a suntan. And if you know me, I love the sun. However, George is so incredibly intelligent. And I still to this day say that he is one of the most intelligent men I've ever met in my whole life. I wanted to learn from him. And I wanted to learn because he knows things that are coming. He knows things that have happened, and he sees what we need to do as humanity to change the trajectory of some of the negative things that may be coming. I'm going to get into your bio in a second, but I do just want to let you know that, like, I adore you. I am so excited that you are here. I am so excited that you get to share with us. So without further ado, George Chanos served as Nevada's 31st Attorney General. He successfully argued the case of Wharton versus Bochting. You're going to have to go over that before the United States Supreme Court. He's also the chairman of the 100-plus shop franchise Capriati's. He's an author and a speaker. He writes and speaks about what he sees as our collective future, and offers important insight and advice on how we can reach our individual and collective potential in what promises to be a rapidly and radically changing environment. His books, Seize Your Destiny and Millennial Samurai, are available on Amazon and my bookshelf, by the way. Millennial Samurai, A Mindset for the 21st Century, takes a look at the technological revolution and how it will likely impact our lives over the next 30 years and way sooner. It offers inspiration, guidance, and direction to those who are interested in making the most of their one and only life. It contains 182 chapters, 1 to 3 pages each, and it's everything you need to know to move your life forward. You won't see the world the same after reading it. George, I'm excited to invite you to the stage and excited to learn even more from you.
Thank you, Michelle. I absolutely love and adore you. I am so thrilled that you are out doing the work that you're doing and helping people through their difficult, trying, and sometimes traumatic circumstances. And you're an excellent guide and an empath and a healer. And I love the work that you're doing. So let me tell you what I can in the limited time that we have. The issues that I speak about are very big issues, and so they don't really you can't really cover them in 20 minutes, but I can give you a glimpse of what I think you need to know, and I can direct you to what I think is an invaluable resource that you can obtain for free. So first of all, let me give you that resource. All right. I wrote this book. It's called Millennial Samurai, A Mindset for the 21st Century. It's 444 pages divided into 182 chapters that are only 1 to 3 pages each. So they're very small chapters for the short attention span reader. And you don't have to go in any order. You can read this anytime while you're at the beach, while you're taking a break, while you're sitting on the couch watching TV, whatever. You can stop and you can look at a page and you can learn something that will advance your life. I'll just give you a quick idea of some of the chapters. Critical thinking, believe in yourself, open your mind, seek the truth, character, courage, commitment, choice, perspective, attitude, gratitude, optimism, curiosity, collaboration, adaptation, creativity, communication, nonverbal cues, smiling, networking, helping others, mentorship, mistakes, criticism, action. It goes on and on. And what happened to me was in 2012, after a long career of advising high net worth individuals on solving their complex problems, I happened to have a heart attack. At the time, my daughter was 15 years old. I was concerned about passing away and not leaving her the knowledge and information that I had acquired throughout my life. So I began to write a letter. That letter evolved once I exceeded 100 pages in the letter. I started looking at it differently and thinking, this is more like a book. I'll just leave her a book. And I wrote my first book, and that was Seize Your Destiny, A Roadmap to Success. And that was essentially me downloading what I had learned in my professional life to my 15-year-old daughter so that it would help her as she grew up and needed answers to life's important questions. I then realized when I finished writing that book, I got phenomenal feedback. One young man wrote me and said, your book spoke to me like the father I never had, which was really cool and made me feel that I was on the right path. And so I realized at that time that the world that my daughter was going to live in was very different from the world that I had lived in. And what was that world going to look like? So then I went on a reconnaissance mission and I started looking at the future. I was a highly trained, complex problem solver, and I had worked for governors and billionaires. And now I was looking at the future, and I was trying to understand what was going to unfold over the next 30 to 40 years. And what I saw was profound. It blew me away. And so I wrote a second book, and that book is Millennial Samurai, A Mindset for the 21st Century. Now you can go on Amazon and you can buy the book if you want a hard copy, or for free, you can download the entire 440-page digital version of the book by going to millennialsamurai.com. And it's entirely free. Just download the entire book. You'll have a digital copy and it won't cost you a dime. Over 13 or 14,000 people have downloaded it so far. My goal is to have 1 million people download it for free. So anyway, let me tell you what I saw. First of all, I want to offer the caveat that Aristotle once said, the man who thinks he knows everything knows nothing at all. And I'm very keenly aware of that. I'm very keenly aware of my limitations and my own biases and my own ignorance. I really believe that embracing one's ignorance, which I do, I embrace my own ignorance. Embracing one's ignorance is the beginning of wisdom. If you think you know the answers to things, then you stop looking. If you understand that you don't know anything, then you're always looking. And so I come from the perspective that I don't know much at all. And I'm always searching to know more. But let me tell you what I think I understand and what I've seen. In 2014, theoretical physicist Stephen Hawking, and before I even get into this, I want to talk about the last speaker and Braveheart and belief in yourself and having a brave heart. This is essential in surviving and thriving in the 21st century, because you are going to be exposed to the most incredible opportunities in human history. And you're also going to be exposed to some of the most daunting challenges in human history. And so you have to be brave. You have to believe in yourself. You know, some people believe in God, some people believe in different types of gods, some people believe in themselves. Belief is critical. You must believe in something. I believe very strongly in myself. I also believe in a higher power. I don't know what it is, but I believe it's there. So let me tell you what I saw. Leaders don't run from problems, they run at them. So be brave and be optimistic and believe in yourself, in others, and in your future. In 2014, theoretical physicist Stephen Hawking said that the singularity, that moment in time when machine intelligence will eclipse human intelligence, would be the greatest event in human history, greater than fire, greater than the wheel, greater than space travel, greater than anything humanity has ever conceived of. Ray Kurzweil, the head of artificial intelligence for Google, who Bill Gates says knows more about AI than anyone he knows, Kurzweil says that that moment in time, that singularity, will come as early as 2029. That is 6 years away. The significance of this event cannot be overstated. But what Kurzweil goes on to say is even more startling and more mind-blowing. He says that by the 2040s, which is 20 years away, artificial intelligence will not be our equal. It will be 1 billion times more capable than human intelligence. 1 billion times. Now, if you think about that for a moment, the human brain lacks the capacity to even understand, comprehend, or imagine what an intelligence that is 1 billion times its own represents. But it's seismic, it's tectonic. It means change on an order of magnitude that we have never seen. This is what's coming. Now, in 2017, Vladimir Putin said that he who controls artificial intelligence will control the world, because they will be able to subjugate all other governments. All right, if you control AI, you could turn off satellites, you could turn off infrastructure, you could turn off computer systems, you could create havoc on a level never before seen. Or you could create a second enlightenment, a utopia, where all the world is fed and all the world is educated and all the world's health needs are met through this advanced technology. So we are at a tipping point. Humanity is at a tipping point, poised between a second enlightenment and dystopian despair. Now, we can end up anywhere along that spectrum, right? And that really is a choice that we will make as people, right? Now, you may think, well, I don't really have any power as an individual. I'm powerless. I'm sort of, floating on a raft, and it's heading down the Amazon, and there are Indians, shooting at me from the banks. There's a waterfall ahead of me, and as I look back, the guys in the back of the boat, my elected officials are drilling holes in the bottom of the boat, right? You may look at it that way, right? Well, the point is that you do have power, but it's not in your individual capacity. This is where we all make the disconnection. Your power lies with one another. Your interdependence with one another is profound. And if you join together, if you can get over your differences and you can join together as people, then you have tremendous power. You can change the world. You can change any government. You can change any law. You can do anything that you need to have done, but you need to do it with your fellow man. You need to do it together. You need to join forces, okay? Remember the Million Man March. Imagine if 3 million people got together and peacefully, I underscore peacefully, marched on Washington and just gave a list of 10 simple demands. Here's what we want to see happen. And there are 3 million of us here. Don't make us come back. That would shake up Washington so much that they would make the changes that you're demanding, okay? But you have to put together that force, that community. You're not going to do it on your own. All right, so anyway, you have power and change is coming, and it is going to be radical. Now, how will it affect things? Well, McKinsey and Company says that 47.5% of currently existing jobs are replaceable by automation based on existing technology. So today we have the technology to eliminate half the jobs. This will only increase. We will get to the point where virtually all jobs can be automated, right? Lawyers, doctors, real estate agents, everyone, okay? I was a lawyer for 30 years. There are already AI that has been tested against panels of lawyers. The AI was tasked with finding errors in contracts, and a team of 20 expert lawyers were also tasked with finding errors in those contracts. The AI did it almost instantaneously with 98% accuracy. The lawyers took much longer and had a much lower accuracy rate than the AI. So if I were to be able to go to a lawyer and ask him to solve a problem for me, who would I go to? Would I go to someone like me that charges $1,000 an hour and doesn't know what the law in Montana is, right? Or would I go to the AI and ask the AI that might be free or minimal cost that knows what the law in Zimbabwe is, right? They'll know everything, right? So ultimately, lawyers are an endangered species, okay? But we all are in a certain sense. In fact, humanity may be an endangered species. The number one or number two, there are 2 companies today that are in the lead in AI development, Google and Microsoft here in the United States. And Larry Page of Google had a conversation reported by Elon Musk in an interview. And he said that when Musk said that when he and Page were talking, he asked Page, how will you protect humans from AI? And Page's response was, why should machines be protecting humans? Why should humans not be protecting machines? And Musk looked at him and said, are you serious? don't you believe, you're human? Aren't you more concerned about protecting humans? And apparently, according to Musk, Larry Page said, no, I actually think machines would do a better job governing humans than humans would. Now, so you can program these machines with prime directives. But if the prime directive is not to protect humanity, then, what will the machine evolve into? So these are the types of questions we need to be asking. We need to be asking the people that are involved hard questions like these about how will you protect humanity, right? We are in a technological AI arms race with China today. If Putin is right, and he says, and he most definitely is, when he says that he who controls artificial intelligence will have the capacity to control the world, he's right. And in that same year, China announced, 2017, we intend to be the leaders in AI by 2030. And the US, we know, is also intent on being the leader. And we know that this is coming to a head. So it is a life and death struggle, this technological AI arms race. And I don't expect it to be fought fairly. And it will unfold over the next 5 or 6 years, which is why you're seeing what you're seeing. Everything that you're seeing that is disruptive in the world can be tied back to these developments. The war in Ukraine, Nancy Pelosi's trip to Taiwan, our change in relationships in a 50+ year relationship with China, where we had always recognized the one China policy, that Taiwan was part of China. We had done that from day one in 1972 when Richard Nixon went to China with Henry Kissinger to open up US diplomatic relations with China. At that evening's dinner, we signed documents agreeing to the one China policy. We've been that way for 50 years. Nancy Pelosi's visit to Taiwan was a departure from that, okay? Many years earlier, Newt Gingrich, occupying the same position as Speaker of the House, visited Taiwan as well. But he went to China first, and he met with the Chinese, and then he left from China to go visit Taiwan. Pelosi didn't do that. She gave no respect to the Chinese and flew directly to Taiwan. We passed the CHIPS Act, where we have cut China off from advanced chip technology. This may not be a bad thing. This may be what we needed to do, but it's important to understand that it ties in to this competition, this arms race with China. The problem is that the most advanced semiconductor chips made in the world today are made in Taiwan. And so if we cut China off from advanced chip technology, where are they going to go to get it, right? So these are the types of things that are happening in the world today. These are the things that I'm watching. These are the things that I'm writing about. These are the things that I'm speaking about. You can follow me on social media. I'm all over social media. I'm on Facebook. I'm on Instagram. I'm on LinkedIn. Most of my postings are on Facebook today, but that may change. I'll give notices if I move off that platform onto something else like Patreon. Facebook does not show your work to all of your followers. I've got about 9,000 followers on one Facebook and about 8,000 on another. And I don't believe they're all being shown my work. So I may have to adapt to a different platform that the work is getting out to everyone that is following me. I want to talk to you, Michelle. I'm not keeping track of time, so you give me a 5-minute mark. Give me a 5-minute mark so I can wrap things up. All right, I want you to know about the human brain, okay? Because it is at once your most important tool and weapon in your arsenal to have a happy, successful, and meaningful life. Your brain, the human brain. It is at the same time a double-edged sword. It is your Achilles heel. It is at the same time your biggest threat, okay? Understand something. A brain, a human brain, is not simply a seeker of truth. A human brain is also an advocate for that which it already believes. So if your brain is filled with misinformation and your brain recognizes that misinformation as truth, then it will accept new misinformation as truth. Okay? Now, here's how the brain works. Our brain receives 11 million bits of information per second, every second of the day. This is happening. This has been happening throughout your life. Now, your conscious brain cannot process 11 million bits of information per second. Your conscious mind can only process 15 to 50 bits of information per second, which means that the vast majority of information that is entering your brain is entering outside your conscious awareness. It is entering your unconscious brain. Now, if you aren't consciously aware of something, of a piece of information, if you aren't consciously aware of it, then you can't use critical thinking, your critical thinking skills, to try to interrogate that information, to determine its truthfulness or veracity. If it's coming in through your unconscious, outside of your conscious awareness, it can still influence the way your brain behaves, the way you think, the way you act, the decisions that you make, but it may not be accurate information. It may be false information, okay? So we have to be forever vigilant about the information that is coming into our brains. We've also had advances in technology like the phone. So your phone has 100,000 times the computing power that NASA had in 1969 when they put men on the moon. And yet you carry this around in your pocket, and your children carry it around in their pockets. And there are no gatekeepers. They can reach you, and they can reach your children, whether it's a foreign government or whether it's, you know, some despotic individual that decides that they want to feed you with false information. In fact, the economic algorithms of social media companies thrive on disinformation because they thrive on likes and clicks and reactions and emotional reactions. And false information is often sensational, inflammatory information. And that's the kind of information that goes viral. And that's the kind of information that people can actually make money from because it goes viral. So there are these converging things that are happening in the world. The advances in technology, the malleability of the human brain, the division that has been created. Understand that people that have different views than you do are not your enemies. They are your assets. Your assets, okay? We all have the same hardware. We all have these physiological, nearly, you know, very similar, if not close to identical physical properties in our head. The difference is the software, right? You grew up in a different home, a different environment. You listened to different music, watched different books, had different siblings, had different parents. It's no wonder you see the world differently than I do. Your perspective is therefore an asset to me because it's a perspective that I don't have. And what you need to survive and thrive is a helicopter perspective where you're seeing the whole picture. You're not just seeing your little prism of the world, your little rose-colored glasses of how you think things are and what your brain is telling you that things are. If you watch Fox News every day, you need to start watching CNN and MSNBC as well. If you watch MSNBC or Fox or CNN every day, you need to start watching Fox as well. That will create cognitive dissonance because if you're a CNN watcher and you're watching Fox, it will be uncomfortable for you. It will create what the brain what we refer to as cognitive dissonance, okay? But you need that information because what you're searching for is not the validation, not the love and validation that you hear on the channel that agrees with you. What you're searching for is disconfirming information, information that tells you that you're wrong about something. If you're right about something and you're on the right path, then you're good. You don't need to worry about new information. You already have the truth. You already know where you're going. It's when you're wrong that you need to be alerted to the fact that you're wrong. And you're not going to find that in an echo chamber that appeals to your confirmation biases and fills you with validation. You're going to find it in the programs that give you cognitive dissonance and make you feel uncomfortable. In any case, the future is going to be extraordinary, filled with incredible opportunities, daunting challenges. You need to run at it. And again, going back to Braveheart, one last thing. Author Nicholas Taleb wrote a book called Anti-Fragile, right? You want to be resilient. You want to be anti-fragile, okay? And he gave an example of the wind and a flame. And he said that the wind extinguishes a candle, but it ignites a flame. Be the flame and wish for the wind. I am the flame and I wish for the wind. Thank you.
I love that. Be the flame, right? Be the light. And you know, that reminds me of that Buddhist picture, right? Where you light a candle and you can light other people's candles and your flame never goes out, right?
I love that.
Because it's so important to continue lighting other people's candles. And in that perspective, in that photograph, you're not going to run out of the flame. So you still get to keep that. So George, you are just such an inspiration, and you know a lot. And I loved when you talked about the 3 million people that marched to Washington, that need to march to Washington. So I'm going to try to figure out how to get 3 million people to march to Washington with me. So if you want to come, let me know.
Michelle, I'll be out front with you.
Okay.
I'm in.
Okay. I love it. Now we just need 2.9999 million to go.
That's
So,
okay. So you and I are on a similar journey. We're both trying to help people. We're both trying to light those other candles, right? And turn them into flames, right? So we just both need to keep what we're doing, keep doing what we're doing. And your guests are doing the same thing, it appears, in their own communities. They're opinion leaders in their own communities. And that's exactly what they need to be doing. They need to be lighting other flames. They need to letting their flame burn bright. They need to protect their flame, and they need to turn it into a bonfire here, you know,
Yes.
that will not be extinguished. You know, you have to believe this. Very quickly, Oprah Winfrey spoke in 2014. She was interviewed at Stanford University. She was asked about the failures of her philanthropic investments in Africa. And they said, what went wrong? And she said, in order to succeed in life, you first have to believe in your ability to succeed. You have to have a sense of hopefulness and a sense of aspiration. If you don't have that sense of hopefulness and a sense of aspiration, then books in a library may seem like firewood, right? They have no meaning to you outside of your ability to burn them or use the paper, right? But if you believe in your ability to succeed, then books take on a whole new meaning, right? So believe and come with an open mind, you know, begin from a place of ignorance, accept your own ignorance and say, I want to learn. I want to keep learning. I want to learn everything. I'm in search for the truth. Bellator Luminous, warrior for truth. Be a warrior for light. Be a warrior for light. Be a warrior for truth. All right.
Love it, George. Thank you so much. You are an inspiration. We love you. I love you. Again, go to millennialsamurai.com. If you have the funds, get the physical copy and go to Amazon and purchase Millennial Samurai. It's a great book. I own the book. I've read the book. I've also read Seize Your Destiny. He's an amazing author. And George has actually written the foreword to my next book, Your Ultimate Breakthrough. So George, thank you so much again. And we will be seeing each other soon, I hope.
Thank you, Michelle. I hope so too. Looking forward to it.
Okay, good. Awesome, guys. So I have a co-host guest of mine who is not on camera right now. So let's see if she's going to come on camera. Perfect. And I was just in a retreat with this young lady, and Anne Marie said yes to herself. Now I will actually do a Q&A with her in just a couple of minutes after I switch the Facebook Lives. But Anne Marie has decided to be a part of the 2024 book collaboration. She is going to be speaking at the Winter Summit, and she is a part of Legacy Camp coming up. And I'm so excited for what Anne Marie is entering at this time. And this retreat that we went, it was Pearl Chirenza's retreat. So Pearl was supposed to be our co-host, and she had some things that she had to take care of, which is totally fine. But Anne Marie, I want you to briefly talk about your experience at the event and how it made you feel. And I'm going to be doing some stuff in the background real fast.
Okay, so I went to this retreat completely open. I had been coaching with Pearl, and I had been experiencing some life issues. You know, I was taking care of a sick parent. She was dying, and I had to manage people. I was not very good at that. And in that process, I was able to forgive my mother, who was, you know, manipulative, very abusive. She silenced me at a very young age. And it was beautiful. You know, I full circle, you know, and then hearing you speak and the women all at this retreat about their past. You know, I spoke with you about, you know, being jumped and not remembering it. And then realizing that in all of that, how I punished myself over and over and over for years, not feeling that had happened to me. I kind of silenced myself. I'm not silencing myself anymore. This retreat was exactly where I needed to be. And I'm so happy to be here and start this journey of being loud and proud is that kind of how I'm feeling, you know, large and in charge. And it's beautiful, this journey I'm on. Pearl was at the beginning of it. I have Julie, I have you. I am surrounding myself with women that are just amazing.
Well, Anne Marie, you are amazing, and I am super excited to bring you up. Gonna do a brief Q&A with you, but let me introduce who you are. So Anne Marie Ettner, am I saying that right?
Correct.
Okay, Anne Marie Ettner is a life coach, school certified coach, and rheumatoid arthritis warrior. Her mission is to help women find the grace and courage to thrive despite an autoimmune diagnosis. Anne Marie is committed to helping others by drawing from her own personal experience of abuse and years of being silenced. She uses the lessons from her personal development journey of self-discovery to support others learn to prioritize their physical and emotional well-being. Her passion is to educate those with a chronic disease and help them live unapologetically and on purpose. Anne Marie is married to Richard, her biggest cheerleader and supporter, which is awesome. And when not helping her clients and friends, she can be found living an active lifestyle, dancing and playing with her beloved granddaughters, and jumping into pools with me, ladies and gentlemen. So Anne Marie, like I said, I'm excited to have you here. We have a couple of minutes to talk about who you are. You shared some information with me when we were private.
Yes.
And you don't need to divulge in a lot of the information. However, I would love for the people here to hear a portion of your story and why it's important to be able to speak up and share your truth now.
So at a young age, you know, I was raised Catholic, and I remember coming home from school and, you know, you learn about the birds and the bees, and you learn about, you know, pro-choice or, you know, whatever your opinion was when you left that class. Well, I had that. I came home and I said to my mother, listen, I believe that it's a woman's choice, like, you know, and that's that. And she told me, no, it is not. you're Catholic and you do not believe in that. So from that moment on, I knew that I could not share with my mother. And, she had her own issues and she was, scarred in her own way too, and I didn't know that then. But as life went on, I was 20 years old. I was at a party that I wasn't even attending. I was staying, and I was jumped. And I remember none of it. I remember absolutely none of it. And today, I want to stop punishing myself for not remembering it and not really being relatable to others that have had it happen to them, because I just blocked it out and I silenced me. I don't want to be silent anymore.
Yeah, it's important to be able to share your story. And
Mhm.
you've been working the past couple years with a handful of different coaches.
Mhm.
Why is it important for you now to publish your story? Not just speak it, but publish it.
Because I believe there's a lot of us out there that come from religious backgrounds that are very vocal, and women in general don't share. I mean, I'm still very much not sharing a lot. I was asked, do you share this with your best friend? I'm like, no. I said, I don't trust that. I can't expect them to know to keep their mouth shut, but I don't trust. So this is part of the journey for me to jump in and trust, and mainly trust myself.
Yeah, I love that. Trust yourself. So the one thing that I was able to learn from Anne Marie is a beautiful relationship, right? So her and her husband are cute. I've never met her husband, but when I say cute, he sent her flowers. Every time she gets off the phone with him, she's in a great mood. That doesn't always happen. How do you keep your relationship alive?
We date. We remain dating. And if there's anyone that I do tell everything to, I keep nothing off the table with him. And as vice versa, he knows all of that has happened to me. And even when I said, well, I'm doing this with you, he was like, good for you, jump in, and he's already sending me text messages. Are you on? Smile, you got this, feel the feelings. He's really, truly that cheerleader.
How long have you been married for?
So we've been married almost 20 years, but we have been together for over 30.
Okay.
And it was, it was a rocky start. We had to learn. We both came with a lot of baggage. He came from an abusive relationship, as did I. I mean, it just didn't stop there, we've learned to love each other, especially when it's rough.
I love that, especially when it's rough. So, all of us here on this call, we've all experienced some form of pain or trauma or experience that we can say that is a definitive moment in our life or moments in our life. And you are encouragement for others to overcome in spite of or because of. And that's what we stand for on Breaking the Silence, this platform, the books. This is what we stand for because it's so important. And that's why we had George Chanos here, right? We want to learn from people like George so that we can not only forgive, but we can collaborate and work together. So Anne Marie, I know that we just left this retreat, Pearl's retreat.
Yes, I look like I just got off the plane because I did.
That's okay. See, Anne Marie, I asked her to help me out. So she's going to be helping out and being my co-host the rest of the afternoon right now. But she said yes. So it's so important to say yes. Now, Anne Marie, how long did it take you to finally say yes to yourself?
Years. But in little increments. I wouldn't say this was a big yes with just jumping 2 feet in. I've been taking baby steps along the way. And this retreat told me, nope, it's all about you, girl. Go for it.
Yeah, it is, because we have to take care of ourselves before we can take care of the world.
Mhm.
Now, in order to light your flame, you have to have self-care. And I noticed that you like self-care, right? I noticed that we had fun together, ladies and gentlemen. We jumped in a pool with all of our pajamas on, which was absolutely hilarious because they wanted a picture. And Anne Marie jumped up and I said, well, I want to do it too then. you know, we had a couple cocktails together. We've had fun with dancing. Self-care is important. Now, one of your favorite things to do is dance. Talk a
Mhm.
little bit about that self-care and how that impacts your life.
So dancing for me is definitely an expression. I am not trained. I am nothing. But that's one of the things my mother taught me. And I will get a little emotional. I am passing that on to my granddaughters. I told you that, you know, I have a big long counter and I call it the catwalk. And we get up there and just dance to all the inappropriate songs. And that to me is showing just personal self-love, that you can just do it without anybody judging you. And then of course there's I'm showing them that despite being crawling up up the stairs last year, this year I ran a bunch of 5Ks. Like I work towards being the best that I can and not letting my disease stop me. You know, and
So
I
we
want
only have
that.
we
And I
only
want
have
that
2
to be
more
important.
minutes
Oh, I'm
left.
sorry.
And no, you're good. So Anne Marie, I really want you to briefly talk about that experience. So you have an autoimmune disease
Mhm.
and you were diagnosed X
Right.
amount of years, right?
Right before COVID.
Right before COVID. So 2020, early 2020, late 2019. And she was told that she wouldn't ever be able to exercise, walk, dance, do any of this. What was that mindset for you in order for you to say, screw that, I'm going to do it anyway?
Well, first my mindset was, oh my God, I'm going to be a cripple. And then the next one was, no, I'm not. And I took big steps. I was very aggressive with my medication. My doctor is wonderful. And he told me that I could do anything I wanted. And I definitely used him as a form of strength. I use my portal. I tell him how I'm doing. And he's very, very go for it. He's a runner. It's like, you could do anything. And hearing it from my physician, especially my specialist, was very important. I mean, I shared over the weekend that I want to learn how to snowboard this winter. And someone says, you're going to do that with that? I'm like, why not? You know, I can break a foot walking out the door. So what's the difference if I'm on a slope?
I'll teach you how to ski. I'm not a great snowboarder, but I can teach you how to ski.
I can ski.
Yeah, I love it. I love it. So ladies and gentlemen, you'll be hearing more from Anne Marie and her story. I'm so excited that you are here, you're joining us, but I'm excited for everyone to see her transformation. So in the next, 3 to 6 months, there's going to be a huge transformation and you are going to be a confident young lady where I'm going to have to pull you off the stage after 20 minutes because you can't stop talking.
No,
So
I
I'm
love it.
excited for this. Yes, I'm very, very excited for this. And this is what we stand for, to give people platforms and to give people hope and a voice. So Anne Marie, thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we will come back to you here in a little bit. Right now, I get to introduce our next speaker. So Lori Arbel is an artist, a healing art coach, and light worker, guiding the community and young adults through personal journeys of self-discovery and often the discovery of their own talents. Her passion to create mixed media art and photography and to help others bring out their own inner artists has led her to teach in New York City and South Florida schools and community spaces for 20 plus years. I'm in South Tampa, so we gotta get together. Lori has been pursuing her artistic muse since childhood. Later in life, she discovered that artistic expression could be a tool to heal. In college, she used art to work through the anger and pain of her mom's death. Later on, after the difficult birth of her daughter, Lori used art to sort through the emotional challenges and creative shutdown that followed. Lori, the stage is yours.
Oh, thank you, Michelle. And yes, we'll travel that line, Alligator Alley, across the way so we could play and hang out. Can everybody hear me? Wow. I was just completed the short stories for the book that we're all part of. And it's so overwhelmingly wonderful to share your memoirs, your truths, your secrets, these stories that have been hiding right underneath and that we've shared every day of our lives repeatedly, almost like thought patterns, right? I was that little girl singing, Heal the World, Make It a Better Place, or I believe the children are our future. I was that little girl, and yet I wanted to help the children. So I knew from a very young age that I loved helping. I was also that little girl in preschool. It thundered outside and the lightning went, and we were all scared, shaking, and I stood up and paced back in front of everybody and said, it's okay, it's okay. They're just bowling up there. There's strikes. It's good for the environment. So, and the kids were calm. My friends were calm. I've done that for others, just because that's who I am and I can't help myself. I also loved dress up and playing and had arts and crafts everywhere. And I loved putting on makeup and dancing. And one day I had lipstick on, red lipstick, and I wasn't allowed to do it, but I wore the red lipstick and I wiped it off before I got home. And my mom said, Lori, are you wearing lipstick? I said, no. She said again, are you wearing lipstick? Lori, this is the last time I'm going to ask you, are you wearing lipstick? And I had just had a birthday at McDonald's preschool. I looked like Ronald McDonald. I had a red stain all around my face, but I was sad. Then there's so many stories that keep connecting, even from all the speakers that were talking before. And my mind likes to hop around and make connections to everything. So I'm gonna hop like all around. And when I was in that bathroom, after I had lipstick stained, I still wanted to see my mom's makeup. So I decided to sneak into my mom's bathroom, into her like cabinet. And when I looked for the makeup, I also found cigarettes. I had never seen my mom smoke ever, even to this day. And I was sad. It was quite devastating. During the day, I was happy like I am now. I'm a very happy, positive person. But at night, I would cry. And I would cry because my mom was hiding something. And I knew if you're hiding something, that must be bad. And she ended up smoking her entire life. And I never saw it. Our family would joke around and say, oh, she must have a small bladder. But it was very hard knowing that she didn't stop. Flash forward, I was in college and I came back to visit my mom and dad, and my dad was standing in my doorway in my room, and he was just like in a daze, and he kept cursing over and over again. My mom had stage 4 lung cancer. She was going to die. That was intense. I was freaking mad because that was obvious. But like, what am I going to do? I'm in college. I'm teaching. I'm about to graduate. Long story short, my mom was a very powerful, powerful woman. Yelled a lot. I knew it was never towards me. It was her own inner turmoil. She wanted me to continue in college. I continued teaching. I studied to be a teacher. And what I did was, while I was in college, she wanted me to stay in college, not come home. That was her wish, and I followed. I was so angry. I decided to use, not on purpose, but I used my art classes to construct a wooden crib. I created a wooden crib in the shape of an X, and I put stuffed animals and musical toys because she loved music. I would use art to heal. I didn't know I was doing that, but that's what I was doing. Okay, so she dies a month before I graduated college. That was intense. Flash forward, I became an art teacher, and it was amazing. It was amazing. And then I traveled to New York City and had a wonderful time. Then my husband at the time and I made our baby and moved back to South Florida. I'm from South Florida, right? Near Michelle. And I had my baby, And I decided not to be a stay-at-home mom. I was going to be a stay-at-home mom. Have you guys ever, thought you were going to do something and then did something different? Right? Maybe you did put in the chat, like, what did you know you were going to do, but then you ended up not? Right. So I was going to be a stay-at-home mom. I almost shot myself, not in a mean way, but like I needed to teach. I love teaching. So I went back teaching, had an amazing time, but I noticed that I'm not making art anymore. My students are making art. I'm living vicariously through them. But what I learned was I met a psychotherapist in Israel. I realized I guess they would call it, postpartum depression. I never like to call it that, but it is what it is if you want to call it that. And he helped me understand that I could heal by making art. I started to make art. I understood it. It was very cool. So art, once again, helped me through something hard. Flash forward to the pivotal point. So I taught for like 18 years, an amazing career teaching in the schools. I loved it. I didn't work a day in my life. It didn't feel like work ever. My last year of teaching, the year before, I'm nervous. The year before, I decided to retire because I had that groundhog moment. Have you guys ever had a groundhog's moment where you're doing the same thing every day, even though it's amazing, but it's time to move on? Well, I had that moment, my second to last year teaching. I had seniors who are now college. They were coming back to visit me in school. And I was just so excited to them, like they're maturing, they're flying, they're moving on to the next stage of their life. I was ready to do that. So I was ready to go with them and fly with them. But I said, you know what, let me use this one extra year for transition to make sense. My kids are still little. I have two beautiful children. They're still little. Let me decide, what I'm going to do. Well, that last year, it was thriving. I created an art department from was like 3 to a huge art department. We had AP students, college students. I was the founder of the Interactive Night of the Arts. We had a thriving art program, and the head of school loved this. He loved it so much that he said, let's knock down the wall. Let's make this a huge art room. That's very exciting, right? I had the support of the school. Everyone loved me. I loved everyone. It was just like a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful situation. But the next day I had told the CFO, sorry, all these acronyms, right? I told the CFO, let's knock down the wall. The head of school would like that. She told me right away, she changed. She always loved what I did and supported financially big projects and ideas, but this day was different. She called me to her office, which I've never been in her office. And she said, I'm in charge of the money. He wants all this. I make the final decision. Oh, okay. So I decided to just be quiet and enjoy my studio for now. It was beautiful. It was enough. I always have enough. My dad taught me there's always enough. And this is what it was. Well, the end of the school year, the head of school was like, Lori, we got to knock down the wall. So I sent another email, this time an email to the CFO sharing, he's so excited. Perhaps we can knock down the wall. Maybe she had a bad day or something. I sent her an email and she responded, you will not do that. We will not knock down the wall. It's a load-bearing wall. I responded, it's so cool though. It's not. Guess what? I have a picture. My dad and I were in the room 2 years ago during the renovation. I sent a picture of my dad and I, like all happy, standing with the wall down. My ego, I guess proved that she had lied. Well, overnight, my life changed. She wasn't nice anymore. And that began a serious bullying situation. I heard about bullying with adults, but I honestly have never seen it. And for the next school year, I wasn't treated nicely. I felt like I lost my identity. Everything I asked, as simple things as, fixing mold above my head in the classroom. Every little detail was cleaned up in school. It was a private school, private Jewish day school. Everything was cleaned up. mold stayed huge above my head. Everything I asked for, no. When I walked in with supplies, they would, say like in a not nice way, we don't need that here. I was called in that summer, told to not speak the entire time in a circle, saying, you will listen, you will do this, you will do this. It was degrading. Keep in mind also, I'm Jewish. And the Holocaust is a big part of stories that we hear. And in high school, I had been on the March of the Living. The March of the Living is where Jewish teens from around the world go from each concentration camps to march for the living, to honor those whose lives were lost in the death camps. So I had just finished teaching to my students, about concentration camps, and we honor the children's lives lost in the Holocaust. And now I'm losing my identity. I felt like just a number. I'm making these abstract connections because I can't help myself. My master's thesis was called Connections, and the story that I'm writing for the book is called Connections. Like, I love making connections. I don't know how much time I have. I wish I could know. So what happens was, it didn't feel well, and I decided to leave the school. No problem. I left the school, I birthed, and I went into depression because I wasn't being treated nice, and I created a panic attack from something else. I birthed my first solo art exhibit. I had created 29 pieces in a huge cultural center. It was phenomenal. Towards the end of creating this reflective body of work, I started to count lines. These lines were also connected to the Holocaust and shootings and concentration camps. At that very time, toward the end of this body of work, which was going to be for the show, the MSD shooting also happened. That's the famous shooting in Parkland. That's where I'm from. I used to teach at that school. Oh my gosh, I'm counting numbers now. I began to count 17 for the lives lost in the MSD shooting. I end up starting a new project called Marks for Their Lives. I would love for you to join me in that. I'll put the links, or learn more about me and collaborate. I would just love to learn more about you. I love learning about people. But I created a new project called Marks for Their Lives, just like all the speakers who spoke about before me. It's understanding we're not alone. We are one, right? I am one. You are one. Just one smile, one hello, that makes a difference. But when we come together as many, the gestalt, the whole is much stronger, and we can really make a change. So Marks for Their Lives honors our similarities and celebrates our differences, all of it, right? Let's celebrate our similarities and understandings. And so we could live in peace together while understanding genocide and sharing love and light with everybody. I blabbled like always. I love.
You are great, Lori. You didn't babble. You're speaking, right? And this is what we do. We talk, and I love it. So, Lori, it looks like, okay, you've already put your information in the chat. That's wonderful. Continue putting information in the chat. The one thing about you that I love so much is that trauma can look differently to different people. And that in spite of what you've gone through, you've still moved forward so that you can inspire, so that you can encourage. And not everybody's trauma looks the same. So you can heal the way that you are meant to heal by using your artistic expression. So, therapy doesn't look the same. Healing modalities don't look the same. They're all different forms of expression. So you can do movement plays, you can sing and dance, you can go to traditional talking therapy. Heck, you can even use like ayahuasca. However,
That's right.
Yeah, right?
Combine it all.
Combine it all. But you just need to learn how to express yourself and then be able to learn how to heal. So Lori, thank you so much for being here. I'm excited to have you a part of the book and hear your story and read your story. We are working on those chapters, ladies and gentlemen, and hoping to get those back to you by October 1st. So, all right. Thank you so much, sweetie.
Goodbye.
So now I get to introduce a woman who missed the last summit because she was involved in her own battle at the time. And I'll let her kind of explain what she wants to explain. I saw a bunch of influx of people coming in. So you have a following of people coming to listen to you tell your story. So Sarah Marie Daniel is an inspiration in motion. She is the queen of transformation and America's most needed joy and wellness coach. Sarah has been battling an undiagnosed, progressively debilitating condition that mimics multiple sclerosis for over 26 years. In addition, she has also had to endure verbal, emotional, mental, and current financial torment, anguish, and abuse at the hands of the man who vowed to protect her, resulting in far too many emotional battle scars to name. From October 16th to November 4th, 2022, her husband put her out of her home, took her car, drained and closed their joint accounts, disconnected her cell phone, and with malice has intentionally cut her off financially. Her physical disability has led to over 6,000 falls, some so brutal they've caused broken bones, teeth, and ribs. She has more bumps, bruises, burns, scrapes, and scars than a linebacker in the NFL. In the midst of and through it all, yes, she remains grateful, blessed, and determined to make her struggles count for a greater purpose. It is her belief that for every fall, we all have the ability to rise. Sarah, the stage is yours. Oh, you are muted.
Oh my God. Am I still?
No, you're good. You're good.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, Michelle. And yes, I did miss the last summit, but I am so grateful to be here with you and all of the other amazing authors and speakers today. It has truly blessed my soul. I have so many supporters that are here with me, and I'm telling you that it is by the grace of God and against all loss, and I'm still here, and that I am grateful beyond measure. I want to thank you for entering the call on your life and to be an inspiration and to allow us to speak from a safe and amazing platform. I thank you so much, Michelle, from the bottom of a grateful heart. I'm gonna try not to go into the ugly cry, but I cannot promise anything. Like you said before, I have been dealing with an undiagnosed condition now for almost 30 years. And let me tell you, if I did not have a good dentist, I would be looking like the boxer Leon Spinks. But I am just so beyond grateful to be on this platform. I do want to share with everyone today, and I do want to say kudos to all of the other speakers for displaying such amazing courage and for giving me comfort to speak about my struggle today. I have been silent for a very long time. So, and I realize that silence only gives the perpetrator more power and dominance and control. So I want to read my journal entry from April 1st of this year. I really felt that I was a part of a cool joke, and I'm just encouraged to share with you guys. I call this my personal worship. I'm gonna take a deep breath. Dear God, my heart is open to you. Come and sit in my heart. I know that you are with me, will never forsake me, and are preparing me for the blessings that lie ahead. You have promised that in the face of my enemies, I will shine if I continue to believe that no weapon formed against me shall prosper, and that it takes courage to be who you have called me to be. I come to you because my heart is heavy and burdened. The process of having to wrap my mind and heart around the cruelty and maliciousness and abuse from the man that I only loved, honored, respected, supported, stood up for, and was faithful to is harrowing. I feel like I'm literally experiencing the devil, and my knees are buckling under the weight of so much sadness and trauma. Yet at the same time, I know that I'm being tested yet again to display the power of an unbreakable spirit. I come to you in prayer of gratitude and thanksgiving for your presence and protection. How is it possible that I have not taken my own life? Through all of the emotional and physical anguish I have had to and continue to endure, am I that strong, stubborn? Do I just believe that my journey and my story is a part of a much greater plan for my life? When I look in the mirror, sometimes I don't recognize the reflection. I've aged from heartbreak.
We love you, Sarah.
Thank you. I have aged from heartbreak and stress and the toxicity of it all. Sometimes I'm like, girl, you look like the crypt keeper. You cannot be on stage empowering millions and looking like that. Girl, get it together. Still, I am always empowered by the woman I see. Strong, vibrant, beautiful, healthy. How? Why? Every part of my body aches, is broken or bruised. Yet somehow, I still believe in your promises of perfect health, healing, and well-being. I am believing that the forces of darkness cannot keep the greatness and the purpose that you have put in me from flourishing in ways I can't even imagine. Lord God, I have continued to do the right thing, even when the wrong thing is happening. I worked tirelessly with this man, for this man, the entire time I have known him, and at the detriment of my own mental and physical well-being, to support his visions and goals. But here I am with no home of my own, no car, no money, no health insurance, no access to therapy. Yet he is still living his best life with no regard for mine. When he had an affair with the wife of one of my family members, moved her into his home and spent thousands out of our joint account providing for her, I stayed silent. When I filed for divorce and he threatened my life and to strip me of my livelihood if I didn't rescind it, I did as I was told, and I stayed silent. He has not harmed me physically, but in every other way, he has kicked my ass, and I have stayed silent. I have been quiet, remained calm, have stayed above the fray, have not reacted or responded to any of his constant nasty threats, hurtful or intimidating, and cruel texts, emails, or lewd and taunting Facebook posts, taking jabs at me, but still wanting to protect someone who is maliciously doing everything in his power to break and destroy me. Lord, I know you have not given me a spirit of fear, but that of love, power, and a sound mind. And I say, Jesus, give me strength. I want to shine a light on, the subtleties of abuse. It's like his manipulative, hateful, bullying behavior was sandwiched in between his loving, compassionate, gentle, and romantic alter ego. This kind of abuse is most dangerous and destructive only because you cannot see the immediate physical effects of it, but the constant mental and emotional tug of war is held on the heart, mind, body, and soul, and it gives the predator more power to gain more control and dominance. What keeps me going is knowing that this is not just about me, what I'm growing through, but it's also about shining a light on the subtleties of domestic abuse, and being a voice for the millions of victims who may be too afraid to speak up or need guidance, and to be an advocate for the cruelty against persons with a disability. I'm gonna take a drink. The lessons that you struggle with will repeat themselves in the form of experiences until you learn from them. My lessons on this journey of self-discovery have been about overcoming the fears, behaviors I had adopted from my love-hate, fear-based relationship with my dad. I never could have imagined the impact that his absence would have on my life. I was 11 years old, and this single one event changed the way I saw my value, but it also altered my beliefs, my sense of worth, and how I behaved in future relationships. When the first man who breaks your heart is your dad, it tends to change how a girl sees and feels about her level of self-worth and what she deserves. Please say hell yes if you can relate to daddy issues that you may not have known you had, and are coming to terms with them. I have pretty much lived and operated in the majority of my relationships with men, either being driven by fear or shrinking to fit into their insecurities or dimming my light so that they would shine. Type 1 in the chat if you feel like, yes, I'm done shrinking to fit, to make someone else feel comfortable about their existence. How many of you also understand that every emotional or every physical dis-ease that you have is first realized from emotional trauma. Fear has caused me a lot of emotional pain, disease in my spirit, confusion in my mind, and discourse in my heart. I honestly believe that I have called forth and created emotional traumas in order to learn my truth about the fears, and to be about the business of honoring and loving myself, and to fully experience my life's work and purpose. I have literally allowed these different fears to cripple me, hence leading to my physical disability. When I rescinded the divorce at his request and threats, not only did this shatter my heart and destroy the fabric of 2 families, for the next 2.5 years, I allowed this man to continue to provide a luxury lifestyle for me, but it did come at a very high emotional, mental, and subsequent physical cost. I endured and allowed his bullying, berating, belittling, bashing, blaming me for his behavior, chastising, talking noise about my family, but he has taken a lot from me, but he may have taken my car, my cash, my communication device, but the one thing he can never have is my crown. When God has ordained you with something powerful to give and to share to the world, nothing can dim your light from shining within. I made it a point, I used my trauma to now work with women who have dimmed their light so that others could shine. I am a joy and wellness coach, and in doing that, I give people permission to win. It is important for me to stand in the truth of who I am and to take my power back. I did write a memoir and released it last year, but he also thwarted my ability to earn a living from my book by filing a lawsuit against me in a TRO, where my publisher did pull the book from distribution. But I will say the one thing that he cannot take away from me is the fact that I am a published author, and I am determined to use my platform and my voice to share my value and my worth, and to show all of you how you can still find value and benefit in any situation. And like Michelle, I believe, was saying, it's the stories that we tell about the events that happen in our life that determine how we show up and how we experience the life that we live. So I too, Michelle, I took the landmark forum training, so I understand that everything in life lives in the conversation that you have about it. So I am just, I'm grateful to be here. I'm grateful to have had the opportunity to share my story. I love and appreciate all of you for being here to support me. And thank you so much.
Oh, thank you so much. I got a lot out of what you just said. I believe I'm in that in this journey right where you started. I took away your crown, and not to be not to be dimmed, you know. I also wrote, I love the permission to win, and he cannot take away that you're a published author. Thank you so much. You're amazing, and I'm going to introduce the next one.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you. If you could, I'm having a little trouble here.
I text it to you.
Oh, okay. Here we go. I have it. Okay. I'm going to bring in Nicole. Was it Nicole Miles? And bringing forward more than 20 years of experience in education, nonprofits, and leadership, Nicole Miles weaves together compelling story with experience and expertise to engage listeners in a journey of self-discovery, the ups and downs of growth, and what it really takes to come back from trauma in a personal and professional space. Nicole's specialties in trauma-informed practices, resilience, and post-traumatic growth aren't just rooted in her expertise as a domestic abuse survivor who lost everything, lived in hiding, and had to rebuild an entire life while raising 3 children. She lived it. Nicole has been a featured speaker and a workshop facilitator for many organizations, including the National Conference on Crime Against Women, the National Coalition of Domestic Violence, the Lead UMC, and She Is Me International Summit. Her TEDx talk, Lessons I've Learned from the People Who Don't Like Me, has been viewed more than 82,000 times. Nicole works with an expert companion in a position of speaker facilitator, consult, or coach, helping move clients from survivorship to thrivership.
Thank you so much, Anne Marie. It is so good to be here this afternoon. I don't know, I'm in a little square, that's okay with me, but we'll, there we go. Glad I named that, Michelle. Thank you for taking care of that tech end. I am coming to you from my office where I have my really fun little wall behind me because it kind of keeps a little bit of levity and joy when you deal with some of these really heavy and hard topics. And before I talk to you a little bit about the journey of healing this afternoon, which is what I'm going to talk about, I just want to lift up and honor Sarah and the rest of our speakers for that brilliant testimony of what it's like to struggle and also support at the same time, because these are the things that we can do all at once. And it's really, really amazing. My office has been kind of a little refuge for me, and it gets really messy. I don't know about all of you, but you know, put a 1 if you've got that space where it's really important to you, but it's always cluttered. 2 if you're the organizational person. I envy you, but I'm one of those people that I like poured my stuff into a space and it gets a little messy for me, and then I have to stop everything and clean it out. So a few times a year I do a really big clean out. Oh, I've got some 2s in here, some organized folks. You're going to have to work with me. That's all I have to say. But I was cleaning out my office and I came upon this little note that I have here. And I love this little note. And if you can see it on the screen, but it's got this kind of like little bubble letter thank you. Remember when we were like in middle school and we would write our friends' notes and fold it up and you could get that kind of fun little bubbled handwriting. This note popped up and it says thank you. There's even a little heart next to it. And it was given to me after I spoke at a conference workshop last year by this young woman. It was kind of slipped to me just like that middle school thing in the middle of another workshop that we both happened to be sitting in. And not only was it really moving for me because she wrote that she wanted to thank me for my presentation and told me a little bit about her story. But one of the things she wrote was, I thought I was healed and over it until your training this morning. Your words on resilience and healing will stay with me forever, and I'll value them more than you know. She goes on to say a few other things, but she says, your words, story, and strength brought me to a new chapter of my healing that I didn't know I needed. And I kept the note, obviously, for a year, in large part because this was such a meaningful connection to make with someone I'd never met before through telling my story. But also it's because I almost didn't attend this conference. The reality of the situation is that I almost didn't show up. I nearly bailed because 2 weeks before the conference, a thing that I thought was kind of both inevitable and also unthinkable actually happened to me. And that is that I was actually found online by my abusive partner. I have a new name, a new profession. I live in an entirely different part of the country. I really orchestrated quite a bit of my life to have a full restart. After living in hiding for more than a year, after going through homelessness and having to kind of start everything all over again, it was really important to me practically and also mentally and emotionally that I get this fresh start. And so I had adopted this whole new identity. And unlike some of the other folks, people who are talking about things that happened just a couple of years ago, my abuse happened a little while ago. And so I really had kept my story quiet for a long time and rebuilt this identity and thought not only was it time because I was compelled to be sharing this story, but also that I was safe doing it. And so I did release a TEDx talk, and I went to a few other conferences, and I gave these speeches. And a lot of you know, when you do these things, I'm going to put this video out there, and then Michelle's team is going to run this video. I don't own this video. So That also happened at an event that I was at. I gave a speech. The team had the video. They posted the video on another social media site, as they should. It had been months. It had been months since I'd given that speech. I hadn't really given it another thought. And I'm sitting outside on my lovely little porch where I kind of have my own little sanctuary. And I get this text message that says, we just wanted to check on you and let you know that we've turned the comments off on your talk. They've gotten threatening, and we want to make sure you're okay. I did not know what anybody was talking about. So I love giving the speeches. I love telling the story because I think I can help people in doing it, talk about resilience and talk about healing. But I really, really, really dislike watching myself. You are actually live witnessing one of the most uncomfortable things I have to do, because when we get on Zoom, we have to see ourselves back. And it's such a just exposing all the little nerve endings that make me shake from all those old childhood traumas and the ones that happen later on. I don't watch myself. So not only did I not know the speech was out, but I had never even watched it. But somehow he'd found it. And he'd found it, and he had unleashed this tirade of comments underneath it that became so confrontational, so threatening, so abusive that the people got involved, shut down all the comments, shut down everything, and then felt compelled to check if I was okay. Now, I'd been telling my story for a little while, not very long, but long enough. I'd had this thought. I'd worked through it. I thought I was okay. Because one of the things we get to tell ourselves when we have these traumas, and one of the messages that's widely delivered to us, is that if we do our work, we will be healed. Yeah. One in the chat, if that's one of the things that you've been told before. You're going to do your work, and then you're going to be healed with an ED. And the reality of the situation is that's a myth. Not only is that a myth, but it can silence your voice, because when it comes back that you are not in fact healed, you are healing, the message delivered is that we are a failure, and that is not the case at all. Healing is the verb. Healing is what we do. There is no healed. I was years past my abuse. I was years past the conversations, and yet the second I saw the printout of the comments, I didn't even have to really read them. I just saw the all caps and the choppy sentences, and I was transported right back. I was transported right back to that place where I was afraid to do anything, where I was hiding shopping bags of clothes for my kids from Target in the car until I could sneak them in by cutting the tags off at night and put them in the laundry, because I knew that that was going to cause an argument, that I had provided something like new clothes for school for my kids. I was transported back to that place where I knew everything was going to be a confrontation, and there was absolutely no predictability to how far it was going to go, what I was going to have to do to get out of it, or how difficult of a time I was going to have bringing any kind of rational control back to my life. As soon as I saw it, somebody's put it in there, that word is triggered. I blanked out. I blanked out. I didn't know what to do. I froze, because that's my trauma response, right? We used to always talk about fight or flight. We also have freeze and fawn, and now there's some conversation even about friend, about a fifth one. And we're all a combination of those kinds of trauma responses, but my primary one is freeze. And so here I was in my little sanctuary spot in the world, thinking that I was safe, and suddenly coming to grips with the fact that I wasn't. And coming to grips with the fact that I also wasn't over it. I wasn't healed. And that the only way to move through this was to move myself into healing, into actually going back to some tools and understanding that, you know, trauma is part of the human experience. We're going to have the really big ones, the capital T traumas, like having your life threatened and having to go into hiding and then having them resurface years later. I'm going to have those small T traumas too. Things even like car accidents that aren't all that serious, or interactions with people that make us feel so patently uncomfortable, even if there's nothing specifically wrong. There are lots of traumas, and if we don't have the concept that we're going to experience these as the cost of having not just trauma, but great joy and great and beautiful experiences, we're going to get stuck in that place. And I found myself stuck. I found myself stuck in that place. And my first thought was, I have to stop. I can't tell my story anymore. And then I did the thing that a lot of us who've gone through gaslighting do. I mentioned I don't like to watch myself. I went and I watched that video. And I went and I watched that video over and over and over again, because what I was trying to do was deconstruct what I had said to see where I had offended him, as if there was some logic to that. Because we want to make sense of the illogical. And understanding in trauma relationships and intimate partner violence and sexual assault, there is not two equal sides to this. There is no way to rationalize the irrational. There is no way to make sense of that. In fact, I never mentioned his name. I never mentioned his name. I didn't mention his actual profession. I didn't mention our geographic location. I didn't talk about him much at all, which is probably what actually enraged him. That I was talking about me and the work that I had done. Because folks that want to control us want to make sure that it's only about them. What I later came to learn is something I really want to share with you, which is that this is actually a technique. It's got an acronym. It's called DARVO. DARVO stands for deny, attack, reverse, victim, and offender. So when someone uses DARVO, it's to deny it. It didn't happen. And the comments were filled with those, right? What she says isn't real. This isn't what happened. And I was doing that triggered thing where I was like, but I have the police reports. I have the guardian ad litem reports. This is a technique. And then it's to attack my credibility. Why was I telling the story? What were my motivations? I just wanted to make money. Yeah, I paid to fly to that conference and share that story with those people because they needed to hear it. I wasn't making money on that story. I was trying to help people. But it was designed to make me feel uncertain, and it did. A lot of times I use past wrongs as well. And then it's reverse victim and offender, right? I was not the victim. He was the real victim because I was telling this story against his will. DARVO can happen anywhere. It can happen in intimate partner relationships, but also happen in workplaces. It can happen even in, unfortunately, family dynamics and friend relationships. And so one of the things that you need to do is make sure that you know, one, you don't have to be past it. It's not healed, it's healing. That you surround yourself with these beautiful tools. We've heard about art therapy and we've seen journaling today. I have my art behind me. I've made most of what's on my wall. I understand that piece. You've got to find things that work for you. I teach resilience tools. I teach a lot of these word prompts now to help you know and ground in your own truth. And you've got to recognize your own strength and your reality, surround yourself with it, and then speak up. Because you just never know. You just never know whose note might end up in your hands at the next conference. So I've been so honored to be part of this group. I can't wait for our book and for our stories and just to share space with all of these amazing survivors. Thank you, Michelle, for putting this together, and thank you for having me. It has been such a pleasure.
Super awesome to have you, and I'm excited about the book too. It's going to be great looking at figuring out what we're doing for the cover here after we get through these first drafts. So very, very exciting. Nicole, something that that stood out to me was it's not healed, it's healing.
That's right.
Which means that it's just the journey.
That's right.
We continue through the journey. It's one step at a time, ladies and gentlemen, and that is how we heal. And we have to feel through that pain, and we may be uncomfortable. Just like Nicole said, she's uncomfortable seeing herself. You did a great job.
Right. I'm working through it. I'm working my steps, but yeah, that's the thing is like, right. I used to show a little 5-step bar, and I show the bar, and then I show how it actually looks, which is this like crazy thing, right? You go forward, you go back, you go forward, you go back. It's okay. As long as you keep moving, it's okay.
Yes, as long as you keep moving. And I always like to say, just keep swimming. So if you've ever seen Finding Nemo, right?
That's right.
I love it. Thank you so much, Nicole. Super excited to have you. Great job.
Thanks again. I hope to see y'all soon.
Yay. All right, guys. Now, I told you we don't have very many men on the summit or in the book, and I'm super excited that we have this one coming up. So I have had the honor of actually working with Trent on a couple of different things now. So not just this book collaboration, not just the June summit and the summit. Trent actually went through Legacy Camp with me. Trent is joining us still for the 2024 book collaboration. Him and Sue are actually joining us for that second book collaboration for follow-ups, which is amazing. And he's just a great spirit despite all the BS. So let me get to his bio. Trent is originally from North Louisiana and graduated from Louisiana Tech University. Having worked in the corporate IT industry for over a decade, he gained experience with large corporations across the United States and worldwide. Eventually, he settled in New Zealand and became an international small business entrepreneur in the popcorn snacking sector for the past 13 years. You still haven't sent me popcorn. And
Working on
in the spring of 2019, he began limping around his kettle corn factory, which marked the beginning of his cancer battle that lasted over 2 years. He faced hip cancer, resulting in his left leg being 4 inches shorter, and he just had a surgery, so we can talk about that. Additionally, he dealt with lung and then pancreatic cancer, which had less than a 5% chance of survival. Despite being told by 5 specialists that his time was limited to a year, he made significant changes to his diet, exercise routine, and mental and spiritual outlook. Currently, he is 19 months plus cancer-free and receiving treatment at the Mayo Clinic. This year, he's undergoing multiple surgeries, which he just went through a couple, that will restore the 4 inches. The successful completion of these surgeries will be documented in medical journals as the most customized and largest hip implant ever performed to date. Woo, woo. All right, Trent, I'm giving you
Golly, what an introduction. I feel like we're done already. I don't have anything to talk about. Gosh. No, not really. There's a few details in between and actually a few cool tips and tools I'll share with you. So, you know, I met Michelle in a podcast forum, and I'm really more comfortable in that setting than speaking in front of a lot of people, you know, in a stage setting. So I would appreciate if you have a bit of lenience with me as far as if I'm umming and ahhing and I'm not so polished. I feel like the story is a lot better than that. So I hope that you can forgive me for some of that and really focus in on the story and really the end of it, where I feel like the tips and tools that you know I learned through the cancer journey are really more applicable than anything else. So yeah, you know, like Michelle said, I'm a bit of a redneck. I'm from the South. I try to be a Southern gentleman as much as I can. And I was an IT guy. So I travel around the States, and I did big IT systems for big corporations. And that was a really stressful deal. I did that for about 4 or 5 years, and I needed a break. So I went to Spain and tried to learn Spanish. Total disaster. And but I taught English. You know, it was an English kind of tutor thing. That was cool. And then on my holidays, I saw all the things that we see in our history books that everybody likes to see. You know, like the Eiffel Tower and Big Ben and everything in Rome and all that kind of stuff. So the travel bug really, it kind of hit me by then. And so I decided I wanted to, see more of the world and more international. So I went back into IT and started doing that again. And I ended up in New Zealand. And it's a beautiful country, great people. I love the place. It's amazing. If you haven't gone, go. And I'm sure if you've been, you loved it. So while I was there, about 4 or 5 years into my IT thing, I met some American guys in the boxing gym. And let me tell you, I am not a boxer. I do not want to hurt this face, okay? But I just trained, and that's one of the things I do. And so these guys were training for some fights. Their manager was there, and me and him took some training together, kind of got to be friends over the few months they were there. And he said, hey, look, on the weekends in my home state of Washington, I do farmer market kettle corn outdoors. And, it's a nice kind of side deal. And I thought, hey, why not, right? Something on the weekends. I'm already working during the week. I kind of want to do my own thing. Maybe this will work. Well, let me tell you, about 13 years later, we have 2 factories, 4 popcorn lines, 15 staff. We supply all in New Zealand, all the supermarkets. We're international, supply lots of countries in Asia, the Middle East, etc. And, kind of like when Michelle said in my bio, back in 2019, while I'm feeling like I'm on top of the popcorn world, shall we say, I was, I started limping around the factory. And I went to 3 or 4 doctors. They all diagnosed me with a torn butt muscle. So I just didn't think anything about it, but it just kept getting worse. It started hurting more and more. And so I had to go into the hospital and get some blood work done. And the hematologist said, look, I really want you to get an x-ray. So I did. And, a week later, as that cliche goes, I got the call that changed my life. So, she just said point blank, you have extensive, aggressive hip cancer. And every step that you take, you're in danger of breaking your leg and your hip. And if you do that, we will take the leg off. I only had about a 1/4 inch of bone holding the leg on at this point. Okay. So it's public health care in New Zealand. And, nothing happens quickly. We all know with government things and organizations, it's just how it goes, right? So I'm in and out of the hospital 2 or 3 times. We tried to get the implant. So what they would do is they would try to do the implant and create it. But by the time it was ready to put in, the cancer progressed. It wouldn't fit. All right. So here we are, the 3rd time. And by this time in the game, my parents are still in the States. I would have them on the phone as my support person. Well, the doc just said, look, it's progressed too far and we're going to take the leg. And my dad just stepped in and he said, look, this guy's a fighter. He's not a quitter. You don't know him. You just leave this leg, he will make this work. I'm telling you, doc, just leave the leg. The doctor reluctantly left the leg and he said, look, I can't make any guarantees. The leg may not have functionality. You may not have feeling, but I can tell you it will definitely be shorter than the other. So we had the surgery and we kept the leg and it ended up a bit shorter than the other. Okay. And so just to kind of give you an idea, I like to use my props so people can see. All right. And you can see here that there is absolutely no hip left. And right here is a little bit of a wire thing that they put in, all right, to keep the leg from kind of ticking up and getting shorter over time. Well, the surgery went well, and when we did all that and everything, but I had chronic infection, all right, and we had several surgeries, but never got rid of this infection. And by the way, something the doctor said that was quite funny is, if you're familiar with this, you've got the gluteus maximus that we all know about, and there's a couple other muscles that they took from me. And my doctor always liked to tell me when he come in, he say, we took so much of your butt, you kind of have way do everything now. So it was a bit of a joke, and that's kind of, that's my bada bing there. So, it was 60 days, couldn't get out of the hospital bed, couldn't turn over without help or anything. 4 months out of the hospital. Mom and dad went home. I'm back at work doing my thing. Okay. And by the way, if you own your own business, you never stop working. And I never did the whole way through. And that's just kind of the thing. If you're an entrepreneur and you own your own business, the only time you'll stop working is when you're dead. So anyways, so yeah, back at the factory doing my thing, had my neck scanned just to make sure everything was all right. Oh boy, the roller coaster is still a go. And so I got diagnosed with pancreatic and lung cancer. Well, obviously the pancreas thing is way more dire. So, you know, we had the surgery, it was fine, we did everything. Well, you know, when they told me the results, they kind of tried to spin this thing on me and say, look, congratulations, you don't have cancer. But I'm like, well, then what happened? And so it was actually, when we got to the bottom of it, it was a blood clot instead of a tumor. So they took out half of my pancreas and my spleen. And now my health is is compromised for my time remaining on earth. So if you're a diabetic or or you know anything about insulin and blood sugar and things like that, that's where we're at with that kind of a thing. Nothing we can do about it. It's public health care. Oops, we made an accident. Okay. Let's take the positive out of this, that it wasn't cancer and we're alive. Okay. So we move on, we do the lung thing, and the surgery went well, but the next day it was infected. And so while in the hospital recovering, the orthopedic surgeon shows up again. He said, hey, look, we need to take that wire out. It's the thing causing the infection. So I agree. By this time, we're in COVID. No one can visit me. I have no support. I'm all alone. I'm drugged up. I don't know. I just said, okay. So they actually had a junior surgeon do the surgery, and he botched me up really bad. He called what they say is a surgical hernia. And so just to kind of give you an idea, this is actually, after it healed up, this is my intestines that are hanging out over my waistline. In addition to that, I had major bladder issues with, thinking I need to go to the bathroom, not go to the bathroom. So think about this in the middle of the night. You get up on crutches, your leg's killing you. You got a short leg. You're trying to go to the bathroom. You try to get to go to the bathroom, and like, you're not really even doing anything. It's just terrible, right? So the result of that was I still had infection. I had the hip infection and the lung infection. All right. 2 weeks turned into 2.5 months. And the result was that my hip migrated to the point where in the previous x-ray, you can see that I had the hip bone kind of here, okay, the leg bone actually. And then we progressed to it being way up here, all right? So just to give you an idea of what that looked like and what my shoes begin to look like, this was the shoe that I started with. This is the shoe that I had. It ended up being over 4 inches, okay? And so I got out of the hospital with that. They kind of rushed me out of the hospital, actually. They were like, look, we need your bed. And so it was kind of a rush deal. And so you're okay. And I moved, I got discharged. And so so then at that point, right, I'm out of the hospital, and several days later, I started having all these chills and hot and cold and all this craziness. And I'm like, oh my goodness, I'm having withdrawal from methadone. Now in New Zealand, they use methadone as a pain management tool, and it's very, very effective. But the thing is, it's very addictive, and it has a long wind down process. Well, they didn't give me anything when I left the hospital, and I didn't think I needed anything because I was on it when I had the leg thing and I didn't have any issues. So I didn't even really think about it or worry about it. I was in this weird gray area, right? They're not going to let me back in the hospital because I'd just been released. And I'm in this gray area where I can't get methadone. It was a rigmarole to get it. And so after several weeks of just trying to get it, I could get a little bit, and they treat me like a crackhead when I go to the pharmacy. I just decided I'm going to do this the hard way. And so I did. And let me tell you something, guys. Out of all the health issues that I've had and the stuff that I'm going to tell you about, that was by far the most challenging thing that I ever dealt with. So if you've ever had addiction and you beat it, I'm going to tell you kudos to you, because it is not easy. Okay. You were strong, and you should be proud of yourself for that. All right. Okay. So let's move on. Right. So we get out of the hospital, you know, hey, back at the factory doing what I love, making popcorn. Get my next scan. No, you do have pancreas cancer this time. For real, for real. No, you do have it. Okay. And so I said, look, I don't need a biopsy this time, guys. And so several months went by, you know, back and forth with me and this same pancreatic doctor that I had the surgery with, because this is the most talented, best pancreatic doctor in the country. And so I said, look, I need a biopsy. No, I really did have pancreas cancer this time. So I knew that things were getting bad. And so, you know, just to give you an idea, when I started with the pancreas cancer, they found it was like this. Okay. That's 2 nickels on its side. And then after some time, it grew to this big after maybe about 4 months. I could look in the mirror and tell, be honest with yourself, you're dying. Okay. And so I'm thinking, what am I going to do? I'd love to go home. And I kind of was back and forth about that the whole time, but I didn't want to go home because I had no health insurance and bankrupt my parents. Right. Because I knew that we were going to spend everything we could to keep me alive because I didn't have insurance. Well, my dad and I kind of talked about it and said, hey, look, you hadn't been back in the States in 15 years. You know, some of the rules have changed. You ought to look into this. So I did. And you know what? Actually, with pre-existing conditions, you can get health insurance. It's expensive, but you can get it. And so I decided to come home. And I did come home. And I decided, you know what? I could go to MD Anderson. I could go to Mayo, I could go to Cleveland Clinic. I could go to UCLA or whatever. I'm just going to start at home. I drug my parents all over the world already. Let's start at home. We can fight this better together at home. So I went into the local clinic. And, you know, the radiologist said, look, you know, this nice kind of country guy straight up said, hey, man, look, if we don't do something, that's going to kill you. But I think we can zap it. And I told him my concerns, which were, you know, in New Zealand, they wouldn't do anything for this because after it had gotten to that size, it was growing into my stomach. And it was a concern that surgery, I would die on the operating table because it was growing into my stomach and I could bleed to death. Or they wouldn't do radiation because we could burn a hole in my stomach again, and we wouldn't know, and I would die, and nobody wanted me to die, although I was gonna die because weren't gonna do anything. Okay. So we did the radiation and waited 3 months, and we got this thing. We nailed it. We zapped it. Less than 5% chance, and we made it, baby. All right. So, okay. Well, what's next on the agenda? We have this chronic infection we're dealing with. So I find another doctor and he said, you know, the short of the long is we have antibiotics that we haven't used here in the States that you didn't use. Let's try that. 3 or 4 months course of that, we nailed it. Okay. We got the infection. And here's the thing, right? My goal is the whole time I want to get the length back on my leg. I want a hip implant. And the deal was they took out so much real estate and so much, there's nothing to bolt to. You can't do anything. You just can't even put an implant into this thing to make it fit. And so I found this guy at Mayo, and I'd already been to Mayo. But through a referral, I found a different guy at Mayo, and he said, look, we can do this. This is what I do. And so right now I'm in the process of, it's a 3-part surgery situation over about a year. I had the first surgery, okay, and that was tough. And actually, I will tell you that in the middle of that, it dislocated. So you can see where the thing came out. So I had to live for about 4 months with a dislocated hip because if we tried to put it back in, we could, you know, mess up all the nerves and everything and stuff to where you would mess it up. So I had to wait. We did the hip implant. It was successful. And so right now, currently, I am with the largest, most complex hip implant ever done to date. 7 or 8 rods, 7 screws, 3 rods. And it's a miracle, guys. There's several of them that have happened.
Yes, that is a miracle. Oh my goodness. Oh, I took a lot of notes. I don't even know where to begin. I liked how your side hustle just kind of went to your best interest. And your parents, that just warmed my heart. And that props were just amazing. Thank you.
Yeah, I think those help people a lot. I think those really do, you know.
Yeah, I think so too. I mean, I'm very visual, so that was amazing. Thank you so, so much.
Yeah, my pleasure. My pleasure. Absolutely.
Thank you. I'm going to introduce Martha.
Cool.
Okay, Martha, is she here?
Hello.
Hello. I don't see you, but I'm going to introduce you. There you are. Hi
Hi.
there. So Martha, I must have tried to do your name and not butcher it too much. Katori?
Kartawi.
Howie, I was close. Okay, Martha is a certified life and health coach, spiritual mentor, specializing in helping individuals re-identify with self. This is where they can tap into their deepest truths and get realigned with purpose. I get that. And passion in order to reclaim their healthiest, happiest versions of themselves. She is 44 years old and has spent 25 years in an abusive religious cult. She has been turning her trauma into transformation and healing one moment at a time for the last 19 years. She is at a place in her journey that it is time to help others and reclaim their lives and power and identity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. That was very kind. Yeah, so I'm Martha, but I want to start out by just saying that each of the stories that have been shared here today, I resonate on such a deep level. And I just want to thank each of you for your vulnerability and your courage in sharing your story and sharing your voice, because I know that there is somebody that our stories are touching. And so I really just want to say thank you for showing up for yourself and your story, but for the people that are going to hear this either live or on recording. So thank you so much. And I'm just inspired. And it makes me feel less alone in my trauma and my experiences. And I know that it will make others that are going through something similar feel less alone as well. So as was said in the introduction, I spent the first 25 years of my life in a religious cult. And the word cult doesn't have, it has a bad connotation, but when I got out of this group 19 years ago, I didn't even know what a cult was. Cult didn't have like a meaning like it does now. There was no resources on Hulu or Netflix telling stories about people that had been in cults, and it wasn't wide known or talked about. So I just assumed that there was lots of other people that had a shared experience like I did. So being born into this group, I experienced the bad side of human behavior, right? Like the leader let power, ego, and manipulation go to his head, and he became very abusive physically, sexually, mentally, emotionally, spiritually. And I was one of the victims of a lot of the physical abuse and the isolation, the manipulation, the brainwashing. And so without going into just, a lot of, deluge of the horrible things that happened to me, I want to spend more time talking about what life looks like after you have these kinds of experiences, right? So I'm 25 years old. I've escaped from the compound. And when I say that I escaped, I lived in the compound that the leader owned and that everybody would come to on the weekends. And so I couldn't just walk out the door. I didn't have that freedom. And so I had to escape. And the day that I escaped, there was a large snowstorm. And so I feel like that was divine intervention for me to allow me a full escape and a safe escape. So fast forward, I'm out of the cult. I have really purposed within myself that I'm never looking back. I'm never letting the trauma and the pain and the anguish that I experienced in the last 8 years
to affect me moving forward. I'm just going to power up, power forward, and I'm just going to reclaim my life. Like that was the naivety or how naive I was to think that I could just walk out from something that had been so brutal and had been so, my soul ripping, and just restart my life. But at 25 years old, I wanted nothing more than to forget all of the things that had happened to me and that I had witnessed happen to others. And I just wanted to push forward. I just wanted to restart. I wanted to be anonymous. I didn't want anybody to know my story. And so I created these massive boundaries and these massive, I just concreted myself in and these barriers that nobody could get through because I didn't want anybody to get too close. Because if somebody got too close, they might expose my secrets. They might expose my pain. They might expose everything that I had been through in these last 8 years. So, I got a good job. I worked really hard. I got married. I started, this new beautiful life with a man that was the first man that I had ever trusted, that I ever had loved, that I'd ever been safe around. And I started this new life. And then suddenly all of my life and all of everything around me came crashing down because the moment that I felt safety, my nervous system said, whoa, what's going on? We don't know this feeling. What is safety? We've never been safe in our entire life. I've spent my whole life running, from either the abuse or the abusers, or, the pain of keeping myself at a safe distance from anybody being able to touch me or to get too close. And so, being married and allowing those walls down, everything came crashing down around me. And I had to start facing my trauma. For me, my trauma was a physical manifestation in my body. I had chronic migraines, headaches, back pain, neck pain, gastrointestinal issues, allergy flare-ups. Like my body was just shutting down because of my trauma. And so I didn't realize that any of this was connected at that time, though. So I literally started bouncing around from healthcare professional to healthcare professional saying, help, how do I get, control of this? But each profession literally just dealt with their profession. And it was just one Band-Aid after another, one medication after another. And nobody was looking at the whole Martha. Nobody was actually looking at me and saying, well, how did we get to this place, right? And I wasn't being open and honest about my trauma because I didn't know that the body was a reflection of my past. So fast forward, I did this for years trying to get a hold of my physical health until I became a massage therapist, and I was in a continuing education class. And in this continuing education class, it was about somatic releases, and it was about how trauma is stored in the body on a cellular level. And light bulbs went off for me. And it was like, whoa, this is me. This is me. This has got to be me. And so I had to become my own advocate. From that continuing education class, I got the courage, I got the excitement that this might be something worth looking into. I had already been to talk therapy where they had, my first therapist told me that, she had never dealt with somebody from a cult and didn't know how to handle somebody from a brain that had been brainwashed or had gone through the things that I had. And so she basically said I was out of her scope of practice. And that's really, really painful when a professional tells you you're too broken for them. And I went back into hiding and didn't go back to therapy for years because I just felt too broken that nobody would understand my pain. And so going to this class opened up this whole new avenue of like, there's somebody out there that can help me. And so I started by finding a craniosacral therapist, and that craniosacral therapist helped peel back a layer that I never knew existed. And that was the connection between the mind, body, and the spirit, and where my trauma was dormant and where it was flaring up my physical body. She helped me understand that connection. That led to EMDR, that led to biofeedback and neurofeedback and all these other beautiful modalities that I had to find on my own, but I would find one and then I would heal for, Nicole made such a beautiful illustration of healing, right? Healing is a process. There is no heal, there is no end zone when it comes to healing. You can't be like, okay, and I'm healed. That doesn't happen. We don't live, trauma doesn't work that way. Like I have been out 19 years from the cult and I am on a healing journey. My journey has been full of anguish and disappointment, but it's also been enlightening and it's been joy-filled. And there's been moments of hysteria and there's been moments of depression and anxiety and turmoil. And then there's been moments of just sheer joy and understanding who I am and who I was created to be. And so as I navigated through this time of finding all these different modalities, I found myself. I found Martha. I found self. And what that means is that I'm worthy of healing. I'm worthy of feeling the trauma once again in order to heal it, because you cannot heal without feeling. You just can't. There's no shortcut to healing. There's no blue pill, red pill, pink pill that allows you to just snap your fingers and be healed. It is a process, and it's a process like I talk about an artichoke, right? Like an artichoke, you have to peel back every layer to get to the heart of it, to be able to really enjoy what that artichoke is destined to be, right? The juiciest, most delicious part is the heart. I had to peel back the layers to get to my heart, to get reconnected to Martha, to get reconnected to my story, to get reconnected to me. And when I did that, I found my voice and I found my purpose. And I found that in who I'm created to be, and my faith has played a humongous, clearing for me. Has been my faith in finding who I am and claiming who I am and standing in that power and understanding that nobody can take this away from me. And I'm not defined by the things that happened to me. I'm not defined by being raped or being molested or being beaten or being starved or any of the other horrible things that happened to me in my first 25 years. I'm not defined by those things. I'm defined by my courage. I'm defined by my voice. I'm defined by what I'm doing moving forward. Those are the things that are going to define me. And so now I am, as they said in the intro, I'm a certified life and health coach, and I am finding my passion and my purpose in the pain by being able to help others to navigate their story and to navigate their healing journey, and helping them with resources and helping them reclaim self. And so I'm so privileged to be part of this anthology and this book and sharing our stories. But I'm so privileged to be part of just using my voice to help other people. So Michelle, thank you for organizing this. And I'm just so honored to be part of it.
You are absolutely amazing. I love your story. I love that you are a survivor, thriver. So a couple things. You're worthy, right? I am worthy. All of us, you don't have to unmute yourself, but if you tell yourself daily, I am worthy, it's so important to remember that, because it's not that your experiences define who you are, just like what Martha is talking about. It's you get to define those experiences. You get to choose every single day, and you get to choose that you are worthy. The other thing is you can't heal without feeling. Like we say that all the time with our company. You have to feel through the pain, right? You have to feel in order to heal. And it is so true, because you can't just pop your collar, right? Like we all want to do, and be like, I'm good and nobody needs to talk about this. Being hush hush has caused so much pain and turmoil in so many people's lives, in families. I mean, we saw this during Vietnam with the wars and PTSD. just things that have happened to us, and not being able to talk about it causes ailments, and we don't want those ailments to continue. So Martha, you're absolutely amazing. We are getting into stories, guys. We are getting into the book and editing the book and the chapters right now. So I'm excited. I edit and my team edits, and then we send them back to you guys. I know 2 of you have gotten your books back already, but we will have them all back by the beginning of October. October 1st is my goal. But super excited to have your story be told and your voice be heard. Thank you. So we have a couple more speakers for you. I'm so excited for the day. This next speaker, let me make sure she's here, because yes, she is. Perfect. This next speaker is another one that is international. So this speaker has gone through trauma, which she will explain, but she wants to be a part of this global initiative to break the silence, and super excited to have Claudia here. She is originally from Vienna, Austria. She experienced childhood trauma, which led her to make the decision to move to London, UK. Speaking of London, I will be there in April of next year, so we'll have to talk. Despite her limited English skills, London presented her with great opportunities, including extensive travel as part of her job, and she was able to discover her creative side. Everything seemed to be going relatively well. However, when her lifelong partner passed away, Claudia experienced a mental health breakdown and suffered from a severe depression that lasted over 5.5 years. She tried many different things to get back up on her feet, but when she participated in a laughter yoga class, she noticed a profound shift in her perspective. She discovered that laughter exercises offer an effective tool for resiliency, thanks to the array of psychological and physiological, let's see if I can say this word, psychological and physiological, no, that's not right. But anyway, benefits they bring. This led her to become a laughter yoga teacher and laughter yoga coach. And she is soon to become a laughter therapist. She now works within the mental health sector, where she facilitates several workshops, including a weekly laughter yoga session. Additionally, she collaborates on a fictional book with her sister, and she's currently planning to return to her studio to create sculptures once again. Apologize about flubbing there for your introduction. Been speaking all day long, and things and words may not be coming to me. But Claudia, I'm so excited. I'm so sorry for your recent loss as well. Super excited to hear you speak and excited to have you here. Stage is yours.
Thanks for the introduction, Michelle, and thanks for saying about your loss. Yes, it's a bit tough, but life, yeah, that's a different story altogether. It's truly humbling to hear all these stories. There's so much resilience, and this is really inspiring. I'm really grateful to be here today and share my story with you. And by opening up my vulnerabilities and triumphs, I really hope I can bring some optimism to those who might find themselves in similar situations. So my name is Claudia, and I'm originally from Vienna, from Austria. And I grew up in a very deprived area. And I met this guy who lived on the same estate as me at the age of 12. We started a relationship, and within a few months, things started to change. I noticed that he was often aggressive towards others for minor reasons. He was very short-tempered, and soon he was getting aggressive towards me. So he started off with hitting him the wall behind me when we had an argument, but quickly escalated to so many different levels, shall it be physically, mentally, and sexually. His controlling manner soon meant that I lost many of my friends, so became very isolated. And due to my age, we did not live together, obviously, so the abuse happened in secluded places and in various public, in public. It took several years to get off this relationship, but when I finally did so, I found it really hard to fit in with the normal 15-year-old kids. I also felt I had to change my surroundings, so I decided to move in with my grandma, but little did we know that she had already early onset of Alzheimer, which meant she was also verbally abusive and passive-aggressive towards me. I certainly could have done with a bit more stability and a normal place, but at least it was way safer than being where I was originally. My coping mechanisms throughout these times were drinking a lot of alcohol to numb my pain, and I had an eating disorder as well. But I also thrown myself into work, so I really worked really hard. And luckily, a few years later, I had the opportunity to leave Vienna and to move to London. And although I could barely speak English at the time, I felt like it was the right move to do. And I hoped I finally can leave the pain behind because there were so many places in Vienna that held so many triggering memories. So my thinking cap was new place, new life, and the past shall remain where I belonged in the past. So here I was in London. I had a great job, a great life. I traveled a lot. I tackled my eating disorder as well for good. After 2 years in London, I met this incredible man, and he changed a lot in my life. He was a very talented musician, and he opened up my horizon to music and in many other ways. That's when I discovered that I had a very creative mind and went into making sculptures. And that was the very first time in my life I felt home, at ease with myself and my surrounding. And we did have very beautiful plans, but after being together for 12 years, he had a diagnosis with a very aggressive cancer, so he sadly passed away. To add to this pain, his death was rather dramatic. To give you like a little gist, the palliative care nurse, she broke down in front of me and said she's never experienced anything like this in her life. To try to imagine this, there's a professional palliative care nurse, and I had to comfort her in the time at these very hard times. To add another layer to all of this, just before his death, I was unfortunately very unwell myself for over a year, and unrelated to this, and also had a couple of family situations to deal with. So this all together combined with his death and in the way he died was literally my final straw. So 1.5 months into the shock, I started to have great difficulties changing my clothing, cleaning my teeth, or any kind of daily tasks were basically impossible. And that was rather strange for me because I used to be always somebody on the go. And there all of a sudden I wasn't able to do anything. My old drinking habits, they took on a completely new dimension. I developed severe anxieties and fears overnight, such as anticipation anxiety, severe anxiety listening to music, which was such a huge part of my life, but also part of my identity. I also developed severe social anxiety, which I've never had in my life before. In summary, my brain went literally in meltdown, and I realized I was in really deep troubles. None of my friends really did know that. I was really good in hiding that. I instinctively decided to get a rescue dog, Remy, and which was one of the best decisions I made at that particular time. 3 things shifted very quickly there and then. She gave me structure throughout the day. So because she needed food and a lot of walks, and we did walk good 15 kilometers a day. She made me also feel safe because she was such a strong dog. She was 31 kilos, and she kept me connected to the society. And what I mean by this is because here in England, the UK is really very into dogs. So wherever you go, you basically, people start, approaching you and talk with you. So Remy did a great job by just being next to me. However, my severe depression was really, really bad, and it lasted for 5.5 years. So how did I get myself out of this? I do call myself lucky because where I live here in London, I was able to access many free services, such as arts movement therapy, sports activities, and various talking therapies. And I enrolled in many courses that were free, shall it be online or face-to-face. And although all of these things helped me to some extent, I was still quite struck and overwhelmed by my trauma. And every single task was still quite a big burden. But I kept going and going because although I did not know what I want to do and who I want to be again or what I am, etc., the one thing that was very clear to me, I just didn't want to feel like this any longer. And that became really my mission. I didn't want to feel like this any longer. Whatever it is, I have to get out of this. So I then found a laughter yoga class, and I thought to myself, well, that sounds rather odd. And I nearly dismissed it. But I tried so many other things before. So I thought, well, let's give this a try. So before going to explaining what laughter yoga is, has anybody, so what my first experience was for myself, has anybody heard of laughter yoga before? If so, can you please put a yes into the chat, and I'll come back to this in a minute. So on the day when I experienced laughter yoga for the very first time, I remember very well. I walked my dog Remy, and I got home, and I really went back into my bedroom, and I was really overwhelmed on that day. I really struggled. So we did this laughter yoga exercises with this incredible facilitator, and everything shifted. Within 10 minutes, I felt motivated, focused, energized, and optimistic. And I felt like I was more like me again. And the shift was so profound for me that I couldn't quite believe what just happened. And that led on to me becoming a laughter yoga facilitator. So let me have a look at this chat here. So yes, somebody heard of it before. Good, fantastic. For the ones who haven't heard of it before, laughter yoga is a unique concept for anybody to laugh for no reason. It's called laughter yoga because we're going to do deep breathing exercises into our diaphragm, into our belly whilst we're laughing. There's a lot of movement involved, and we tap into our playfulness. In those sessions, we do some exercises that initiate laughter, which soon turn into real laughter. And it lifts your mood in a few minutes, which lasts throughout the day. The reason for this is because laughter releases endorphins in your brain, which is known as the happy hormone, and it reduces the cortisol, which is the stress hormone. So by reducing also the cortisol, we automatically reduce the inflammation in our body as well. And the great news is that the science states that the body cannot differentiate between a real laughter and pretended laughter. So anybody just taking part will benefit from it. And the reason why I'm saying this is because we don't have to be happy to join these classes. We all know life can be really tough and non-rosy, and the non-rosy things don't go away. However, laughter is an incredible supportive tool to release stress, anger, frustration, and it's an incredible good coping mechanism tool for bereavement and PTSD and more. It can really shift someone's mindset and breaks tension down. So I started with working within the mental health sector, and I facilitate several workshops, and one of them is laughter yoga. And just to give an idea what I've witnessed is pretty astonishing. So we have individuals who suffer from PTSD, bipolar, anxiety, and severe depression. And to give an idea with people who suffer from bipolar with severe depression, who come in with a high, calm up to 3 days after the class, and people who are having severe depression and even struggle getting themselves to the location leave energized and optimistic for up to 2-3 days. So I thought like, wow, this didn't just happen to me, it happens to others as well. And this is when I became really intrigued and started to study the effects that happen while we're laughing. And that's when I decided to become a laughter coach as well, not just a facilitator. And on top of that, I will be a laughter therapist as well by the end of this year. I still have to do my case studies and dissertation and presentation. And the laughter therapy, I'm really excited about this because it's very progressive and transformative. So basically, I'm on a mission really to take these laughter sessions out to various organizations, including to places where children suffer from complex PTSD, and also trying to reach out sometime soon to some scientists to see if there's a collaboration possible, because so many profound things I have witnessed and I've experienced myself, I'd like to document this in a more scientific way. I barely drink any alcohol. In fact, I would really have to think about when was the last time. I have also great relationship with music again, and I dance again, which is very important to me. And I'm also working, as Michelle said, in collaboration with my sister on a fiction book. And my next step is also going back to make sculptures again. So I don't know how much time I've got left, but I can maybe give 2 minutes. Okay. So coming out of the other side of severe depression, things that I've learned is try to focus on the things that you can do. I find it's very important. We always focus on the things we can't do, and which takes a lot of our energy and time, and it won't help us. So focus on the things you can do. Make it a mission to find the one thing that ignites your flame, and then embrace it wholehearted. We can see loads of people who've been here and really embrace what they really believe in and what really can bring shifts in other people. And it can be even also starting a book club locally. Find your non-negotiables. What I mean by this, the things that help you to maintain a healthy mental health state, whatever it is, do these things. And there's no negotiation. In positive talks, we said this about it earlier, Michelle said that. Remember, the brain absorbs whatever you feed it. So let it be something that you can benefit from it. And then last but least, obviously reconnect with your inner playfulness and invite laughter into your life. And this can be done through joining laughter yoga clubs, or work with laughter coaches or therapists. And I think that's it, Michelle. Oh yes, maybe my website. So yes, I put them in. You can find me under laughwithclaudia.co.uk. That's laughwithclaudia.co.uk. And then I put my claudiavasicek.com for my sculptures.
You're going to have to put those links in the chat, because typing that out might be hard. Perfect. Yeah, you got it.
Yes.
Okay. Cool. Amazing. And I want to let you know that I've seen a shift in you just from when we started working together to now. I don't know if that's accurate. I don't know if that is.
It is very accurate. And also, I'm at the moment in bereavement. So, and yet things go on. Yes. You have not, you are spot on.
Yeah, I mean, you're shiny right now, and you're beautiful, and you've always been beautiful. You look great. You are excited. I'm excited about your laughter yoga. When I'm coming to London, so I'll be in London the end of April. So if you don't know me, I'm a huge Dave Matthews Band fan, guys. But Dave Matthews Band is playing in London, so I'm going to a couple concerts. But I would love to catch up and see you. Yeah, my good friend Sarah Davison lives there as well, so I'll see her. And then I'm going to Jerusalem actually with my church May 1st. So I would love to do that. But definitely, yeah, laughter therapy though. I want to do the laughter yoga. So hopefully you have a studio by then. It's still 6 months out, if not more right now. So it would be amazing if I could just come and see you and photograph you, and we can do testimonials and things like that. So very excited, super excited for you, and really great job, sweetheart.
Thank you so much, Michelle.
Yeah. All right, guys. Now I want to make sure. Perfect. We have had a shift in the schedule. So Nicole Norelli is actually the woman that is actually going to be in our book collaboration. However, Nicole had a medical emergency, and I asked one of our authors from Unsilenced Voices curriculum to come and share her story. So I met Whitley Ethan, a while ago. This been pre-COVID for sure, because I remember going to that fancy hotel and meeting Vince Vaughn, which he is like 1,000 feet tall, by the way. And we were eating little pastries and stuff. So it was fun, right? It was fun. But she told me her story, and I think that her story definitely fits in with our theme here. Whitley was on the panel for the last Breaking the Silence Summit. So let me introduce her. Whitley Ethan is a certified life coach, inspirational speaker, victim advocate, author, and host of Live Each Day with Purpose podcast. In 2018, Whitley was recognized by ACA Event Solutions for her advocacy work in the fight to end domestic violence in North Carolina, and received their highest recognition, the Pearl Award, Pearl would have loved that if she was here. That's awesome. This award is given to those who have overcome tremendous challenges, yet they have exemplified strength, courage, a strong commitment to others, and against all odds, like a pearl, they have emerged. Whitley's story is God's story, and he is making beauty from ashes. Through her unwavering faith and determination to never give up, she has overcome tremendous adversity and insurmountable obstacles. Whitley's hope and prayer is that her story will inspire others to do the same. Just as it says in Genesis 50:20, you intended to harm me, but God intended it for good to accomplish what is now being done, the saving of many lives. Could not be more true for her, as God is using her story to impact and save lives. Whitley, super excited to have you, honored that you could come on last minute, and stage is yours.
Thank you so much, Michelle, for having me on. I am honored to be here. I so enjoyed when I was on in June, a part of the panel, and so I'm excited to share my story now. So as Michelle said, I am a life coach and victim advocate, and I'm also a domestic and sexual violence victim and survivor. And so that's kind of the story I'm going to share now. Actually, today happens to be 14 years, the anniversary of one of the times that I was a victim, harmed. But the story that I'm going to be more focusing on is one that is actually recent. In 2020, I got on a dating site, wanting to meet someone. It seems to be the thing that, you know, everybody seems to be doing nowadays. And this was right before COVID hit. And I met a guy, went out with a guy, and that date turned in the date from hell, as I was held hostage over 10 hours and repeatedly raped. I tried to escape 3 separate times and was stopped. And I tried to seek help. And then during that time, after each time that he raped me, he forced me into the shower to wash away any evidence of his crimes. You know, I think whenever someone goes through trauma, if there's anything I've learned, it is to have the proper terminology. And a lot of people that are meant to help survivors, like the police and hospitals and different advocates, don't always use the proper terminology. And that's so important because that can impact victims' healing. And so I sought help. I did all the things I needed to do, had them take all the evidence that they needed to take. But I was not in a good place mentally and emotionally, as I was dealing with suicide ideation, and September just happens to be Suicide Awareness Month. I almost didn't make it and survive. And had I not gotten help, I wouldn't have. And then what ended up happening was, on top of all of the stuff I was dealing with from the aftermath of being held hostage and repeatedly raped, I then found out I was pregnant. And then from that, rape, and then miscarried. So now I'm dealing with something in addition to that. And it was just a whirlwind of complete chaos, trauma. It just felt like I just was constantly walking through this valley of hell. But I can tell you, and one thing I will say that has got me through everything has been my faith. And I felt God there with me when I was going through this. But everything that happened afterwards, I kind of felt abandoned by him, because then I ended up being sued by my rapist. And this has been something that has become known ever since the Me Too movement, that after the dust settled and there was victory for women across the world, celebrating the Me Too movement, women coming forward in solidarity, abusers started coming forward and suing their victims, which has become known as a she said, he sued. So no longer do we have to worry about just he said, she said. Now we're having to worry about she said, he sued. And because it's something that our system isn't prepared for, there really isn't anything in place to protect victims from being sued by their abusers or rapists. And so it's another re-victimization that's happening to the victims and survivors. And it's happening within our judicial system. And our judicial system is such a huge system. So how do we combat that? How do we go up against that? So here I am, I come forward, I inform the proper people of what he did. You know, he is someone that is licensed across the nation in multiple states as an insurance broker, goes into his clients' homes. I'm thinking people need to know what's going on. Plus, it sets it up for the crime to happen again as he's going from state to state on dating sites. He can easily move in and out and no one know who he is while he's committing the same crime over and over again. And so here I am being sued. I was forced to file bankruptcy. You know, it just seemed like it was going from bad to like worse and worse and worse. And there was just no reprieve. And then that was in 2021. And then what ended up happening was I was forced to face my rapist in mediation. And I was told I had to mediate with him. And there's so many things that happened in that were malpractice. I was told that the mediator was good friends with his attorney, and that if I didn't sign this settlement agreement that protected him and silenced me, that they would go after my family and all these different threats. And again, not having the proper help to have someone there for me, as I was not in a good place to be signing anything. And so that's something that I've learned through the system, through everything I've gone through, is having advocates for victims. And in the process of that, the police weren't doing their job. They've never once brought him in. January 6th will be 4 years since this happened. He has never once been brought in for questioning. Not once. He is out free to rape again. The police didn't follow the Survivor Act law, which was put in place by the Attorney General Josh Stein of North Carolina, which is all about keeping the sexual assault kits off the backlog and getting them tested. They withheld evidence and didn't give it over to State Crime Lab. I was told if there's male DNA found, that they would bring them in for questioning. So there's so many things happening. And here I am, I find myself in October now, representing myself per se in federal district court. I won my case in bankruptcy court. It literally went from civil court, bankruptcy court, now we're in federal district court. It's his first appeal. He has 3. And I'm looking at the next 3 to 5 years of my life being occupied by being sued by my rapist. Meanwhile, our judicial system does nothing to protect me. And it was really difficult. I don't have a law degree and I'm trying to desperately protect myself. I don't have the funding to afford an attorney. Other attorneys won't even take this on because they're like, oh my gosh, you're in federal district court. Good luck. This is impossible. You won't be able to win. Judges don't like when someone's pro se, like this is an automatic lose for you. And in December of 2022, so last year, I filed 4 motions by myself within 2 weeks. And pleaded with the judge, can you give me a court-appointed attorney? Can you have him pay my attorney fees? She goes to my attorney and says, do you think he should pay her attorney fees? And she said, no. And so I'm denied attorney, a court-appointed attorney, denied money to pay for an attorney. Now, I then find out that my attorney is working with his attorney. No one's talking to me, but they're working together. And so it's like, oh my gosh, like it just seemed like there was just, as soon as there was one obstacle and I'd overcome that, it was another obstacle after another obstacle after another obstacle. And there were times when I was like, God, what is going on? Where are you? I felt so disconnected from him. But guys, God was so in the details. There's so much stuff that was happening that I was unaware of. And at one point, as I'm looking at all my papers on the floor, putting them together for motions, I'm like, suck it up, Buttercup. Tears aren't going to help. Like you are in the fight of your life, and whether you want to be or not, you're in it and you have to make it through it. And so I started calling the news, who I had been calling for the past couple of years, but somehow this time I got through to someone and they showed up when I was invited to speak before the town hall commissioners and tell my story. And though the town hall commissioners, after I spoke, completely dismissed me, my story was a top story on the 11 o'clock news. And though my kit was years away from being tested, it got my kit tested in 20 days. It expedited it and male DNA was found. Now, the police still have not done what they needed to do. But this was huge. There was no one thought there'd be ever any DNA because of how many times he had me wash away any evidence of his crimes. So that was January. So then February of this year, I find out I won my case. It was a historical judicial victory. I won my case pro se against him. Being congratulated by other people, other attorneys who are like, oh my gosh, I saw this on the docket. This is incredible after everything you're dealing with your attorney. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. And then he had 2 more appeals to 4th Circuit to the Supreme Court. In March, he gave up his rights to pursue me moving forward. April, I wrote a bill. I took everything that I went through and I wrote a bill. And I think this is really important. There's things that we go through that just don't make sense. And it's like, how could this happen? I don't understand. It's like, what good can come from this? And I will say that I wish I hadn't gone through anything else I had, but the fact that I did, and it's brought me to where I am, and that's important. Like a lot of times our purpose will come from something, our pain. There's purpose in our pain, and it will propel us into the position we're supposed to be. It will redirect us where we're supposed to be. And that has been the case with me. I mean, I wrote a bill. Never, ever in my life did I ever think I'd write a bill, but I wrote a bill on everything I went through. And my case, because of winning it, now sets a precedent that other victims can use my case to win their case if they're sued. And now this bill that is going to be introduced at the next session, if it passes, it's basically written from everything I went through, will be able to better help protect the rights of victims and survivors moving forward. And then in May, I was part of the Grace for Prosperity books, the workbook and the training manual. And then, of course, I spoke at the June summit. And then this month, just yesterday, a magazine, Becoming Her magazine, I was featured in that magazine that just launched yesterday for the September issue, sharing my story. And then, of course, I'm speaking today. And so I don't want you to ever discount what you're going through or think, oh my gosh, this is so far gone that like nothing can be done about that. Like as Michelle read in my bio, Genesis 50:20, what Satan intended to harm you with, God intended for your good. Sometimes it's not just your good, it's the good for so many other people because he can turn it around. I mean, think about it. In 3 days, he died and rose from the dead. If he can do that in 3 days, can you imagine what he can do for you in 3 days? And so there's so many things that are happening now that wouldn't have happened if I hadn't have gone through what I went through, but now it's being used for good. And so I just want to encourage you to not lose hope, to keep holding on. God is in the details. And I think if anything, my story shows that no matter how bad the courts are and unjust that they can be, at the end of the day, the heavenly courts rule and reign. And they speak louder than the earthly courts will ever. And so this is just a story of healing and hope. And now I'm able to take everything I went through to better help other people that are going through the same thing, but also to create changes so that we can work towards spreading awareness and preventing, and also educating people and just having the safeguards there to protect people moving forward.
Love it, girl. Great job. I'm super excited that you're here telling your story. But what's amazing is that you're changing legislature and you are able to write bills. You are able to get them on floors, and who knows, maybe it could be on Senate floor and House floor and things in the very near future, because as we all know, a lot of laws need to change around abuse, around domestic violence, around trafficking, around sexual violence. So super awesome that you keep going despite all of the obstacles that you face. So great job, Whitley.
Yeah.
Yay. Again, Whitley is actually part of our book collaboration for Grace for Prosperity for Unsilenced Voices. So Whitley, if you want to put your information in the chat, then you are more than welcome to do that so people can get a hold of you and so people can find out more information. So right now I get to introduce our next speaker. Courtney Walker is the author of the Writer's Digest award-winning book, Chasing My Demons, which is about her spiritual journey up to this point. What an interesting transition from Whitley to Courtney. I like this. This is grateful to God. Oh, she is grateful to God every day for the opportunity to share her story. She prays that it brings hope and healing to all of those who hear it. Courtney, oh, where'd you go, girl?
Hi,
Hi. Oh no, where are you?
can you see me?
Oh, yes, I can. Perfect.
Okay,
Okay, awesome. Yay, Courtney. The stage is yours,
Hi.
sweetie.
thanks. So, just a little story. Last year, my family and my kids and I went to this gala for an organization that we've been volunteering with for about 3 years now. And at the gala, at the end of the night, my daughter went to the restroom and she met Michelle, and a friend of hers for the first time. And her friend had asked my daughter if she could wear her earrings. They were really big hoops. And my daughter said, of course, absolutely. So she tried them on. And when they came out of the restroom, Michelle's friend had said to us, why don't you come to Michelle's luncheon? She's having a luncheon next week for her organization. And we were like, okay, I guess we'll go. And she was like, it's free and everything. And I was like, all right, we'll go. So we went the following week to a luncheon that Michelle was putting on for her organization that we were not that familiar with at the time. And that was the first time I heard Michelle's story. I hadn't read her book before that or heard her story before that. But her story, hearing her story, brought a question or to my mind that I'd never thought of before. And that was, my mom is still here with us. For the first 16 years of my life, my dad physically abused my mother. And I never thought till that very day, meeting Michelle and hearing her story and other people's stories, that my mom might not be here with us. You know, she is 81, well, she'll be 81 this year. And I guess I never thought of it because my parents are still together. My parents have been married for 57 years. And the abuse that we witnessed and my mom suffered through, we never discussed. It was still a family secret. No one talks about it. And after hearing Michelle's story, I thought, I don't want to live this life anymore where we don't talk about things like this, because I think it's really important to tell our stories. And I find that a couple of things I learned that day hearing Michelle's story was that, you know, if we don't tell our own stories, a lot of times other people can tell a version of our story for us. And it may not be the truth, and it may be what they want people a lot of times to hear and to know about us, but it's not our own story. So I wanted to be able to tell my own story, my own version of it. And I also feel that secrets from our past can be like an anchor and tether us to that past, and we're able to move forward in our lives. And I feel that, you know, like the speaker before me said, God's purpose for us. I feel part of our purpose is to grow and move forward, and God wants that for us so badly. And I feel the enemy wants us to stay in the dark and stay stagnant, and that's how secrets keep us there. So I am grateful every day, like Michelle said, that I'm able to tell my story, share my spiritual journey as well as my story with others. And I really hope that having this opportunity that I've been given will help others grow and heal, as well as help me grow and heal in the process too. So I thank you so much for that.
So Courtney, I'm going to ask you some questions, okay? Because
Okay.
we have a couple more minutes with you. So why don't we dive a little more into your story? Talk about your childhood a little bit. Talk about how you felt. Thank you so much for all of the accolades that you gave me. This platform is for you though, as well, and for all of those out there. Let's kind of dive into why you finally decided to speak up, why you finally decided to now publish your story, and a little more about the childhood.
Okay. So growing up, we moved around a lot. We moved 5 times as I was growing up, 5 different states. We weren't in the military. It was just, we moved a lot. And I think part of that was we were moving from family members. So we were very isolated, which is normal for an abusive household. So to this very day, no one in our family knows about the abuse that my mom suffered. Not my grandparents on both sides are deceased, and my mom's siblings that are still with us don't know. So no one knows except for those of us in the house, and that was me and my 3 siblings. My younger sisters are not too aware of it because me and my older sister kind of shielded them from it. They were very young at the time, before my father eventually stopped physically abusing my mom. But me and my older sister were, of course, several years older, about 10 to 12 years older than them. So we witnessed most of it. Like I said before, my parents are still married, and they put on this facade, I would say, of just a happy marriage. You know, we've been married for 57 years, everything's great, and everybody goes along with it. And I have a hard time going along with that because I know what I witnessed. And also the fact that we've not been able to talk about it. We never discussed the things that we witnessed. When my sister tried to bring it up to my mom was in complete denial of it. So we've never talked about it again. And for me, I feel that that has held a lot of fear, but also like shame with it. Shame that's not mine to really carry, you know, a secret that's not mine to carry.
So I have a question for you. So
Yeah.
you've decided to jump into this book collaboration and tell your story, not just tell it from stage, but you are publishing your story.
Yes.
Your parents are still alive. A lot of your story is your childhood, is, you know, what you witnessed growing up and how that affected you. So the strength that it takes to speak up about something that happened while they're still alive, how does that make you feel?
I have been really battling a lot of like just voices and you know, the voices of that's none of anybody's business, keep it in the family, don't talk about it. The things that I've always heard over the years, but I'm tired and I don't want to live that life. And I don't want my kids to live that life either. My kids know the truth. I've talked to them about it. And I don't want them to have to live in secret either. You know, so it's just opening that doorway for all of us to live open and transparent. And hopefully through talking about it and facing this fear that I've had of speaking out, no matter what happens with my family on this other side, that other people will have the opportunity to speak out too and know that you don't have to live in that silence anymore.
And I think it's important for people out there who they want to tell their story, but they just don't know how. They don't want to hurt their family's feelings. They don't want to throw anybody under the bus. You know, we talk a lot in our trainings for the book collaboration, using different names. So changing names, dates, and locations, right? Because we all want to avoid lawsuit. Now, everything would be under my company, of course, but we all want to avoid the lawsuits. But we change the names, but our story stays the same. And you're still able to release that story. You're still able to speak that story. And just like Courtney is talking about, it's like a heavy burden lifted off of your shoulders, right?
Yes.
And I'm super excited to get into your manuscript and super excited to really kind of dive in and figure out what you should continue speaking about, maybe your next full-length book, things like that. It's really awe-inspiring, and so many people need to hear more of your story. So talk a little bit about now. Are you, you're married, right?
I was.
Okay, got it.
That's also a part of the book.
Okay.
I don't have enough time. That's also going into this. I was married. My husband passed away a couple years ago.
Got it.
So that is also part of the book. He was a veteran, and I'm also a veteran. He was service connected, and he had mental illness and substance abuse. And my husband overdosed from substance abuse. And that is another part of the story I wanted to tell, because I think that,
No, it's okay.
I think that it's important for us to not continue to hide these things that are going on in our lives. And I was taught from a young age, because of living in a family of domestic violence, that it was good to have these secrets and keep your life in the dark. And when I was married to my husband and we lived with struggling with his mental illness and his substance abuse, I lived in that secret as well. And I don't want other people to feel that they're ashamed with that. People deal with so many things in their lives. And I think the more we talk about things like domestic violence and mental illness and substance abuse, and we don't shame the people that have to deal with those things, that it makes it less of a taboo subject, you know?
Yep. Yep. I 100% know, this is different than your situation, by all means. When my daddy died, my mom kind of lost it. And my mom actually died of an accidental drug overdose because she couldn't live without my dad. And it was accidental because she actually didn't mean to do it, but she gave up hope 2 years before that. So I understand, and I'm excited to read your story. And it is important to not keep those secrets and to keep inspiring those people out there to be unhidden, unsilence your voice, right? So
Yes.
Courtney, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for being a part of the summit, for being a part of the book collaboration. And I so look forward to this future.
Thank you so much. Bye, everybody.
Bye. Thank you so much. All
Thanks.
right, ladies and gentlemen, we have 3 amazing speakers left. I am so excited that we've come to the end, and it's not the end. So many people want more. So many people are enthralled and excited. I'm excited. I'm standing up now. That's why I keep moving. So I'm like, stay still, Michelle. Stay still, Michelle. But I am very, very excited for all of these amazing speakers, for all of these amazing authors. And if you are out there on Facebook land, if you're listening to this afterwards, if you are here live right now and you want to tell your story, there are multiple different ways to do so. We have a 2024 book collaboration that actually our next speaker is going to be a part of as well. We have 2 authors from the 2023 that are actually continuing to the 2024. And this young lady is actually going to be one of those. We also have Legacy Camp happening starting next week. It's an 8-week course that happens, I want to say, roughly 6 times a year, something like that, depending on schedule, but typically always on a Wednesday. And that's really to teach you business, public speaking, book writing, publishing, making sure that you've got business plans and marketing plans and branding, breakthroughs, course creation. So there's a lot in the 8-week course. So if you are interested, make sure to contact me. I haven't given a website or anything yet, but if you go to michellejewsbury.com, again, michellejewsbury.com, you can find more information about what we've got going on. So this next speaker, like I said, I get to continue working with her for another year, and I'm very, very excited about that. Sue Bowles, like cereal bowls, right? Yes, you can laugh at that because I've messed up your name so many different times. Sue Bowles is a survivor turned thriver as an award-winning author, speaker, and master certified life coach. Having done the work of healing from multiple traumas, Sue now defines the effect the life-altering events have on her. The events no longer define Sue, she defines them. She founded My Step Ahead and is the chief instigator behind the new Dare to Believe movement. Nurturing others to dare to believe that you matter, she can be found speaking on podcasts as well as state and national conferences. Sue's contagious enthusiasm empowers audiences to take the next step in their journeys. Excited to have you, Sue, and the stage is yours.
Thanks. Good to be here. So life is full of pivot points. I played basketball in high school. I'm not saying I was good, but I played basketball. And if there's any former athletes, just in the chat, just put a little hands up, maybe put the emoji of the sport you played or something like that, because you're going to understand this analogy as I go through it. For me, I played basketball. And when you pick up the dribble, one foot has to stay planted. And then you can choose what direction you want to go with it. You have a choice to make. And life is full of those kind of pivot points. Life is full of having to choose what happens when something stops. For me, I've had a number of pivot points in my life. And there are a few key ones I want to share with you today. And fortunately or unfortunately, I say both. I'll explain that as I share, you'll understand why I say fortunately as well. My first pivot point happened when I was 7 years old. And I see some basketball, I see tennis, I see, keep them coming. And I was raped by a classmate when I was 7 years old. I was in first grade. Rape was not on the radar. I was held against my will for 45 minutes after school one day until mom came calling. My mom came to rescue me. There's another basketball. Yeah, hoops it up. And through that experience, a lot of things changed. I pivoted and I froze. We've talked a lot today. There have been so many incredible speakers today sharing their brave stories. And you'll hear and continue to hear an underlying current, a theme of healing journey. So while I was raped at 7 and my emotions became frozen in time at that point in time, I didn't know what to say. Rape wasn't on the radar. Mom didn't know what to ask. My teacher didn't know what to ask when I had to go to apologize to her for being late and making people worry. I didn't know what to say and no one knew what to ask. And I froze. My perpetrator, my classmate, said something to me when we were leaving. He went out one side of the woods, I went out the other. And his words to me were, "Don't tell anybody." And unfortunately, I listened to that. And it put me in a 15-year prison sentence because I didn't tell anybody to my senior year of college. Now, you can imagine 7 years old, you're just starting to develop age of reason, starting to understand a little bit of life and just be able to make your own decisions, discover who you are. I didn't have a chance to be a normal child. As you know from other speakers today as well, trauma literally rewires your brain. So my brain, instead of being able to figure out what it meant to have fun and play and enjoy each other, went into survival mode. So then you add in the rest of grade school and middle school, which is a real fun time, and then high school and then college. I was an absolute mess by the time I got to college. I was imploding. I was dying on the inside, but I couldn't let anybody know. All throughout that time, I had painted the picture that Sue is your go-to gal. Sue was good and Sue was strong, and she's the one you go to when you got a problem, and Sue will make it happen. And they didn't know, or I didn't think they knew, what was going on in the inside. Now, through that, there were other traumas involved as well. There was other abuse from neighborhood kid and from dates and, things happen that shouldn't happen and that kind of stuff. I was raised in a dysfunctional home. My parents divorced after 34 years of marriage. Dad was an alcoholic. Now, thankfully, at the same time, he was 30 plus years sober before he died right around Christmas last year. I experienced rejection, as most people do. At 16 years old, my best friend from 6th grade was moving away out of state, had a slumber party. And I later found out it was just sleepover for she and I. And in that time, she told me that her other group of friends that didn't like me had a going away party for her, and that they didn't invite me because they didn't like my personality. I didn't let myself cry a tear for 2 years when I was 16 years old. I developed an eating disorder, so many other things. I've twice considered ending my life. I've dabbled in cutting. All of those things, any of those things, is a lot for a life. And for some reason, it all came my way. Now, as many of the other speakers today, I too am a Christ follower. So one pivot point came to my life in May 31st, 1985, when I pivoted and came to Christ and entered into that personal relationship with him. And that started to change things before I knew. Now, there is a verse from Psalms that I call my life verse. And it's Psalm 71, 20 and 21. And it says, though you have made me see troubles many and bitter, you will restore my life again. From the bottom of the depths, you will again bring me up. You will increase my honor and comfort me once again. Now, for the longest time, that was just words on a page. But as my journey has grown, I'm starting to see how that is all weaving together. See, I was struggling for meaning. I was trying to find my identity, my worth. And the one thing that I define that as is that if I was seen, I had worth. Now, I am not a poster child of Health for College, not just because of the eating disorder, but because of I was over involved. And just as an example of how unhealthy I was, I would start my homework at 10 o'clock at night, stay up till 2 o'clock, go to sleep, get up at 6, be first in line for breakfast at 7:15, go to class at 8, and then be involved in about 4 or 5 different student activities and still work 20 hours a week with 2 different campus jobs. One year I coordinated homecoming, the winter formal, and a 12-hour muscular dystrophy super dance, all while taking an overload of classes. I am not a poster child of health. I don't recommend it. So, but having said that, what I've learned is that was part of the mask. Because if I stayed busy, I didn't have to think. And if I didn't have to think, I didn't have to feel. And if I didn't have to feel, I didn't have to deal with my stuff. And my stuff really sucked. And I really didn't want to deal with it. Fast forward, more pivot points. My senior year of college, my dean of students had become my confidant, my counselor for 4 years. He took a promotion senior year, said he'd still be available. He knew he had a student who was not ready for the workforce. So he'd give me homework. And one day we're doing it. And to this day, I cannot tell you what it was about. I don't know what the homework was. I don't know what the discussion was. What I do remember is inspecting the weave of his carpet and my voice just trailing off and saying, well, when society tells you not to say anything. And he paused. And Ed said, Sue, did your parents hurt you? And I said, no, not them. He said, somebody else? I said, yeah. I said, what happened? And for the first time in 15 years, I told my story. Didn't mean it went away overnight, but that was a huge pivot point. Not a lot got resolved those next few years. I was in and out of counseling, but when you're only at grad school for 2 years, you really can't get a whole lot done. Fast forward to 2008. I was mourning and grieving a friend who had passed in 2005. I was grieving her like yesterday. My eating disorder symptoms, red flags were coming back up. My pastor helped me connect with a counselor. Now, here's the fortunate part. I'm still with her. 15 and a half years, still with her, and we are just growing like crazy, and it's really getting fun. But we had to spend 6 years from 2008 to 2014 to get me stronger in the present, because I was letting myself get walked over because of all the trauma. I didn't know how to stand up for myself. I didn't know how to speak up for myself. I didn't know what a boundary was. So we had to spend that much time just to get me ready. So then we go to the past. Now, what I didn't share that comes into play here is back in 1990, I was on a ski trip and a dear musician friend of mine named Billy Sprague was on it. Billy had lost his fiance 3 years prior in a car accident. He was there. This is right as we were doing the intervention on dad and divorce was getting to happen. And I was frozen. My heart was frozen thick. And I looked at him and I said, Billy, I need to learn from something you've been through. How do you go on living when all you want to do is die? Another pivot point. I reached out for help. That is the hardest step of any healing journey, is asking somebody and inviting somebody in. So my counselor and I are getting into this. In 2014, we are finally getting to the point where we can at least deal with the rape. Now, the rape came out in our second session. And she said, Sue, this is huge. Have you ever dealt with this? I said, I wouldn't know what that looked like, so I guess that's your answer. So we're dealing with this. And yeah, there's a lot of times I want to bail. And my mantra became a manageable level of tolerable existence is no longer an option. That was my pivot point. A manageable level of tolerable existence is no longer an option. 2014, a movie came out called Ragamuffin. It's based on the life of the late Christian musician Rich Mullins. Today is September 19th. It is 26 years to the day since Rich was killed in a car accident. So I don't take lightly that I get to share this with you. And while I'm getting emotional, I will not say, forgive me for my tears. I will say, please understand, because it is my story. And that's one thing nobody can ever take from any of us. So this movie came out and I went to see it, and it was a really, really, really hard watch. And it was a lot of, got something in my eye, Mom, you know, kind of thing, because I didn't want to be found out. Nobody knew anything. Later in the year, the friends and family of Rich and the movie producers started talking if they wanted to do a retreat to carry on the themes of the movie. The movie talked about forgiveness, parent-child relationships, authenticity, the masks we wear, light conversation, you know? I took a chance on love because I was imploding. My brother had been in prison. He had just gotten out, and something he said in town struck me. He saw a friend. Friend said, hey, I haven't seen you for a while. Where you been? I said, in prison. If anybody, in my judgment, had a reason for shame, it would be my brother. And that convicted me. And I went to my counselor, shared the story, and said, I just want to be authentic. Get me ready. Fast forward, that retreat has become something called Walking Stick Retreats. I just got back from the most recent one on Sunday. Through that, in the last 9 years, God has done a healing, deep healing work in my life. There's nothing magical about retreat, except the staff gets out of the way and lets Holy Spirit do his job. And that pivot point, I took a chance on love, because I went in calling myself the holy exception because of my story, believing that everything in the Bible was good enough for everyone else but me. I was too screwed up, too far gone, and a total waste of space. Here I am now, from going to wanting to die in 1990 to 2023, sitting here sharing my story with I don't know how many hundreds or thousands of people, getting ready to share it even more detail in a book ×2. We have my own company. I founded My Step Ahead. The idea behind it, the concept behind it. It was what Billy shared with me at the end of the conversation. It was, it's all I know to tell you, Sue, step by step. The mantra, the tagline, the purpose of My Step Ahead is to empower others to share their stories while they are healing. Because you only have to be a step ahead to help the person behind you. You don't have to have it all figured out. You don't have to have arrived, whatever that means. You just have to be a step ahead. So My Step Ahead is about all that. And we have a lot of resources on the website. I'll put that website in the chat when I'm done here. But the other thing is that I'm a master certified life and mental health coach. And I speak, as Michelle said, I speak across the country on campuses and conferences and I don't know how many hundreds of podcasts and the whole deal. And what I love most is the individual interaction after a presentation, after a speech, at the merch table, whatever. And in those conversations and working with my clients one-on-one, in those conversations, I have heard an undercurrent of doubt. Can it really happen? You don't know my story. Is that really possible? Is there a shadow of a chance? So we launched the Dare to Believe movement. And as Michelle said and shared in the bio, it's about nurturing others to dare to believe that you matter, because I have become convinced, not just through my own story, but in the stories of so many people, and even you've heard it today, that until we can answer the question in the affirmative, in a solid bedrock way, do I believe that I matter? Not does somebody else think I matter. What do I say? Until we can answer that in the affirmative, solid bedrock, yes, I matter. And that becomes the next pivot point. Permanent and lasting life change will not happen. I've got something for you. I'll put it in the chat. It is the first 4 steps to the healing journey, because you've heard with everybody talking about the healing journey. And no matter what you are healing from, the first 4 steps are the same. They come out in my book. It came out in 2019. I'll put that in the chat. I would love to get that to you. So thank you for your time.
Yay, Sue. Hey, I love what you said. It's not manageable level of tolerable existence any longer. Is that what you said? Is that the words?
Yeah, a manageable level of tolerable existence is no longer an option.
Yep. I love that. I love that. I'm going to steal it and I'll quote you. I'm gonna
That
say
sounds great.
Sue Bowles, the client, said this amazing quote. But it is, it's important to remember, to reach out. You said that you've been with your therapist for 15 plus years at this point.
Yep.
So that's amazing. I remember going to my therapist, Douglas Gosney, when I first started going to him. This was back in 2012, and he is still my therapist. So I don't see him every month or even every week anymore, but I do still see him. So it's important to be able to find somebody that you trust, that you want to work with, because they can really help continue. So, and then I also love, it was Psalm 31, or excuse 71 that you talked about, right?
Yeah, Psalm 71, verse 21 and 22. No,
21, 22. Okay,
No,
perfect.
I'm sorry, wrong. Psalm 71, 20 and 21.
20 and 21. Okay. Martha actually put that in the chat as well, asking for that specific verse. So absolutely amazing. Sue, just letting you know, you directly, perfect. You got it. Okay. So super excited to have you. Great job. I'm super excited to get into your chapter as well. And you'll have that back hopefully within a week and a half.
Good.
Yeah.
Looking forward to getting it back.
Yeah.
I already know some things need to get cleaned up on it. So
Well, I mean, if you've already cleaned up some stuff, get me that new draft now, because we don't want to like re-edit stuff and that you're already editing, if that makes sense. But thank you, Sue, for everything. Look forward to having you for next year as well. So this is going to be great. All right, guys, we have 2 amazing speakers left. Very excited to have both of them share with you. So whether you are listening on Facebook, whether you are live here on Zoom, or if you are listening afterwards, make sure to go on michellejewsbury.com. You can get information about all the authors. In the chat, I'm going to put the pre-order as well for the Breaking the Silence Voices of Survivors Volume 1 of the book. So very excited that I get to introduce our next speaker author. Dr. Renita Gibbs is the native Augusta, Georgia, currently residing in Atlanta, Georgia. Dr. Gibbs is a successful entrepreneur and a fatherless daughter advocate and life coach whose goal is to empower and encourage girls who have had fathers who have not had fathers in their lives. Dr. Gibbs is an inspirational speaker and has been the keynote throughout the United States and Africa. She facilitates weekly trainings and coaching seminars, preparing participants for successful outreach and mentorship with youth in local communities. Through her passion, work, and relentless commitment, Dr. Gibbs has become a strong voice in many communities. I would like to invite you onto this stage and excited to have you.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay, very good. Michelle, first of all, I just want to say thank you for this opportunity. I want to say thank you for what you're doing because, by me being one of the few speakers at the end, I have had the pleasure of listening to so many stories, and this is going to change the lives of so many people. So I want to thank you for just allowing me to lend my voice to this platform. So, hey, hats off to you. But today I'm going to be sharing my story of, me not having my father in my life and how it affected me over the years. I am a certified fatherless daughter advocate, so I am licensed to teach and train on this content. However, I'm going to be speaking to the fatherless daughters today because some of you guys are going to be able to relate to what I'm saying, and some of you are not going to be able to relate to what I'm saying. But because some of you was able to have your dads, but I could not allow my past failures in my life to stop me fulfilling God's purpose. Because we all have goals and dreams and things that we want to do in our lives and everything. And one of my goals and dreams was for me to find my father. That was a goal and dream that paid a huge price in my life for me to be able to find my father, because growing up without my dad, it really caused me to start questioning myself, questioning my value, questioning my worth. Because as I got older, that little girl was there. And what I found myself doing in life was playing small And I thought that something was wrong with me, and I was getting angry, and I was trying to question, I was getting angry and I was questioning things that was beyond my control, and that wasn't my fault. Because I understand that a girl gets her identity from her dad. And sometimes when you grow up and you don't have that father figure, you struggle with identity issues. Because a female can be a fatherless daughter in one of three ways. Your dad could have been unavailable, he could have been unattached, or he could have been absent. Now, what I want to do, I just want to explain that a little bit, because every time I share this content, people say, well, Renita, I didn't know I was fatherless. Your father could have been unavailable by way of the military, incarceration, or he could have been deceased. Or your father could have been absent like myself. Or your father could have been unattached. You and your father lived in the same household. However, it was no connection between y'all. I talk to people all the time and they say, well, oh, Renita, me and my dad did live in the same household, but I didn't even know that I was fatherless. You can be a fatherless daughter, because statistics say that 1 out of every 4 children born today are born fatherless. Now that's sad, because that's a sad statement, because society and social media, that's what they're pushing. Oh, get pregnant, have a child, and they don't need a dad. See, I'm a product of that. I'm that product of that girl who didn't have a dad growing up. Because fatherless daughters, what we do when we grow up, we have symptoms, and we have a lot of different things start to show up in our life. We have anger issues. We have trusting issues. We have challenges with sustaining healthy relationships. We're overdriven by success. A lot of fatherless daughters say, well, hey, if I can be the CEO, or if I be the president of the company, I can hide behind being fatherless. Nobody won't know that I'm fatherless. Because see, the last time that I was able to see my father, I was about 10 years old. My mother said, Renita, she told me and my sister that we was going to see our dad. We were so excited because we was going to see our dad, not knowing we was going to a courthouse. So we went to the courthouse, and we in the courthouse, and we standing in front of the judge, and the judge, my dad and my mom are talking. We're not really understanding what they're talking about, but they was having a conversation. But I can remember so well that my mama was taking him for child support. And he was telling the judge that we was not his kids. He was telling, my mom was saying these are your girls. And it was just back and forth. And me and my sister standing there looking like, what is going on? We really didn't know what was going on. But make a long story short is that I'll never forget that my father turned around and he looked at my sister and I, and he looked us in our face, and he told the judge very profoundly, I don't know who these girls are. These are not my girls. And at that point, the making of a fatherless daughter started to take root in my life, because my dad is telling us that we was not his child. So what I did as an adult, or what I did as a child, I built a wall around my heart, and I said, no other man will hurt me. And it was amazing, because when my mother took my father for child support, we was able to get military benefits, because my father was a retired sergeant. He was a sergeant major in the Army. So we was able to get military benefits. And every time we went to the doctor when I got older for checkups and everything, they would always update the records. And in updating the records, I was able to get my father's address. And it was such a blessing, because when they updated the record, they just automatically assumed that I was living there. So they was like, are you still at this address? And me being, trying to get the address, I was like, yes. So I was able to get the address, and I always kept that address and held that address very dear and near to my heart. But make a long story short, I was on a speaking engagements, and I never forget that I seen a sign that said Fayetteville so many miles up the road. And I knew my father was outside of Fayetteville at Fort Bragg. And I made it up in my mind, and I made a decision at that point to knock on my dad's door. Now, was I afraid? Absolutely, I was afraid, because I didn't know what to expect. I didn't know how he was going to receive me or anything. But, it was amazing that when I went to knock on my dad's door, he accepted me with open arms. The only sad thing about it is that when he seen me as an adult, almost 40 years later, he didn't know who I was. So when I told my dad who I was, he was looking at me as if he didn't know who I was. But after we made the connection, it was like priceless. You know, after 39 years of looking for my dad and along with a lot of prayer, I was able to find my father. After 39 years, I was able to knock on the door and we was able to make a connection. Now, the time that we spent together was priceless because I didn't know at that time that was the last 6 months of his life. God allowed me through all that I went through to be connected with the last 6 months of his life. And it was a priceless moment because not only was I able to renew my vows and he was officially able to walk me down the aisle, but I was able to ask a whole bunch of unanswered questions that I needed to get answered. You know, when I connected with my dad, he was very ill and very sick, but I was so honored and just so blessed that God allowed me to connect with him. And it was the last 6 months of his life. So now that my father is no longer with us, what I understood in the midst of all that is that the journey that I've been on, looking for my dad all these years, it wasn't about me. It wasn't about me and what I had to do. I was laying in bed one day and God spoke that so profound in my spirit and told me that the journey that you've been on, Renita, looking for your daddy, it's not about you. I need you to be a blessing and put your information on paper so you can help as many people as possible. And in 2011, I released my first book called Finding Daddy. And in that book, I'm being very transparent about some of the things I went through, and I'm sharing with the audience on how me not having that daddy affected me. And it amazed me to this day that you can have 3 kids grow up in the same household, but everybody is affected differently. Like my oldest sister, she can care less. With me, I always wanted to be daddy's little girl, so I was affected in a different way. But, you know, by me helping those ladies who may have daddy issues, you know, I had to be very therapeutic and I had to be very transparent about some of the things that was going on in my life. So I challenged myself to say, if you're a female and you're struggling with any issues such as low self-esteem, abandonment, rejection, looking for love in all the wrong places, I challenge you just to allow me to show you how I use my pain and turn my pain into my passion by taking that energy that I had where I was so upset and so angry about the childhood trauma that took place in my life. I used it into another purpose. Because I didn't understand, Michelle, for a long time. I didn't understand why was I always attracted to older men. And that's a fatherless daughter womb that show up. And it's a lot of different females that don't understand that you got all these traits that's showing up in our life, but we don't know why it's showing up in our life. And that's because so many women are not being true to themselves about themselves, and they're hiding behind the mask. And at some point, once we understand that you matter, and you got to realize that the power in everything that's going on, whether somebody caused you trauma with a small T or with a large T, forgiveness is the key. That forgiveness piece is the key. Forgiveness frees up space for you and everything. So I tell anybody today who was raised without their biological father or struggling with not having a daddy in their life, forgive today, because that forgiveness piece is the piece that's going to free you up and allow you to be able to be a blessing to those other individuals that you'll be able to heal with just your message. You know what I'm saying? I couldn't keep letting my pain cripple me, because some of the pain and some of the things that I was going through by not having my dad in my life, it really kept me stuck and it kept me stagnated, because I was always questioning why I don't have a daddy compared to the other households. Now, by me being raised by a single parent, my mother did a phenomenal job raising us. However, I was always wanting to know why I didn't have a 2-parent household compared to everyone else. Why I didn't have my mother and my daddy coming to different events like the other kids. So I was always questioning what was going on with myself. And I was always upset because fatherless daughters have similar patterns. But what I understand that the pattern is not the person. We just have layers and layers of pain that's just balled up in just layers and layers of unmoved pain. So my company, that is First Wisdom Services, we offer a lot of different workshops. We offer a lot of different fatherless daughters assessment, one-on-one coaching, as well as group coaching. And one of the things that I'm offering today is, with my freebie, I'm offering a 15-minute fatherless daughter session that I'm going to be putting in the chat, because I think that it's very important that, if God did it for me, he can do it for somebody else. And I know this fatherless daughter is a growing epidemic. It's a growing epidemic, and so many ladies are in this situation, but they're embarrassed and they are hiding behind the fact that they are fatherless. So, I just say that if you're a fatherless daughter and you're ready to say yes to your daddy wound, if you're ready to push past your pain, don't be afraid. That's the reason why we're having this platform as we're speaking, because we want to be able to be very transparent, to be able to help as many women that we can help, that get over the fact that there's nothing wrong with you. You're okay. You know what I'm saying? We didn't get a chance to choose our parents chose us, but it is power and forgiveness. So, our mind is just like a parachute. If we don't open it, it don't work. And I just tell you, just forgive today. Forgive today, whoever caused you any childhood trauma, whether it's a big T or small T, whomever caused you some problems, I ask that you heal today. And I want to say thank you. And Michelle, what I will do, I will put the information in the chat. I'll put the information in the chat for anybody who is interested in getting a 15-minute free session, so they can determine what kind of fatherless daughter that they are.
Perfect. Yes, please put that information in the chat, and then also go ahead and add it to the Facebook link as well. So we have 2 separate Facebook links. Facebook only allows you to go live for 4 hours at a time. So we switched it right after George. So definitely put that link in the chat as well on Facebook. But I love Forgive Today. And then whether it's a big T or a little T for trauma. And that's what's so important. And then you said it's not the pattern, it's the person. That's really interesting. I've never heard that expression before. And it's true, because we have to work on ourselves before we can fix the habitual patterns that we keep on doing, the attraction of the people around us. I hear a lot of women say, I'm attracted to the same guy, or the same person keeps popping up in my life. Well, it's because we're not working on ourselves. It's the person, it's us. So I love that. And I think that it's important to bring more awareness to that. So Renita, thank you so much. Great freaking job. Yay. All right, guys, we have one more speaker for us. Very, very excited to bring up this young lady who is a spitfire. I was able to meet her. A friend of mine introduced us, and we were going salsa dancing, and she didn't salsa dance and I don't salsa dance, but you know what? We both went out there, and she was dressed like she could knock somebody dead, like beautiful red salsa dress. And but it was so much fun. And we've had a couple of great phone calls and experiences together. So Elise Howard was born in Denton, Maryland, now living in St. Pete, Florida. So if you guys are in South Florida or West Florida, I should say, definitely connect with her. She's been practicing health and wellness for 12 years, is a licensed massage therapist, medical massage practitioner, certified pain practitioner, personal trainer with over 4,700 hours of hands-on experience. She opened Massage Nerd Integrative Health in St. Petersburg, Florida in 2019. That has had much success in helping patients with balancing their bodies in ways that have canceled over 25 surgeries. Elise has also been the patient herself, 230 pounds, depressed, and had cancer. She was tired of being a victim, so she became the victor, and now she helps others do the same. Elise, I can't see you, sweetheart. Perfect. There we go. All right, I can replace. And now the stage is yours. Thank you for closing us out, girl.
Everything okay? Can you hear me? Can you see me, Michelle? Awesome. Wow. Thank you for that kind introduction. Yes, I've been in health and wellness for 12 years, loving every single minute of it. Just amazed. I'm listening to Renita. I'm listening to Courtney. I'm listening to Sue. I'm listening to Shauna. I'm listening to you, Michelle. I'm listening to Sherry. And I'm copious notes because we're in between patients here, but the stories, the impact, the profound power from the pain. And that's exactly why I absolutely love partnering with you on this. And thank you so much for giving every single one of us a platform to do this, because a lot of people say, well, how have we canceled those surgeries? Or what really is the matching theory here? And a little bit of my story. I've had a few major big T's and little T's throughout my entire life. And, you know, once I believe there's a common factor, right? Once we have one, they kind of keep coming until we change, right? Until we grow, until we evolve. And it's not so much as that we're bad. It's that things have changed. When you're rewired and reprogrammed at a very young age, we do things differently. And I had no idea that when I was 9 years old, 150 pounds at 9 years old with bulging discs, not being able to pay attention in school. I was that one that was erasing the math questions over and over again until there was holes in the paper, because I had such a traumatic childhood from sexual abuse. And it was in the early years between 3 and 5. And having no idea later on in life that that was something that was going to be a problem. Regulation, self-regulation, emotional regulation, relationship regulation. And mine kind of, as I listened to all of the stories, mine kind of was in hindsight. I am a cancer survivor, 7 years, January will be 8 years, cancer-free, fully natural. And it was cervical cancer. And there's a lot of delegation of back and forth of, was that a part of the trauma, right? Was that something that catered into it on issues in the tissues, if you will, because we are very psychosomatic beings. And when things happen to us, it doesn't only happen to us, but it happens to our tissues. It happens to our cells. It happens to our DNA. And these things change and evolve as we do. And going through the stages of life, understanding, I always thought that it was just something that happened. Sometimes these things just happen. I never spoke about it with my mother, so there was never that verbal, this is what happened. She caught it in the act, midnight. I was 5 years old, and we never spoke of it since. She packed up the car, we left, moved out of state that very night, and it was never spoken of again. I lost her to lung cancer 12 years ago. And to put all of the puzzle pieces together of how everything just really syncs together and how we understand the traumas that we can go through, the stages of life that it'll take us to, and the problems that it can cause in our lives if we don't speak up about it, if we do not talk about this, if we do not uplift others, if we are not on the Me Too side and we're on the, oh, that happened to you side. And there's a lot of judgment in this day and age. And the more that I find that we band together, the more that I find that we support and lift each other up, that is where true healing is. PhDs, I've had phenomenal conversations with PhDs that work in, I mean, some amazing backgrounds. And so many of them have that same conciseness. The more we can get people together to understand you're not alone, the more powerful this is, the more powerful we can all heal. And the more profound you can step into that power and take on big giants, right? Because with what's going on in the external world right now is really unnecessary. You've got so many people that have had these traumas that are being held down, that are being weighted down, that I know when I was 230 pounds, I'm 135 pounds now. So I'm a little bit less than I was then, right? 100 pounds less, thank God, right? Decided to stop being a victim and be the victor, right? Change eating habits, change thought patterns, turn off the TV. I'm not a big fan of the TV, audiobooks, books, things that are going to feed your mind, feed your brain. I love when George mentioned how uplifting one another is key, right? We have the power of so many things if we just band together. Experiences, let me look. He had read it. What did he say? Hold on. People that have different views than you are not your enemy. They are your assets. And when I said, gotta take that down because it's so powerful, because we're in such a mindset that if you don't think the same, we are not the same. And that is not the case at all. We all have so many trials and tribulations that we can connect on. And Miss Renita Gibbs, your story of being a fatherless daughter. I definitely am a fatherless daughter. My father told me, he was like, you were a mistake. I didn't want you. It wasn't intended. And I was like, okay, great. We got to move on from that, right? But however, we can also take that as an empowerment, because how many of us, Renita Gibbs, you gave us statistics, 1 out of every 4 are fatherless daughters. And that's immense. So thank you for the work that you're doing, because I know that in my struggle with being a fatherless daughter, having sexual abuse over multitudes of times, and it was very young, and it was in depth, should we say, if we're going to keep it light for recording purposes. But I mean, and unfortunately, this is happening more prevalently all across the globe. And the more we shoot it down and sweep it under the rug, the more it's going to happen. And the more suicides that we have, and the more drug overdoses that we have, and the more feeling alone that we have. So it was the last 3 years of that entire C-word shift of where things were disconnected. We're not meant to be disconnected. Community uplifts, it brings us into a thrive. All of my stages where I was going through painful transitions, depression, when I was 230 pounds, drinking a glass of wine by myself at home, thinking, why? How am I going to be preaching health and wellness when this is what I'm reverting to? I don't even have healthy coping skills. You just gained 100 pounds. What are you going to be showing to anybody? How are you expecting anybody to take what you're saying seriously when you're not practicing what you're preaching? Yes, you've had some trauma. Yes, you've had some bad hand stuff, but it's not what happens to us. It's what we do with it, right? This life is not 100% of mind, 90% mental, 10% action. And if that 90% of mental is telling us you're not good enough, the next person can have whatever they want with you. You're a rape victim. You're an abused nothing. Those things have wavelengths, and those frequencies change our cells. I see it on a day-to-day basis, and we work with profound neuroscience scientists that in thermography machines, we can see this happening. So it's not so much as just be positive, it's accept what has happened. Okay, now this is what I'm going to do with it, because we get to take ownership now. They took ownership and they took purity and they took things that they had no business taking, but we have all the power to take back everything that we deserve, stand in the light that we were meant to be in, because every trial and tribulation story has a testimony. We cannot have a testimony without a test. So I am that crazy person that says, thank you, God, for all the trials and tribulations, because without them, we cannot grow through them. And He knows better than anybody. I truly believe, whatever faith that you walk on, that we all have a path, there is a purpose, and there is a vision. And we choose how fast or slow we get to that, right? Through the trials and tribulations of what we go through and what we grow through, and how we can help others, and how we can reach out and just be the change instead of just expecting the change, right? Because we have to take that action. So I will say that the actions that I was taking, hypnotherapy, phenomenal. NLP, neuro-linguistics reprogramming, changed my life. Dr. Joe Dispenza's book of Breaking the Habit of Being Yourself changed my life 7 years ago. It really made me understand that through the trials, through the traumas, we can truly create the individuals that we were meant to be just by changing our thought processes and thought habits, right? And through that, neuroplasticity changes. So that big T trauma that we were programmed, when I was programmed in stage 3 to 5, that you just submit to whatever big man tells you what to do. You just do whatever they say. You were abandoned by your mother. You were not protected. All of those emotions are in you and you feel that. So pulling away from people is natural. And our brains, when we're wired for that trauma, we don't want to trust other people. And we're not there and fully present unless we start changing those thought patterns, right? Unless we start winding those neural pathways and making bigger pathways for that. So I will definitely say that going through the trauma and traumas, because there's been many outside of that, it's a blessing in disguise. The power through the pain really has been able to just kind of keep me going, persevere, and want to help others do the same thing. Because why are we here other than to help each other? We have experiences. We pay top dollar for experience, right? I mean, when we go somewhere and we do something, it's like, well, how long have you done this? Okay, PhD. Okay, well, now sure. Now you're valid, right? For me to pay you these dividends and these funds. However, breaking through these chains, Michelle, being a bearer for silenced voices and us bonding together in all of these unforeseen circumstances is what really will just light my fire to continue to pursue speaking out. Little conversations, little groups. How we help is we help get issues out of the tissues. We help with having groups of this location. We help with massage. We help with trigger points that help deregulate your nervous system. And we get a lot of those things all combined together where you are now transformed. That energy is now leaving the body. Those issues in the tissues are now leaving the body, because I had a lot of those practices before I lost all the weight, but I did not lose all of the weight until I changed my thinking, until I changed my thought patterns, till I changed my habits. So I just want to say thank you so much, Michelle, for giving a platform for all of us to just speak, be ourselves, allow the bad to be turned into good. And thank you so, so much. Blessings to you guys. I hope we can help in any way that we can.
Awesome, Elise. And I'm excited to read your chapter because I know you told me a brief story of your history, but I have a feeling you're going to be diving more in depth of what happened between those very, very young years of 3 to 5 and how that impacted you. And look at you now, now you are helping other people relieve the issues in their tissues. I love it that you say that. So amazing job. Super, super excited to have you here and super excited to have you part of the book.
Thank you so much, Michelle.
We do got to hang out at some point. I haven't seen you in a while.
Exactly. Yes, we're going to make this happen.
Yes, agreed. All right, ladies and gentlemen, everybody who is live here on Zoom and everybody who is on Facebook and anybody who is listening to this recording afterwards, we are complete for the day. It has been an amazing 7 hours of speakers back to back, amazing authors who are telling their testimonies of truth, of triumph over trauma. So I want to thank you all again. If you are interested in the Legacy Camp, it begins September 19th, which is tomorrow if you're live. If you are watching this recording after, just visit Michelle Jewsbury, JEWSBURY.com. Elise, yes, definitely put that info in the chat and definitely put it in the chat for Facebook as well. So again, We are so excited to have you. Make sure you pre-order your book, Breaking the Silence, Voices of Survivors, Volume 1. I will make sure to go back through and Facebook and put that in. And I want to congratulate all of the amazing speakers and authors, and we will be speaking very soon. Bye now.